Welcome to this space. You got a new week of content ahead of you. I am going to be right here with you for a lot of it. And starting off on the screen, this is WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake. And today, we're just talking about the news of the day. We've done a ton of interviews lately. I think that's mainly the way we're going to continue. But context is important. These folks that we're talking to all exist within an America that is essentially a sinking ship. I mean, those of us who have been, I don't want to make it all about politics, but on the political left have been watching this and charting the decline of the United States basically since we've been here on the left. But we have a gift in this era, and I'd like to start by talking about that. The old heads versus the young heads. The those of us who have been watching this since, say, the Bush years, and the new kids on the block. If you've been watching since the Bush years, I want to offer to you perhaps something that you might not have thought about, as far as silver linings go, which is this stuff. For example, the blind support of Israel, or more to the point, the blind support of violence against Muslims. That's been going on our whole lives. The justification of attacking any country based on essentially it having brown people in it, that's been going on our whole lives. And it's particularly blatant these days. But there is the silver lining. It's not hard to see what it is. And the people who are trying to convince us to do evil, or at least to say nothing while they do evil, they've never been more blatant. It's never been more clear what the agenda is, and the lack of decency involved in it. So, when you find yourself talking to young folks who maybe, they're 22 years old, and they've really only been paying attention for the last 5 years, 4 years. In fact, they really became politically conscious with Joe Biden in office, somebody like that. For them, it's gonna seem like this is the first time we've ever experienced any of this stuff, or even domestically. Like, this is the first time we've ever been truly villainous to our Mexican neighbors or our immigrant population, or rude to Canada. It's not. This has been standard protocol for the United States. We just used to be, we used to have Obama come put a lovely shine on it, a spin, a charming little thing. Before that, we had Bush, who, he wasn't as good at spinning it, but he was presiding over an attacked America, so we were all on edge and had that go off. Before that, Clinton, who was very charming. Those of us who are lefties now love to stomp on Bill Clinton, but back in the 90s, odds are most of us would have been fooled by it, because he fooled most folks. But it's always been this. It has always, 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 always been a tyrannical country that we live in, that appeases the worst amongst us with the blood of innocents from all over the world. The the upside to this era is that the people running the scam now are not very good at making it seem acceptable. In fact, that's Trump's ultimate weakness. He never could get in to the fancy crowds that he wanted so badly to be accepted by. He never fit in. I guess he could get in the room, but he never fit in. They always mocked him. 'Cause he's not this is not his forte. Subtlety is not his forte. So, for example, when he does corruption, it's as it's not as subtle as, say, an Obama might do. It's not even as subtle as, like, a Dick Cheney with Halliburton, if you recall George W. Bush as vice president. It's not you have controlling stock in a company somewhere and somebody else in your administration. No, he would do things like put up foreign dignitaries who were visiting the United States in his hotels and charge them so that he gets directly paid. That's the kind of thing he does, and that makes it very easy to see how corrupt he is. How, for example, corrupt is it that he's making a new kind of currency and requiring this country to invest in it with his digital currencies? Just directly saying he may as well call it Trump fortune. It's very blatant, and it shows us where the rebuilding will be necessary. And on the other side of this, and building up for 40 years, is the necessary work of rebuilding America. So we are seeing where it must be done. We are seeing the weaknesses of this country that must be cut out and replaced. We are seeing we're seeing real America, honestly. We're just having to experience it as well. Let's dip in to what I think is America's greatest sin, the private prison system. Who owns Alligator? You'll have to excuse me. I'm opening a new tab and sharing a new tab. Oops. I'm no Carlos. It's going to take me always about twice as long to share one of these. But we'll get there. Should be the Miami Herald coming up. Hey, all right. Now let's see if it's actually on there. Okay, cool. Contracts reveal, this is from the Miami Herald, reveal the big business of building and operating Alligator Alcatraz. I believe I want to use my free article, but see if we can get away with it. Immigration, excuse me. It's by Churchill Nidanwi. Immigration detention is big business, and business is booming in the Florida Everglades. To quickly build and operate the migrant detention center known as Alligator Alcatraz, the DeSantis administration has already committed more than $200 million to private contractors, according to state documents reviewed by the Miami Herald. That's about half of the detention center's estimated $450 million annual price tag. $500 million every year. Pause there for a second. When we talk about political corruption, when we talk about racist policies, never just tell people that people that the folks that are doing this are doing it because they're racist. That is a major failing of progressives, and I think you'll find that's basically the topic of today's show, or rather, the dark reflection of the topic of today's show is our failings, because this has been going on for decades and decades. This has been building. Trump is not the first person to enslave people using the private prison system. In fact, that's been happening with black folks this whole time, gang. While you and I were enjoying our lives, there was innocence in chains in America for somebody's profit. And we just got used to seeing black folks like that. And now we're seeing random brown folks like that as well. And it freaks everybody out. And it should. That is good. That means you do have a soul. That's good news. But let's not pretend like it wasn't also horrible when black folks were the ones who were the main targets. And by the way, they never stop being the targets. Black folks never get a break. They never stop being targets of the private prison system. They're just, they've got a little more company now. And hey, if you disagree with Trump at all, including those folks that really want to see the Epstein files, you're going to join everybody else. Anyway, when you see something like that, $200 million startup costs $450 million a year, that's the reason. It's not because these people are racist. That's not what's happening here. You can argue, well, they're racist if they're willing to sell people into slavery, essentially, by forcing them into the private prison system on a lark. I mean, that's evil, but racism is not the motivation. They're not doing it because they hate these people or that. It's actually worse than you're giving it credit for. Because if it was just racist, then there would certainly be a group of people that are safe. Yes? It's colder than that. It's harsher than that. It is, in fact, more dangerous than that. They are serving capital. They are slavers. They're not slavers because they hate the Wookiees, but the Wookiees are there because they are slavers. If you're a nerd, you get it. The motivation's right there on the paper. It's the $500 million. Let's go back to it. When we say that $200 million were handed out, somebody got that money and got to divide it up. I promise you, the person who got this $500 million a year contract, when they say it costs this to run it, that means that's how much the owner demands to make this happen. Now, it's very likely that they actually do spend a lot of that on materials and what have you, but they also take their profit out of that. They take their CEO benefit package out of that. And when, us insufferable lefties are out there telling folks, hey, this is a for-profit prison. This is bad. This is corruption. We should be specific about what we mean, because people don't listen to us because they just think we're a bunch of do-gooders. That may be accurate, but be specific about why. Because your money, U.S. taxpayer, $500 million of it is going to be put into a rich man's pocket in exchange for doing an evil thing, for locking up people that haven't done anything. They've crammed Alligator Alcatraz, Alligator Auschwitz, full of people who are merely accused of crimes. And the evidence that was used, well, they're brown, so they've got to be illegal. Oh, they came here from somewhere else, so we can treat them horribly. And so we're going to pay somebody. We're going to make a rich person super rich. We're going to make them so rich that they can, in fact, influence more elections. We're going to make them so rich that they can start a super PAC with 100 of their $450 million. They can start a super PAC and flood the airwaves with advertisements convincing you and my paranoid elderly relatives that brown people are salivating and clawing at the door to our country and have acidic blood. Millions of dollars they can spend to convince you that cruelty to brown folks is necessary, so that you'll pay them millions more to carry out that cruelty. And crucially, in a country full of meat eaters, but not slaughterhouse workers, crucially, the work carried out of sight. The worst of it, you don't actually have to see. The worst of it, that gets done in a swamp somewhere. We'll snatch them up in our country, but then we'll send them to El Salvador to torture them. You don't have to think about the torture. That's done outside of your sight. You only have to think about how much you hate brown folks. See? Something simple and sweet like that. You don't want to see, you're not a bad person, average American. You don't want to see people get harmed. You just want to torture brown people out of sight, you know? You're a good person. You like the torture that you're signing off on to happen where you can't see it. That's who you are, America. Immigration detention is indeed big business. The contracts and purchase orders made briefly available last week in a state database help explain why the camp of tents and trailers is so expensive. To build and run a small city from scratch in a matter of days, the state purchased services ranging from road construction to tuberculosis tests. For logistical management alone, the state is paying one contractor $78 million. For logistical management alone, the state is paying one contractor $78 million. Back in the day, I want you all to start being able to translate this for normal folks, because in the age of Epstein's ghost haunting Trump, we have an opportunity to break through to some, not all, but some of these folks. I want you to be able to express exactly what is happening. When DeSantis and the federal government paid one person $78 million, that was with your tax dollars. So when you missed your niece's or nephew's recital that they invited you to, when you skipped out on a young family member's birthday party, when you did not spend one of the precious last days with one of your parents because you had to work extra to afford their hospice bills, when you had to do that, a little chunk of that effort that you sold part of your life for, a little chunk of that went to pay one of Ron DeSantis's friends to say, yeah, you're going to need to hire a whole lot of companies to build up this Auschwitz in a couple of days. You're one of those folks. Everybody in America, $78 million came from somewhere. It came from your labor. A little piece of your labor was siphoned for that. Explain that to Trump voters. This thing that they said you need. When they get you wound up about Mexicans, when they get you wound up about Ecuadorians, it's rarely the Irish immigrants that they're talking about. Usually tends to be brown folks. When they get you wound up about Iranians, when they get you wound up about this, that, or the other thing, the reason is this right here. So they can come up with an expensive solution to a problem that they made up. and they can give your tax dollars to their friends, to someone that Ron DeSantis will now say owes him a favor. It's shaping up to be an expensive endeavor for taxpayers, though the state hopes the federal government will ultimately foot the bill. So they're hoping that all of the taxpayers in America, not merely in Florida, but all the taxpayers have to pay it. The Trump administration says each bed at the detention camp is expected to cost $245 a day, roughly the price of one night this week at the Intercontinental Miami Hotel. Critics of the state's new detention facility have honed in both on the conditions at the site and the cost of building it. You don't say. To deflect stories about toilets that don't flush, bugs, and other problems, Governor DeSantis has said that the facility was intended to be a 5-star hotel. Oh, you see, I had my friend quote this as though we weren't going to torture human beings. That way, they were able to charge a lot of money. But fortunately, my constituents are Republicans. They don't have souls. So when I show them the actual conditions and they see that it's brown folks getting tortured, they won't really care that it's not, really hotel conditions. And importantly, I, Ron DeSantis, think so little of the people who I rely on to vote for me that I will tell them 1 month that it's supposed to be like a hotel. And when they see the results of my efforts next month, I'm going to trust that they can't remember that I said the other thing. That's what I think of my constituents. And the thing is, Republican voters, Ron DeSantis is right. You don't think very critically. You are not particularly savvy. You are easy marks for Big Con. But you can stop being that today. Literally today, you can become a better person. You can become a savvier person. You can become a more dangerous targets of scams for the con artists. The contracts. The decision to build a detention camp on an airstrip in the middle of nowhere is a major contributor to the price of the project. You don't say. Getting all that material and labor out there to the middle of a swamp was expensive. Oh, okay. Within days of the announcement by Florida's Attorney General that the state of Florida intended to build Alligator Auschwitz, my edit there, contractors in heavy-duty trucks and semi-trailers began hauling in equipment to the Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport. They erected fencing, tents, and other infrastructure, transforming the area into a detention facility, a place where you could concentrate between 3,000 and 5,000 migrants. It's sort of a temporary place where you could concentrate these people. Like they built a campsite in the middle of inhospitable land where they can concentrate this targeted population of folks, like a focus camp. Detailed purchase orders that are no longer available, you don't say, on the state's public-facing database for contracts help explain what went into the construction on site and why it costs so much. At $36.8 million, a $36.8 million purchase order for TNT site prep, a reference to the Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport, lays out the services provided by Longview International Technology Solutions, a company based in Herndon, Virginia. Roadway construction at up to 200,000 square yards was priced at $11 million. Permanent fencing, 22,000 linear feet, cost the state roughly $6.82 million. Geotechnical surveys, civil engineering, and hiring for project staff and other deliverables round out the purchase order. So do you see what we're talking about here? In 40 million chunks, in $10 million chunks, in multi-million dollar transactions, there is the government run by corrupt individuals paying off the worst Americans to do vile things. When you are telling people about you can read the rest of the article. It's on the Miami Herald. And let me stress again, it is by Churchill Ndonwe. Yeah, Churchill Ndonwe. But this political corruption is not something that is new. And you can draw a line back to basically any corrupt political endeavor in the United States' history and find that it operates in a very similar manner. For example, Tammany Hall with Boss Tweed in New York, with the Gilded Age corruption. If you're a U.S. historian and you happen to be talking to U.S. historians who aren't, for some reason, against Alligator Auschwitz, things like that. It's no different. For example, back in the day, Tammany Hall, they say we must make repairs to this government building. We're going to hire this company to do it. Then a journalist looks into it. Why did you get charged $1,000 for one hammer? Well, look, that's what the construction company said they needed. We didn't question it. It's not our place to question. Maybe they needed a special kind of hammer. What do we know? Nope, they didn't need a special kind of hammer, just regular hammers. But they charged $1,000 so they could buy a $1 hammer back in the day and steal $999 from U.S. taxpayers. That's what was going on. And did they need to build a prison on an airfield in a swamp, a concentration camp there? Nope, they did not need to do that. They didn't need to build it at all. They certainly didn't need to build it in a swamp, but they did because they could then charge you $450 million a year. And they could provide you with a, let's say, $2 million a year service to run that place and take $448 million of yours every year. So I guess they have advanced beyond Tammany Hall. They've used the Netflix model now. They've used the streaming service model to annually charge you for their evil. And also, you might point out, the very problem that they are trying to solve exists only in the minds of the people who voted to solve it. Not a real problem. Our immigration crisis in America is simply a crisis of processing. It's not that there's people that want to get in here. That is something we should encourage. Immigrants are healthy for America, of course. Immigrants built America. If you are a honky in America, you are a descendant of immigrants. Period. End of story, as Sam Cedar would say. Immigration is not the problem in America, meaning this detention center and the $450 million a year that is estimated to keep it open is a solution to a non-problem. It's Tammany Hall stuff. It is yet another rich person who's going to get to control your life by taking your money, by leeching off your labor. Ultimately, that is what it comes down to every single time. Hey, gang, there is something you can do about it. Sign up for the general strike. It's not a coincidence that I've had those folks on. It's not a coincidence, by the way, that Matt Strackbine, the letter hack, has been talking about needing an avenue outside of politics to strike at these people. Because we have a corrupt political system. We have a bought political system. We cannot simply rely on others, particularly when it's our labor. It's our very labor that makes all this happen. You can withhold your labor. And if you do so in an organized way, you are going to be more effective. If you're not already in a union of some sort, join one. If they exist in the industry you work, join a union so that you can organize your labor. But join the General Strike US as well. I will talk about them probably every time I'm on air until Trump is buried. Because that must be. There must be retaliation that U.S. citizens can actually level against our corrupt government. And I see nothing better than, in an organized manner, withholding our labor. Speaking of, there's an affiliate of them, La Cultura, son of a gun. La Cultura del Mundo. Doing La Marcha de Puebla as well on August 1st. We're going to talk about that more in a moment. One second. Oh, no, thank you, just yet. We're going to talk about that in a moment. It's all good, Nick. They're not the same thing as General Strike US, and I feel I should not have implied that the last time they were on. It's basically a children's crusade. It's what must happen when the adults fail to secure justice on behalf of children in the United States. The children themselves, the crazy, brave children. Our moral superiors, these children, stand up for justice. They are able to see the effectiveness of withholding our labor from this capitalist system. And they are asking us, in the easiest possible ways, to participate. They're asking us to side with them. I believe we must. I want to announce something I'm going to be doing that I'd like to invite all of you to participate in. I'm going to announce it again after we see this video by my personal hero, Cesar Vasquez. But I want to tell you right now. On August the 1st, I want you to have a party. I want you to throw a house party, an apartment party, or whatever the hell party. Throw a party on August 1st. August 1st is a Friday. Take the day off work. If you have a boss who's not going to understand, that's fine. Just call in sick. Invite as many of your coworkers as you trust. Invite your friends. You are being asked to sacrifice so little. In fact, you're being asked to do something that ought to be pretty darn fun. Wouldn't you rather not go to work the Friday after this one? Wouldn't you rather take a long weekend on August 1st? Man, previous generations had to get their asses whipped in the streets. They had to get torn up by German shepherds and sprayed with fire hoses in the pursuit of justice. All we're asking you to do is take a day off work, my God. Do it. August 1st. I'll be streaming all day. It's the Wicked Cookout. Part of La Cultura, son of a gun, Cesar. Part of La Cultura del Mundo and the Heroes Not Villains March. There's going to be events throughout that day all over the country, but in 2 weeks, we can't all set up an individual protest. And I don't expect you to be able to. I don't expect you to get permits. I don't expect you to put out a massive bulletin somewhere. But I do expect you to participate. Because now I know you know what's going on. You and I learned together that this sweet fellow who you're about to see speaking is 17 years old. And he must spend his nights walking around his neighborhood to make sure, unarmed by the way, to make sure that men with guns don't kidnap his mother. That's what he has to do. Now, knowing he's out there doing that, don't you tell me you can't take August the 1st off of work. Yes, you can. Yes, you must. And if you are a decent human being, I will see you August 1st. Now, we do exist in a capitalist system. Some of us, if we start working, will perish. Or if we stop working, we'll perish. Some of us, if we take a day off of work, have loved ones who will perish. If that is truly who you are, not who you're pretending to be so you don't have to have one uncomfortable conversation. But if that is truly who you are, that's okay. Go to your friend's party. Bring some cups. Just go to your friend's party after work. Bring a soda pop. Bring potato chips. Show up after work, but bring something to contribute and still make the appearance. Even if it has to be after work, make an appearance and contribute something. And understand that we are training for the larger strike. August 1st is our first show of Workforce. We were accidentally activated during the pandemic when they let slip how badly they need us. We got Donald Trump to write the people of America checks directly. That's how badly they need us. August 1st, we are going to join as many of us as possible in the Wicked Cookout, part of the Heroes Not Villains March. Here is one of my heroes talking about why.
Afternoon, everyone. Mi nombre es Cesar Vasquez, and I am not exhausted. I'm organizing a
17 years
national
old.
movement to rewrite the narrative about immigrants, to retell the story that's been told and bound into the history books. I am in the process of tearing up these books and rewriting the pages to tell the truth about the actual people who keep this country running.
Yes.
It is finally time to rewrite the pages that influence all future generations so that one day my kids can open a history book and see that their people, our people, are finally being represented in a way that doesn't shape them as the villains, but rather it shows them as the heroes. When we think of heroes, we think of Superman, Spider-Man, and Captain America, right? I used to too. I had this Marvel poster right next to my bed, and I fell asleep looking at it every night. Growing up, I thought they were the heroes. Superman showing us to be all powerful, but to never forget who we are serving. Spider-Man is always kind, genuine, and helpful to all those who need help, no matter the circumstances. Captain America proudly wearing the American flag, showing us what the American dream was. The poor small kid becoming a strong, powerful citizen meant to support the people. One day, though, 5 years ago, I went to my first community meeting and I realized the heroes did, in fact, wear capes. They did cover their identity and they were all powerful. Except those heroes weren't Superman, Spider-Man, or Captain America. Those heroes were the people that got up every day knowing they were serving the people of the country that looked down upon them. One day I realized that the true heroes were the indigenous community. The true heroes were the people that the system called immigrants. One day, I woke up and realized the true heroes weren't on the poster on my wall or the people in the comics or the movies. The true heroes were the people sleeping in the living room because they decided to give my three sisters and I the room instead. The true heroes were the people who gave it their all to give others a better life. I've given more speeches in the past 5 years than I can remember, speaking about issues that affect our community, dedicating every speech to a certain cause, whether that be fighting for women's rights, advocating against gun violence, attending school board meetings to try to change the education system, fighting to protect the land that cares for us, and ensuring that field workers are taken care of. But today, this speech is not dedicated towards a cause, but dedicated towards the people. This speech is dedicated to all 11 immigrants in the United States. This speech is dedicated to the economic refugees that are the heroes. This speech is dedicated to the unseen, unheard, unprotected, and targeted people across the United States, across the world. I'd like to do that today by sharing the story of my hero, my mom. Before we continue, my mom just showed up. Amen. Angélica, mom, ma, ¿puedes venir a frente? Let's see. My mom's going to be coming up here. This was not planned. That's my mom. There we go. She just decided to be fashionably late. This speech is written for her, so it's important she hears it. Yeah. We'll figure it out in a second. Don't worry. I'll continue. Okay, let me continue. This speech is dedicated to the economic refugees that are the heroes. This speech is dedicated to the unseen, unheard, unprotected, and targeted people across the United States, across the world. I'd like to do that today by sharing the story of my hero, my mom. Approximately 9,855 days ago, my mom crossed the border. My mom walked through the desert to get to this country. 9,855 days ago, my mom saw her mom for the last time. 9,855 days ago, my grandma refused to hug my mom out of pain for leaving. But my mom knew she had to leave to give them a better life. My mom came into this country at 16 years old. She came into this country looking for a better life. At 16, most kids are barely learning to drive. They're learning algebra in school, figuring out what clothes to wear to fit the current style. They are worrying about their crush and what's for lunch. My mom didn't even have the choice to worry about that. I recently got interviewed and a comment on the video said something along the lines of, "I'm sorry you can't act like a 17-year-old degenerate." My first thought was, I can't because I have to ensure every other 17-year-old can. My mom never had the choice to worry about being a degenerate. She couldn't worry about learning to drive because she had to learn how to navigate a system built to push her down. She couldn't worry about learning math because she had to focus on where she was going to find work. She didn't worry about what the current style was because she could only worry about getting clothes to begin with. She couldn't worry about anything except for getting up to work every day to ensure that she had enough to survive. When she had my sisters and I, she had to worry about ensuring we were fed, ensuring we had clothes on our back, ensuring we signed up for school and were getting our education. The whole time, though, she was buying clothes for us from Walmart. At the same time, she was at Goodwill shopping for her clothes. When we were eating, she was waiting for us to finish so she could have the leftovers. While we were at school, she was working, dreaming about the school she would have gone to in another lifetime. She spent the past 30 years exhausted, which is why I can be exhausted. I am awake every day at 4 patrolling to ensure La Migra isn't kidnapping her. I spend all day fighting for her to finally live. I sleep later than her, wake up the same time as her, but God, I will never say I'm exhausted again because she has spent every day giving me the ability to defend her. 9,855 days ago, my mom gave it her all to give her parents a better life. For the past 1,826 days, I've spent every waking second ensuring that my mom finally gets the life that she deserved to live as a 16-year-old daughter crossing the border for a better life. Every day I fight so that no 16-year-old anywhere in the world has to give up their right to be a child. Heroes are wearing capes, except they aren't worn on their backs. They're on their heads to protect them from the heat. They are covering their identities, but it's so that La Migra doesn't take them back to a war zone. They are all powerful because somehow they can spend 8 hours a day bent over in the burning sun and are still all powerful at the end of the day. You see, the true heroes are always kind, always providing meals and support to those coming from their home country, even though they can barely have enough to eat. They aren't the American dream, though. We lost that a long time ago. The
Oh,
people keeping this country running aren't fighting for the American dream anymore. They are fighting to make their dream that they set at 16 years old a reality. There's a documentary called Which Way Home, which shares the stories of kids soaring across borders like the monarch butterflies every day. Every day I ask myself, which way is home? For me, my mom, for all economic refugees. America lost its dream. It has become what all immigrants run from. Now, the only thing we can chase is our dream of what a perfect world looks like. Not the American dream, but the people's dream. A world where there are no imaginary lines on the dirt that divide the people. Where there is no skin color that makes someone less human. Where
yeah.
there is no leader to tell anyone that they do not deserve to be listened to. Every single one of you has the chance to fight for the people's dream. So do that. Don't fight for the economic refugees. Fight so that one day there is no need for a term like immigrants. Fight so that one day your kids only have to worry about being a 16-year-old degenerate child. The heroes aren't in the comics. They are right next to you. The heroes are the doctors, lawyers, field workers, truck drivers, gardeners, professors, and the people chasing the people's dream.
People
We
who
are
make
living in a
country run.
time where the dream my mom set 9,855 days ago is at risk. We are living in a time where all dreams are becoming more and more distant. And the only way we can soar like the heroes before us is for all of us to support each other, for all of us to come together as people. There is no time for you to worry about what your friends might think. There is no time for you to worry about losing your job. There is no time for you to worry about your ego. There is no time for anything at all other than to act and to heal. Because if you don't act right now, there will be no more time for any dreamer anywhere, no matter where you come from. We are at a turning point in history. We are in a season where we must hold on to hope and to each other. We are in a season of change, and you all have the power to be the change. So be the change. So that one day, my mom's dreams, so one day, the dreams my mom set to fulfill 9,855 days ago are no longer dreams, but a reality. Show her that she is a hero. So join me on August 1st as we show the world who the real heroes are. Thank you.
He's not asking. for a hell of a lot out of us. He's asking for us to take the day off. You don't even have to convince your boss of the righteousness of this cause. You don't have to say anything other than, on August 1st, I'm taking a personal day. If they ask you why and you're not comfortable saying why, you just say, it's something I feel I must do. In fact, don't even say I feel. It's something I must do. That's all you have to do. How many childhoods are we going to let get stolen? If you find yourself hesitating, if you have a particularly terrible boss, ask yourself, am I going to let my fear of this person's horrible opinions, if my boss is so evil that they would fire me for taking one day off, one specific day off, am I going to let my fear of that make me complicit in this evil? Look in the mirror and ask yourself that. And understand you are today who you will remember being for the rest of your life. We don't have the luxury of getting to decide when it's time to be a hero. That is decided for us, and you will find out if you are or are not based upon how you act in that moment. You're being asked to do something very easy this time around. I don't want to make it seem like it's nothing. By comparison to what Cesar has to do, it is. By comparison to facing down armed bounty hunters, masked men with assault rifles, and you're an unarmed 17-year-old, yes, it's nothing. What we're going to do. But it's not it's not genuinely nothing. It is awkward. You might have coworkers who don't understand, who won't understand, who refuse to understand. You might have those things to deal with. But when you are questioning whether or not you can, if you have the personal strength to do something as simple as request a personal day, in fact, just inform them that you're taking a personal day on August 1st. Ask yourself how many childhoods will be stolen. Cesar's mother didn't get a childhood. She saw her mother for the last time at the age of 16 when she came here to give her son a better life, to give her family a better life. At the age of 16, her childhood ended because of the conditions we allowed, because of the cruelty for the last 9,000 days that you and I have permitted in our country. She didn't get the rest of her childhood. Cesar, he's been out here doing this since he was 12 years old. 12. He lost that part of his childhood. How many more childhoods are going to get stolen? August 1st, take the day off work. Tell your boss now. Go to your friends. Tell them to do the same. Invite them to your party. Tell them why you are having a party. And say, friendo, even if you don't believe me now, please just take the day off work. We will have a fun day. It's mostly just going to be a party. But you should hear why. you should understand what is happening. I don't know how many people were listening when I did this the first time around, but when I first mentioned the White Panther Party, I don't remember if it was on this space or WYCD. I got them wrong, and I must issue a correction. It turns out the White Panther Party includes MC5, the band from Detroit, and a lot of other Michiganders who came up with the idea to make parties out of political events, essentially. It is in their spirit that on August 1st, I ask you to join Cesar Vasquez. Have a house party. Get your friends. Tell them to take the day off work as well. This will serve two purposes. It'll serve at least three purposes, possibly more. Number one, and perhaps most importantly, I am going to cut to you during the party if you say that you are willing to let me do that. And we are going to show Cesar that he is not alone. First and foremost, the people that join this party will be showing Cesar he is not alone. If nothing else, he needs that. If nothing else, he needs to know that we're not just going to sit there and clap. We're not just going to treat him like the United States treats its soldiers and say, oh, we give you all respect, but no tangible support. No, we're going to stand with it. Thing number two, it's going to make more of your friends aware of what is actually expected of them, of participation being a necessary part of this. It's not enough simply to know, you must also do. And this will make that reality clearer to them. And also, it is going to flex your muscles as a worker. It is going to get you more comfortable with denying your boss and your boss's boss your labor. It's going to get you used to denying that labor in an organized manner. It is going to make you more able to arrange group gatherings with intentionality. In other words, this is the early level grinding that's going to get you those crucial levels for when the raid boss is here, my fellow nerds. August 1st, Heroes Not Villains is the name of the overall event. If there is in your town a event already happening, stand by. La Marcha de la Puebla. If there is already one of the oopsie daisies events happening in your town, consider attending it. Do consider attending it. But if not, throw a party. And regardless, throw a party. If you'd like to have me during the WYCD all-day stream, if you'd like me to cut to your party and do a brief interview with you talking about what are you guys eating? What kind of music are you listening to? How many folks are at your party? Hook up with me on Discord. Well, I've got a little space where we can drop links and chit chat. But tell your boss tomorrow that on August 1st, you will not be in work. And start getting as many of your friends together as you can this week. If they are uncomfortable putting in notice, then tell them to get ready to call in sick on August 1st. This is the easiest participation you will ever be asked for. I promise you I will ask you for more soon. So get used to participation now. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for what you can do. Next up, we've got whoopsie doodles. Yes. Next up, we've got the Power Report, including with Dan, Kristina, and Bam. I'm excited to watch it. Thank you for joining me. My name's Jake.
People to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story?
I don't understand
about how it's been handled.
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier, which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think, well, really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say.
I am on every list except the Epstein list. We haven't heard anything about that one in a while. I'm fine with all the other lists. As long as I'm not on the Epstein list, we're good, right? Speaking of which, how is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light? I'm trying to figure out how that's possible, right, folks? It's almost like they're trying to protect those pedophiles for some reason. I can't imagine why, right? We're not allowed to say they're groomers, but when they act a lot like groomers, sort of tells you everything you need to know, right?
Hello, humans. 17th of July, 2025. This is your Power Report. I know how to technical direct the show, and I will not let Chrome stop me. I am Dan from the Internet. I am joined by a superstar panel of Bam, who unfortunately is with us. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much for coming. Ravana, it's been a minute. Good to see you.
Long. I'm so happy to be back.
Kristina, it hasn't been as long, but God, we're so happy to see you as well.
Yeah, people got a lot of me on Tuesday, apparently, on this space.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're live streaming in a lot of places. YouTube.com/Dan from the Internet, Twitch.tv/Dan from the web, Twitch.tv/Ravana, Twitch.tv/Cosmepolitics live, and then later on this space, we've gotten some people who have like seen the replay of Power Report on this space and then have started to join live. So welcome to y'all. Appreciate y'all. Can't promise what's happening next week, but next week's Power Report is going to be very juicy. Me and the Vanguard are going to duke it out. We're going to figure out exactly how it happens. But
can I be a moderator?
You can be the backup moderator. Cool. The current moderator,
Forced.
I will. Anyways, Forced and moderation are two words in the English language that sit on opposite sides of my brain. But either ways, we're going to have a really good show next week, but also this week, where we are going to get started with some of the many things that have happened. We were talking a little bit last week about a lot of the fallout from the Epstein stuff, and top level, I guess I just want to say, like, this needs to be a wake-up call to Democrats in a way that I haven't heard really expressed in other shows, because other shows have done like a really good analysis about how, you know, there's a psyche of America where Donald Trump and the Republican MAGA base has been hyped up on conspiracy theories, and so anything following Epstein makes sense to them. But the bigger picture I need people, especially Democrats, especially Democratic strategists, to like get involved with and understand is that Americans are dumb. Americans are like very easy to trick. It's not about the policy. It's not about the politics. Ezra Klein, I'm so sorry you spent those years writing that abundance book, but that was a complete waste of fucking time. You should have written something about the id of like the conspiratorial male in America in like the 2010s and 2020s. But this is really showing it, because this isn't, you know, there's a policy here, but I'll let other folks speak. To me, like, I don't think the Epstein stuff is necessarily like that consequential, but it's something that was memed enough, and I do mean memed enough for the right wing to catch on to it while they're losing their healthcare, while they're losing their education services, while their children are dying in floods because of their God King president getting rid of all these services. No, what they're really laser focused on is this like Alex Jones, like Ancient Aliens History Channel ass conspiracy theory that's like, you know, of all the great American conspiracy theories, pretty true sounding. But like, I think Democrats like are doing a lot of navel gazing about like, oh, if only we had proposed a top marginal tax rate of 31% instead of 33%. It's like, no, just embrace the slop. Just get into the mud with us. Just like have fun.
I mean, this has been really fun to watch because Donald Trump and the Republicans ran on releasing the Epstein files, whatever that was supposed to mean. And like, you played that clip of Don Jr. talking about it. He was literally on the campaign trail saying, I'm going to release the JFK files, I'm going to release the MLK files, and I'm going to release the Epstein files. Maybe from his perspective, he was trying to exonerate his lifelong friend, Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know what that meant for him. But it just sort of became this rallying cry. And they were also running on the idea that Kamala Harris specifically doesn't want to release the files because she'll be on them, which is nuts considering, one, Donald Trump literally on many occasions referred to Epstein as his best friend or very good friend or very close friend, and they spent quite a bit of time together. But also, I'm sorry, the idea that Kamala Harris has like the level of political sway that would be necessary to have been implicated, and at the times where he was engaged in his worst behaviors, I mean, she just wasn't that big of a political figure. The idea that she would have been somehow implicated in the files is absurd. Better argument could be made against Hillary Clinton because of Bill Clinton, but Kamala Harris, are you fucking kidding me? It just doesn't make sense. But I mean, it's really funny to sort of watch some of these chuds turn on Trump because, like I said, he promised them this, ran on it a lot, talked about it a lot, and now is walking it back like, who said that? I never said that. It's crazy that you would even want that. But now the right-wing line is, if you want the Epstein files released, it's because you want child porn published. Fucking Charlie Kirk was using that argument. A couple other right-wingers have been making that argument.
It would not be a Ray episode if we didn't get demonetized.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I mean, it's so absurd. It's so ridiculous. The idea, because they were asking for it over and over and over again. And now suddenly it's some crime. Suddenly that, like, declassifying the names, which they won't, by the way, because they're Mossad useful targets. is why they won't declassify all the names of the individuals on the Epstein list. But that aside, the idea that that is somehow going to touch upon the victims, it would be pretty easy to declassify certain elements of the files, or unredact certain elements of the files without bringing the victims into it. That's just my sense.
I think you have a good sense, and I want Kristina and Bam to jump in here. I just want to like give some extra contents for some ABC 7 live, local, and late breaking news. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, they sent him a lot of Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him some really, as the Journal reports, body. That's the body yada 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 language that they're using. One of these messages was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell, and the president says the letter is a fake thing. Meanwhile, quoting the Journal, the letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is body, adi, 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 like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text frame by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, M dash, and may every day be another wonderful secret," said the world's most innocent man. In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter and drawing the picture. "This is not me. This is a fake thing. This is a fake Wall Street Journal story," he said. You know you're down bad when you've got to call Rupert Murdoch fake as a Republican. You're cooked, dude. That's a wrap.
You going to sue Fox News now. Oh, this is so glorious. When it dropped, and I'm like, oh god damn, Hassan's gonna be on vacation for 3 days now, so that's funny. Is when shit happens, you know. But like when I saw it, I was like, oh my god, this is so, just disgusting. And Trump keeps, digging himself even deeper and deeper into this hole of denying his association with Jeffrey Epstein. If you look at like Jeffrey Epstein's, like all the court cases that could have been, there's that one from 2016 that came about in regards to him and Donald Trump raping a 13-year-old. The only thing that did not happen was that I believe
it would not be a Kristina Ray Power report if we did not get demonetized.
Yes.
But no, you're totally right. Bam and I were talking about this in our chat. We were like, yo, we caught him in 4K already without
didn't get served. They just didn't get served. That was the only thing that did not happen. That's why nothing went forward with that 2016 case. So it's just so funny when people are like, well, Bill Clinton. I'm like, that's what's stopping the Democrats from going all in. They need to just stab Bill Clinton in the back. He's useless. We don't need him anymore. They don't need him anymore. Just, who cares? Everyone, at least release just the names of the folks that are involved. We don't need to see any details about the victims or whatever. Just say who, like Stephen King, for instance. Apparently he was definitely on the list because he's agreeing with Trump about this. And I'm like, but this is also the same guy who wrote A Child Orgy in It. So what do you expect?
Well, it seems like the Democrats right now are saying release it. That's what they put out the other day. Like, let's go. I saw Rokana talking about it. And I don't really know. Like, I haven't been keeping up with the Epstein list because I'm not on it. But
now you got me thinking maybe you are on it.
Yeah.
Never even been to Florida.
Bam likes leg space. So he might, if it's in between, Delta Economy or Epstein's jet, and then you do like a little layover on the island. Like I'm not saying anything, but I won't blame Bam. I'll say that.
Bam went there for the snorkeling. Okay.
No, Bam went to Little St. James, but it was an accident. He got on the wrong plane.
No, Kristina, I love your call out for Always Sunny. It was like, no.
Yes.
I went to the island, but none of the kiddie stuff. I was there for the snorkeling.
I like cold weather, but
yeah.
I know there's like the audio of Jeffrey Epstein talking about him being Donald Trump's best friend for some time, and I wonder, like, does Jeffrey Epstein talk about being Bill Clinton's best friend at that time? Like, is he ever saying like me and Bill were like best buddies? I don't know if, there are a lot of people that took that jet. I mean, RFK had to admit it. I think it was on Fox News, like, that he was on there multiple times.
Trump used it as his campaign jet after he died.
He first fucked Melania on that thing, and that's where they met.
Right. So, even with that, it's like, I don't know what Bill Clinton did or didn't do, but it seems like nobody told Democrats in Congress right now to leave this alone. Like, they told them just do what you do, and let's call these Republicans out on their hypocrisy. I was thinking that it would be like a 2-3 day story, but it is still like going every day for a while now.
Eternity later.
And I'm literally like, I'm gonna do this as away from the mic as possible, but I'm like, fan the flames. Go ahead, do it.
Oh,
do it.
yeah.
Like, let them fight. Go ahead. Like, this is nothing but smut for anyone, like center and to the left.
50
Like,
Shades of Grey
if you're
on this,
like, if you're anarchist to centrist, we are now like, we are all perverts together. We're like, let them fight.
Yeah.
This is going to be fun. Like, we can use this and we can like catch them up. Like, thankfully we have my boy Robert Garcia, Maxwell Frost. You have girl out of Texas. Like, we have all these people who are actually now on the House Oversight Committee, the Judicial Committee, etc. Jasmine Crockett, I was trying to say, who are going to now be fighting and bringing this up. And they have, not Zoran Mamdani levels of like media savvy and just like clout and riz, but like they are much more media savvy than like BBL Jim Jeffries.
Oh my God.
I don't know if I should bring it up now. I don't know how long we're going to talk about this, but I did see something that the ugliest man in politics, Steve Bannon, had to say about it. It was interesting, and it kind of goes with what you're saying, Dan. Like, the center and the left can all like be united on this thing, because it was interesting to me when Steve Bannon was talking about it at Turning Point's recent conference that Dan might have been at.
In the audience, cheering loudly when Charlie Kirk's uppercase head and lowercase face walked out on stage.
People forget that when Hassan Piker and Charlie Kirk first debated at Politicon, that I was actually sabotaging Hassan so that Charlie would win. It was the long game. That's exactly what I was doing.
What was I saying? Yeah, so Steve Bannon was saying that, like, Steve Bannon is like a true believer right winger. Like, he is an internationalist right wing agitator. He's in Brazil, he's in Spain, he's in Austria, Netherlands, France, just promoting whoever is on the right in every country. He is like someone who is like so against the left. He can adopt like whatever is the right wing agenda in each country. Like, the right wing agenda in Brazil is different than Spain, is different than the Netherlands. Like, and he's just like, I'm all for it everywhere. But when he was
play a 30-second clip of that Turning Points thing, like, it might not be the thing you're talking about, but like, just so people get a vibe of Steve Bannon there.
Go for it. I mean,
please put that human skin tag on the
stop me right in the middle.
This is a crusade. This is a holy war against the deep state. Donald Trump is our instrument for retribution. I don't want to hear Glenn Youngkin in a vest. I don't want to hear Kemp with his George acts. I don't want to hear it. Donald Trump is our instrument for righteous indignation. Yes.
So yeah, that's his vibe, as you were saying, Bam.
Yeah, it wasn't that clip, but he said that when he was talking about the Epstein stuff, I noticed that he said, if we don't like figure this out or whatever, like, we're going to lose the House and we're going to lose the Senate and we are going to lose the presidency. And I was like, that's really interesting because Steve Bannon is to the right of probably 90% of the people, the Republicans in Congress. Like, his politics are to the right of them, but he looks at them as the tool to get his agenda probably over time. And I was like, that's like the left, like we gotta kind of think like that too. Like, because for whatever you want to say about Steve Bannon, like, he's not dumb. Like, he is like out here trying to really push like that agenda. And he even made an adjustment because he used to be like a big, like, you know, Islam is trying to take over the world guy. And then when Trump got elected, you see him in Saudi Arabia with Donald Trump. Like, he's like, oh no, like, actually, like, these Saudi guys, like, they're basically on our side too. You know, like, they're not trying to get a global jihad. They just want money and they'll give it to us. So I'll do the sword dance with Trump in Riyadh. And yeah, and I just saw him say that. And I'm like, yeah, like, we're to the left of all these people in Congress too. And I'm never going to call myself a Democrat, but it's like, yeah, dude, like, we got to just be against the right. The way that somebody like Steve Bannon is agitating, he's just against everybody in the center to the left. I'm against those people.
Right.
That's
No
my
more
enemy.
strong, no more strong Republican Party bullshit.
He's like, that's my enemy. Like, those people, that's it. And I'm like, that's how we got to be. Like, that's our enemy, and we'll clean up the center to the left when we can. But
decades now. I mean, he is the architect of Gamergate. He was using World of Warcraft to mobilize this legion of incels to push discourse in this country to the right, and it worked. It was so effective that it essentially was one of the catalysts that gave us Trump won. And so I think you're exactly right. And I think people have a tendency to, you know, sort of categorize Steve Bannon in the same way that they would any other right-wing cultural commentator like Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk, but that he wields power in an effective way that they do not. And he is willing. He's unlike a lot of the other people in right-wing politics who sort of have to bow down to Donald Trump and bend the knee to Donald Trump. Donald Trump bends the knee to Steve Bannon. When Donald Trump steps out of line from what Steve Bannon's agenda is, Steve Bannon's on the phone with Donald Trump right now, and then Trump is walking it back. He has a lot of sway and is not afraid to call out Trump when he goes against his fascistic agenda. Regardless of the fact that he is one of the most unpleasant people to look at, it's important to pay attention to him because he is such an important figure. And I think that that sort of gets, he doesn't get, I don't want to say credit, but he should be more viewed as more of a threat than he is by the left.
His agenda was, he said he wants to take down the administrative state. That's what Trump is doing, right? He's firing everybody. Like, that's
your race, by the way, apparently. Ugh.
Jesus Christ. Dan, why'd you put him on there? I saw it.
It's called production. It's called production.
Oh God. Oh.
Remember that what was a 60-minute interview? His like jaw or whatever was like spasming, and I was like, everyone saw that and we were like, oh God, what the hell?
No, like they say, like, you know, like Trumpism is a hell of a drug or whatever, but like everyone in the Trump administration is on drugs.
Yes.
Like allegedly. But like I saw that Tom Homan interview where like he looked drunker than me on election night, and I'm just like, I cannot possibly believe, like, we saw it like fucking 10 days in, where Tom Homan was just like, sorry, not Tom Homan, but Fail son McFox News, the guy who's in the. Come on, remind me. I forget.
Hegseth?
Pete Hegseth, yeah.
Oh,
Pete
Pete
Hegseth,
Hegseth.
just like, on the rocks, just like a boy. Like, they don't care. They're doing it in front of our faces. Like, yeah, I just can't believe they're. I mean, no, I can believe it, but I'm not surprised. There's always this game, especially recently on the left, where we're seeing the right wing like kind of splinter a little bit. And I think this is kind of a very unique case, but like this is outside of what a lot of other people were kind of trying to say. But like, there's like two different sections of the right. There's like a populist right and an establishment right. And, they're all going to like level out. Literally, Charlie Kirk is like flip-flopping like an IHOP pancake.
Yeah,
at 2 a.m. Like, he's like, I'm not going to talk about Epstein anymore. It's not important. What I meant was, I'm not going to talk about it yesterday, but I'm going to talk about it now because my audience hates me. Ben
I
Shapiro.
trust my friends in the government.
Ben Shapiro. Okay, the Epstein stuff was like this, but actually, 3 years ago, I was mentioning about the Epstein stuff was very important. Bill O'Reilly getting caught saying that Biden was hiding all the stuff about Epstein, and then someone on News effing Nation had to tell Bill O'Reilly that all of the Epstein stuff, tip to tail, happened under Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill O'Reilly like actually short-circuited because they're all getting fucking dementia. Like, that's kind of the other thing I wanted to get to is are we smoking on the Trump pack watch now?
Is Biden gonna outlast him?
That would be
I know.
crazy. Sleepy
Yo.
Joe.
With the ass
Sleepy Joe
cancer?
is awake and ready.
With the
Sleepy
prostate?
Joe fucks. Hashtag Sleepy Joe fucks.
Yeah. Oh God. I mean,
Like,
Oh my
is,
God.
is Joe Biden getting chemo or something at this point? Like, what is?
He's getting adrenochrome.
oh yeah, he's got cancer. Doesn't he?
He's got the vibranium, dude. Like,
I forgot about that.
Really quickly though, before we get off this Epstein thing, I do just want to circle back to one point about the Democrats, and like it's really smart politics right now for them to be playing up the Epstein files, but I think it would have been moronic if Kamala Harris ran on releasing the files, because that's just not what mobilizes your base as a Democrat. I'm sorry, especially the hard attempt to appeal to middle class, upper middle class, like white women in the suburbs, which is a stupid strategy, but they don't give a shit.
Even Revolutionary Black Network is like more highbrow than any of this shit. Like, it's just it's so.
Well, what's funny too is that there's like memos within the Democrat Party, like we got to cuss more, we got to be mean, we got to play dirty. And I'm like, y'all canceled. Actually, no, y'all stopped Tim Walz for calling Republicans weird, and that was doing y'all so much favors in the polls. The moment you guys were killing in the polls, you stopped doing that because you didn't want to be rude and appeal to the moderate voter who will never vote Democrat. They're always vote Republican.
Mama's on it.
Obama will save us. It's totally fine.
Are they divorcing? Just kidding.
Anyways, glad to have you on, Ray, so we can exploit your knowledge of things involving habeas corpus, Magna Carta, and things of that nature. So what is rescission, and what's the difference between rescission and circumcision?
Wait, what? Don't put me on the spot
and
like
you
this.
say it's all on us that you get demonetized? Okay. Let's see how this is.
No. It's just like at this point, it's just like how low can we go?
Low can you go?
Like
can you go?
Whenever like the SpaceX rockets explode, it's just like, oh, this is just like we learned so much from this moment. It's like one of those things.
We should drop Elon from the stratosphere. Also, RIP Felix, what's his face, who dropped from the stratosphere and landed in New Mexico. He died in a plane crash, I think. Like he was like some like extreme athlete who like did crazy shit. And I'm like, can we do that to Elon and make sure we don't have a parachute for him or something like that?
Rip to him. But no. Well, the thing I was kind of talking about, like, basically Trump did this like rescission sort of trick in, navigating the executive branch to be able to reappropriate funds that Congress had already made to things like the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which funds NPR and PBS, BAM's favorite networks, ones that he trusts more than Democracy Now! And It's Going Down, are going to lose their funding in really crucial places. Like especially rural areas where they're not able to get their funding from a lot of other like sources because they're in densely populated areas. A lot of times public media is the only way where people are able to get emergency alerts and things like that. And Donald Trump is funneling a lot of that money. If you look at the changes in a lot of the budget, it's not going towards expanding Medicaid. It's not going towards protecting national parks. It's doing the opposite of all of those things. It's mostly going towards more ICE agents in the streets and more deportations and more towards our military machine under the guise of being America first. And also more giveaways to the rich and anyone who likes crypto.
Did you actually want me to answer the rescission question? Because I can.
Okay, you can. Okay, good.
Sorry, I couldn't answer the circumcision question because I'm not a medical doctor, but I am a lawyer. But essentially, like, rescission allows you to unilaterally revoke a contract because the other party has materially breached it. So, like, an example of that would be like there was fraud in the contract, or they didn't uphold their end of the agreement. So that gives you permission to withhold your performance under the contract and essentially cancel the contract.
So I guess like my question honestly like is why wouldn't like a Democrat, like, is this one of those like parliamentarian things where it's like, oh yeah, you can just totally do this if you want to, but it's like in bad form or like impolite or against norms to do this sort of thing?
Yeah,
like,
that's definitely why Democrats don't do it, because they have to play to the rules. I mean, in this context, I don't even think rescission really I mean, obviously it's a BS argument that he's making to justify the rescission, but I mean, it doesn't really apply here perfectly neatly because it's just the nature of government contracts. But yeah, I mean, why wouldn't Democrats just play the same politics game? Because they hate winning. They hate to win.
Because that's honestly like a good thing to splice out, because there's a range of things Donald Trump does, from like, oh, I just don't care about norms, to like, oh, I just don't care about the law.
Yeah.
Right. And those are like
there's no law anymore. So
no gods, no masters. Right. But like, it's like, it's like, it's the difference between I can afford to pay these 28 parking tickets versus like I'm gonna get arrested for a brake light being out. Like there's two different things, and like there's two different like ways to go about it. And it seems like this is more on the like parliamentarian side of, oh, Democrats could just say, I've got the law, I don't care. I'll see you in court, I'll rack you up in court, I don't care. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna do this thing, but like in a better way. But this is just one of those avenues that Trump is just like, I don't care about the norms.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought we were talking about Trump's legs not working no more. I don't even know where this is going.
We do have to talk about that.
What's the main cause of that? Not being an active person, just being lazy.
No,
it's a health bar.
What you don't understand, Kristina, is that you have a finite amount of energy when you're born, as Donald Trump has taught us, and that the more you move around, the less energy you will have later in life. So it's actually really important to stay as immobile as possible. That is the key to longevity.
Did you watch the Apprentice movie like I did? Because that's exactly what he tells the plastic surgeon.
Yes.
They're like, you just got extras. He's like, no, that makes you tired. Justice for Sebastian Stan. He should have won the Oscar for that. But
He's so
whatever.
lazy, he won't even bring back the bone spurs, dude. It was right there. Just like that.
Yeah.
I wonder, like,
Yo,
if
Tina, that's so
Donald,
true too.
if Donald Trump has to be in a wheelchair, like, what would that do to him? Like, he can't do that. Like, I think he'd rather die. He'd rather die than have to be wheeled out in front of the public.
Yeah, that's I'm picturing that right now. He wouldn't be able to do like a FDR thing. It would be just too embarrassing. He would feel like a dejected, beaten man.
Well, it's like not.
I'm here for it.
It's not like, to be clear, it's not like to be like, oh, if you are in a wheelchair or something, that's somehow like the degraded quality of life. It's just like Donald Trump has so much of an ego and such of a, like, and the Republican project right now, even when you look at what I was referencing earlier about the Medicaid cuts, it is like, as a lot of people have described, like, I think maybe it's been like Alex Nichols recently, but like, it is like a soft version of eugenics.
Yeah.
To say that, like, oh, we're going to make it extra hard for people who qualify for Medicaid or Medicare, but just like are not able to work or not able to, like, it's extra difficulty to like get all these forms filled and jump off through all these hoops. Like, it is so obviously kind of targeted to be at this project, which again is that N-word that Greg Gutfeld loves to use apparently now.
Which one?
Well,
I'm sure that he loves to use multiple ones.
He's supposed to be the right answer to Jon Stewart, but like it would work if he had the same type of like way Jon Stewart does his humor. But the problem is that he doesn't have that same vibe that Jon Stewart has. But for like the right, he just is mean.
He's not even the right answer. He's not even the right answer to Joey Diaz.
Yeah, but the right, the conservatives like he's our Jon Stewart. I'm like, how? He doesn't faint. He doesn't like yell at the camera and yell and scream and get outraged. And people like I've watched his like late night show, and when he does like his jokes from like paper, he only gets like two laughs from like crew members, not like the people on his panels. But it's like you hear like whatever. But it's like this guy's supposed to be funny.
I think that if Trump is in a wheelchair, he'll just hide for like 7 months like Putin did during COVID. Like, you'll only see him from behind the, what is it, the Resolute desk or the...
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
Yeah, the Resolute desk.
Yeah, like, he'll only be like behind a desk. Like, there'll just be rumors that he's in a wheelchair, rumors that he's like, has a walker. And then I just hope that you just see Biden like actually riding a bike again, and like how embarrassing.
Also, too, if left untreated, it could lead to death. And I'm not really sure if Trump's all about that health nonsense, so I doubt they're gonna do much to treat this. Because remember the picture of his hand? I'm like, what the fuck is this bad concealer? I'm like, okay, first of all, you're not using Honey Beige from Dream Matte Mousse Maybelline foundation. You're supposed to use if you want to cover up bruising, you go with a color corrector, then your concealer, because then it looks weird like that. It looks indented too. Like his skin looks so.
Yeah, that's sick. I hate that. It looks like he has ringworm.
Yeah. Exactly.
I haven't heard ringworm in so long.
It just looks like someone like pressed
fucking
in.
RFK.
RFK human ringworm.
Living.
Oh my god. Yeah, so like there's like, what is the actual medical diagnosis? Like his legs were swelling and something with his veins.
The actual medical diagnosis: fat legs.
I think what happened
chronic venous insufficiency, which is basically blood isn't pumping to his extremities well enough.
Ooh.
So, I mean, again,
and it gets closer. And it gets closer to like the actual like vein. Like that's why your legs look this color. Because I saw some photos of what it looks like, and I'm like, God damn.
Like
the legs are brown.
The legs are fat, dude.
Fat and brown.
Like, again, we saw it even during the first administration when we were like, damn, Trump is the most caked up president of the United States of America we've ever seen. Mm-hmm. Like, we all kind of knew that, like, And again, we saw when he
Yeah,
had the
75.
when he saw the Pennsylvania
Mugshot?
Turnpike. No, it was even the Pennsylvania Turnpike spread when he
Oh,
had
yeah.
the McDonald's and the Wendy's. He was inviting some college football team. You know, the healthiest thing, the healthiest piece of food I've ever seen him pose with is when in 2016 he was in Trump Tower and he was like, "I love Hispanics. The taco bowls at Trump Tower are the best." Like,
And then that file cabinet was opened up, and you could see all the Sudafed.
and if not that, the files titled things like csam.png. Like, not to say that Trump is that woke, but I'm within earshot of my cousin, so I guess I should tone it down.
So what's the chances he could die from this, or be in the hospital? Okay, let me not say that. What's the chances like he's gonna be in the hospital for a while?
Get it popping.
Well, here's the thing. You know how people without their insulin who are diabetic can die from a thing called diabetic ketoacidosis? Like, it's probably the quickest way to die as a diabetic because you just stop taking your insulin. If they don't come up with a good treatment, he probably could end up in the hospital and his condition could get worse. So there's that. I mean, I was looking at how it progresses, and it could get pretty bad. Like, it just it ends up spreading. Like your penis can get numb. Like all that can get numb.
Let's get it popping.
Ray, you're a doctor. You're looking up WebMD right now. What you got?
I'm very muted.
You're still muted.
Yeah, you're still
Right.
muted.
Yeah.
On a
Dr.
news
Ray.
show, and that is what happened in the news.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, literally, Aaron, not the penis. We're not thinking about the mushroom.
Oh God, you're back. I think.
I'm literally reading the chronic venous insufficiency Wikipedia right now and just control effing for death. I have so far no luck, but I'm gonna keep.
What about morbidity? What about pack watch?
It's progression, folks.
Yes.
Its progression can lead to morbidity.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, they get it causes ulcers, which are very difficult to treat, and they are painful and debilitating. Thank you, God. Thank you for this.
You know what's interesting too is that if he has ulcers, he could develop sepsis, and he can have like a negative reaction to an antibiotic, and that way,
I just think about Donald Trump. He's such a narcissist, and he's like the ultimate man baby when he feels pain. Like,
I don't want any treatment. No, bam. That's gonna be him. Like, he's gonna be like, I'm too big for this. Like, I don't need this. I'm fine.
like
I'm fine.
he can't deal with pain.
No.
Like, he is the ultimate baby. Like, if I can imagine like them finding out like what's going on with him. Like, he was trying to ignore it, and then like he was just hurting, and he's like, Melania, take me to the hospital. He's like in a blanket or something, or bring the doctors, and they're like, well, dude, man, like your whole
exercise a little bit more.
something, dude. And like,
can I present something for the record to prove this?
Ooh.
I present to you. Let's see. This was the 6th of October, 2020. This is a clip that we actually played on Power Report around that time. And this is what it was like when your boy, mask head Donald Trump, was dealing with the vid. All right, let me do this.
Oh, yeah.
Looking real normal.
Yeah. Doing his usual cokey face.
Breathing real normal.
You see that? You see that? What's up with that jaw? Oh, he's on uppers.
Oh yeah. Well, it's that Sudafed. That's what he does to. Again, the hairline blend in.
That breathing. See that? See? Oh, I caught it 4 times. Oh, 5.
Nose is stubby.
Easy breathing.
When you're breathing through your bottom teeth like that,
yeah,
that's uppers.
Like a Looney Tunes character in Love.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the breaths are getting tough for him.
A lot too. I've noticed it more and more. But he brags about not getting sleep. I'm like, yes, because I'm a fucking Sudafed neuron. Meanwhile, I'm like 12 hours of sleep, please. Give me my trazodone and my 2 muscle relaxers, and I'm out like light.
Yeah, well, we're just hoping for
the best.
Hoping for him to go through any of what these people getting rounded up, the mental anguish and the physical anguish. You deserve it.
He's not gonna like the fact that he's gonna get ugly, and I'm like, dude, you already were
uglier.
Yeah,
like the CIA might actually get like American Dad season 2. Back, the gang is back together. If the economy starts to crash. So, you know, like he's lost the people, he's lost his crazy ass base. If he loses the people who are actually in power, who are people in the financial industry of multiple different religions, I'm going to be very Rick in this.
Whoa! Hey!
Whoa! And you were giving us shit about getting the stream demonetized.
No, I was covering my bases because I didn't want to sound like the actual anti-Semites. Yeah, you know. Again, some of my best friends are Jewish.
Get it popping.
Whoa!
I can't be
And Christian.
anti-Semitic. I have Jewish friends.
And Christian.
I'm not anti-Semitic shirt raising a lot of good questions already answered by the shirt.
My lawyers are Jewish, you know. Yeah. Like what the hell, dude?
My lawyers are Tibetan monks, actually. That's why they're so peaceful, and I lose every single case I get tried. So, anyways, let's. I don't know. Do we want to? Bam. Do you want? Actually, no. Let's stay with some like domestic news because I'm actually curious, Ray. I'm very like LA and New York centric, especially like when it comes to a lot of what's going on with these ICE raids. But I'm hearing a lot of stuff happening across the country, and because it's either LA, New York, and New Jersey, and then like everything else. And you count as the everything else correspondent along with Kristina. No, I'm kidding. But like
the
Chicago
correspondent. Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say about the Midwest. I get it.
There's a lot. Actually, in defense of Chicago.
No defense needed. It's the best city in the world. But continue.
I mean, it's not really the flyover state when like it's literally where all of the trains and the planes go. So like,
thank you. We're not Milwaukee.
You're the layover. You're the layover state.
The planes go to Atlanta, actually.
That's true, actually.
Okay, not all of us are bougie enough to fly Delta all the time. Bam. I'm sorry, not.
Yeah,
not
some
like
of us fly Frontier. Bam. Okay.
I can't even afford to fly. Period. So.
Anyways, I want to hear kind of like what you've been seeing and like hearing on the ground in Chicago with like the ICE raids, because apparently those are picking up there as well. We just like apparently they're taking out 2,000 agents in Los Angeles, but you know, they say that now they got more funding, so who knows how that's going to be in the future. I think I'm like inserting my own opinion right there, but yeah, I'm curious what you're kind of seeing over there.
Oh yeah, things have been fucking awful here. I mean, obviously our city is a sanctuary. Yeah, right. Our city is a sanctuary city, so city employees, including law enforcement, are not allowed to cooperate with ICE, and that I think has been quite successful so far. That being said, it hasn't prevented ICE from disappearing people. There, you know, majority. I live in a neighborhood that's mostly Latino, but the neighborhood that has like the most Latino people is Pilsen, and the tamale cart sellers have not been going out and selling because they're afraid they're going to get picked up by ICE. They've taken kids from schools. The suburbs have been really bad. My hometown, just outside of the city, also majority Latino city, has been absolutely decimated by these ICE raids. And shout out to all the civilian journalists, the citizen journalists who have been covering this, because the local media isn't out there. But I mean, videos of people being dragged out of their cars, illegal warrants being executed to disappear people from their homes. It's been a fucking nightmare here. People are scared. People are frantic, and rightfully so, because these are heinous times. I mean, they kidnapped a man, because there's no other word. You can't say arrest. It's not an arrest. This is unlawful, deputized bigots going into people's homes and ruining their families and their lives. But a man who's lived here for almost 40 years was taken from his house, and as they were trying to execute a warrant against somebody else who just wasn't there. So instead they snatched up this dad who had been here since he was a kid, and left the family in ruins because he was the primary breadwinner of the family. So now they don't know what they're going to do. They don't know where he is. They've got no idea what's going on, and it's mortifying. And that's just one example of thousands. Yeah, things are not great here. I'll say I think people living in the city get a little bit more coverage, but they also have a little bit more insulation than the suburban undocumented immigrants, or even documented immigrants are being harassed. It doesn't matter if what your status is. They don't care if you look. It's literally the color fucking spectrum chart. If you are past a certain threshold, then they're targeting you. And it's really upsetting here in the city because we do have such a large immigrant population, including Ukrainian refugees. There's a huge Ukrainian population here, large Polish population. And not seeing these communities rally together to protect each other is frustrating, especially considering we are at a time where birthright citizenship is up in the air. I mean, do you think that you're not next? It's so frustrating. But I mean, there's been a lot of solidarity, and as Bam was alluding to, these white immigrants, there's not solidarity there, but between other communities in the city, tons of solidarity, lots of protests, lots of people coming out to support both Palestine and protest against ICE. So on that front, you know, Chicago has a strong union background too. So lots of unions are going out and protesting against ICE. Protesting against the genocide in Gaza simultaneously. But yeah, I mean, frustrating doesn't even begin to describe this situation. I mean, this is lives are being destroyed. People are being kidnapped. People are being disappeared and sent to work camps. How else can you describe this other than fascism?
It's really unprecedented. I mean, it's I mean, obviously we talked about it here before, but it's same in like like the different small cities that surround like Los Angeles County. Like it was crazy. I was like I'm subscribed to France 24 English on YouTube, and to see France 24 posting a picture of an ICE raid in Downey, and I was just like, this is insane that France 24 is saying the city of Downey, because it's like, you got to be really from over here to know what Downey is. And they're like, yeah, there's these insane ICE raids in all these different cities. But it was
like when DW was in Berkeley, DW from Germany.
Right.
I was like, oh my God.
Right. There was
German.
There's a car wash like not too far from me, and it's like some Arab guys that own it, but like the people that wash the cars are immigrants from Latin America somewhere. And yeah, it's empty now. And like, you know, like it's literally empty. There has been like some like people that sell stuff for different food trucks and stuff coming back. But there were areas that was just like a ghost town where it used to be thriving. And yeah, I'm hoping it dies down. Danny said they're going to get rid of some ICE agents from here, but it was literally like all over. I mean, I'm sure like the whole California, but here, like Los Angeles County, San Diego County, like there was like genuine fear among people because yeah, like you said, Ray, they're not. It's not like they don't have a. First of all, they don't have a mandate for what they're doing. Like they do not have a mandate, and they're not even like there's a video of a guy. He's like yelling, "I'm a citizen! I'm a citizen!" while they're putting him in the Ford Explorer from Enterprise. Like,
Right.
It's like, what are they even asking you? Hey, are you a citizen? If you say yes, okay, you can't prove it. You're not walking around with your birth certificate, or whatever. So they're just gonna detain you because you look Mexican or whatever. Or if you say no, I'm not a citizen, okay, they're detaining you. You could be here legally, you know. So yeah, it's like very unprecedented times. But there are some lawsuits happening. Now Ray is on the other side of those lawsuits protecting Border Patrol.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
But no, there are some lawsuits that I've been seeing down the pipe. I don't know if people can get like paid for getting detained unlawfully. Like, I don't know. Ray might know that, but if they can, boy, holy shit, hopefully they get paid.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think the primary concern is just getting them out of, this illegal custody. I'm assuming, and now would be a really hostile time to try to bring, a lawsuit for deprivation of liberty unlawfully, to try to get money damages, because of the current injustice system, as it should properly be known as. I mean, it is possible. Absolutely, you could sue for the deprivation of your liberty without just cause. But I mean, right now, what is the administration's response going to be? That there is a national emergency of undocumented migrants, as I'm sure they would describe it, infesting our country. It's a hostile takeover, however they always describe it, an invasion. And so the deprivation of the liberty of a few is a necessary evil in order to enact our goal. And you know what? There are some judges in this country who I think would accept that argument, particularly we've got 6 of them on the Supreme Court right now who I'm 100% Justice Alito would gladly pen this decision, right? I mean, if it was the rights of tribal members, apparently not. He's got a weird carve out for them, but but yeah, I mean, he would get away with it, and it would just be now is not the time, I think, to bring that lawsuit, as long as it's still like seasonable after this administration. I think that they absolutely should be able, they should be able to recover now, but I think that the primary focus of attorneys is just getting them out. And that's also been a fucking uphill battle. Tons of resources going into that right now. And mind you, immigration attorneys are overworked and underpaid, and there's high turnover in the field because it is emotionally exhausting work. Whether or not you're working with people who have undocumented status, or you're working with deportations, or if you're just doing like asylum cases, the immigration system in this country is so broken that like you could be waiting to have your hearing for your asylum case for 10 years and still never know when your date is going to be called. Never know when your hearing is coming up. It is completely dismantled and completely broken. And that predated Trump. Trump made it worse. And now the world is in shambles.
Well, he said the asylum seekers got to stay in Mexico, and I'm like, I couldn't believe that. Like, I'm like, all these countries in the world, when somebody comes for asylum, they let them in. Iran at one point had the most refugees because they're all coming from Afghanistan, and they let them stay there. They're kind of kicking them out right now, but
Bam, I'm sorry to cut you off.
For the third time.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I'll rub the Chiron in a moment. But like, Trump sent like 5 immigrants. Like, I think 3 out of 5 were from Central America, from a country in Africa I'd never heard of before.
It used to be called Swaziland. That's why.
Eswatini.
It used to be Swaziland.
It's a landlocked country in like
In
the
South
middle of
Africa.
South Africa, along with Lesotho, which I'd actually heard of before because of a nerdy video game I play. But like, Eswatini is taking migrants from America. Like, they're rounding people up. And one thing Sachi just mentioned too, that like, keep in mind there are also people who are faking as ICE agents and also disappearing people.
Yeah,
as
a
well,
lot of women
right?
are disappearing.
And you know, like it's kind of like a Superman meme pointing at each other moment where like local news is like, oh, we love to report on true crime stories and things where people are getting kidnapped. Also, we love to report on conservative heavy stories like ICE kidnapping people. Which ones do we agree with? If it bleeds, it leads. We'll just run them all. We live in hell. But like, yeah, we're any country that wants to take people is like doing this. Like, this is a full. We need to be like serious about what this is. I'm like, I'm doing a bad job of trying to be like, okay, how we like change this, but like I just like can't at this point right now because it's like it's so bad, and there's so many. Like, I listen to like, and I read Politico Playbook and things like that because they have certain scoops like that. But that, all it is just like TMZ for the White House now. Like, Lauren Boebert or people from Pete Hegseth's office or whatever will like leak things to Politico or Axios or whatever, and they'll like talk about these different stories. Meanwhile, I think like, you know, there are other foreign publications like, you know, quote unquote foreign, like the Financial Times or whatever, like who are trying to like actually investigate these things from a more adversarial perspective. But it just feels so vapid that a lot of media is covering this without the historical context that A, this moment deserves, B, that a lot of people were talking about during the first Trump administration and frankly during some other Democratic administrations as well, and C, those same things that people on the left were talking about, we're all getting chastised for saying, oh, you can't call them Nazis. Oh, you can't call them bigoted. Oh, like all these other different things. And you see what they're doing right now with no impunity. Like,
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. We have 3 extra very special guests this week, 2 returning champions and 1 newcomer. A new challenger comes. But yeah, first off, we have Alex joining us once again. She is known also as All Things Labor. Alex, tell the people hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Cool. Francis is also joining us. Francis G. If you go way back in the catalog, she was on the show when we talked about what was it? Ballot Line 2, if I recall correctly, Save the Public Libraries in Louisiana. Francis, what's up? Welcome back.
Yeah, hey everybody, good to be back.
All right, and finally we have again newcomer Kareem. All 3 of these folks, by the way, are running for the national political committee in the Democratic Socialists of America. Francis and Kareem currently sit on that body. And Kareem, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me. And this is my very first radio podcast appearance, so I'm looking forward to being here. Thanks so much.
Cool. Yeah, welcome. And yeah, it's really great to have y'all. And so I guess I sort of wanted to talk to, you know, as many of the folks that are going to be involved in this convention, because it's one that has really, really high stakes for an organization like DSA. We're sort of coming off of like one of the biggest victories that we've had as an organization in quite some time, probably ranks right up there with the victory of AOC, that back when she won her seat for Congress back in 2018 or something like that. It was 2018 or 2019, and recently now Zoran Mamdani has just won an election or a primary, but it's New York City, so likely, obviously, nothing is settled, but there's going to be he's very likely to be the next mayor of New York City, and he ran basically a very heavily supported by DSA campaign. There's a lot of really broad things that have been kind of going forward, and I guess sort of to kick us off, Francis, would you mind sort of telling us sort of what you're seeing as at stake, and I guess really introduce yourself first, and then sort of take it off from there.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, my name's Francis. I'm in Los Angeles, DSA. I first got involved kind of, like Jeff was mentioning, got involved in DSA when I was in New Orleans. And then moved to LA like 4 years ago. And yeah, I would totally agree,
4
Jeff. I mean,
years?
I know.
4 years since you moved to LA? That's crazy.
I know, it is crazy. It is crazy. Time just flies.
I know.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think we're at this like major crossroads for the organization, and the Zoran victory, I mean, it just shows that like this long shot bet that we've placed on DSA for the last 8 years, like paid off. Like our like political experiment has real traction and real roots. And I think like this convention is a big turning point where we kind of decide whether we like are going to double down on mass politics or not. And so I think we're in a big turning point, and that's also very like exciting for the organization.
Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. Just we're so lucky to have Francis here in Los Angeles, by the way. Just want to state that I'm sorry, Jeff. I know.
You stole her from New Orleans. You stole her from us.
I apologize to New Orleans. I love New Orleans. But just like an incredible comrade, and my involvement in DSA happened when my coworkers and I mentioned this last time as well, Jeff, but when my coworkers and I unionized the second time, and we were looking for support because we were just being severely union busted by this nonprofit, that had a lot of money, and we were looking for support. And DSA, it was at the height of the pandemic. We're like, who can provide any kind of support? It looked like DSA was super pro-labor. We reached out, joined the labor committee, and off the jump, they were like, what do you need? And it was one of the things that we did need support on was like getting like a petition sent out when some things were said that were like really egregious to us. And DSA had like a platform. And it was just so incredibly helpful. And not only that, other members, which by the way, we're running on the groundwork slate with a total of 7 groundwork members running for the National Political Committee. So we hope eight. Thank you. As you can see, math is not my.
It's you and 7 others. I know what you're thinking. I have that.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, it's just like, we're workers, we're rank and file, we're individuals that have like this lived experience, and I think we have like a diversity of a slate as well. And yeah, it's just really exciting, and just getting more involved, getting that support from DSA, and understanding how can we implement and how can we replicate the things that we've been seeing in all our chapters that have been successful, especially what's happening in New York, and Karim can talk more about that as well. But this is an exciting time, and I think this is why we're so excited to be running for the National Political Committee on the groundwork slate.
Sure, Karim.
Yeah, sorry. I think one of the things that I was going to ask for the prompt again, but I just pulled it back. I think one of the main things that I think, you bring up the AOC race and like the sort of contrast and, maybe similarities between that and the current moment. I think the thing that's so exciting about the Zoran race is how much like this is a DSA campaign, right? Like this is something that DSA, there's like progenited in DSA, like he came out of DSA as like a Queens electoral OC member. He was like a campaign manager. Like this is a DSA guy through and through.
Could not be more cadre, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no, not at all. And like he's as dyed in the wool as you get. And I think one of the things that's really exciting about that is like, I think to the extent that like we've had issues with AOC, it's like we weren't the ones that were, had been her home for political development. We weren't the ones that had, delivered her victory. I think, she has played, I think, a critical role in the development of DSA. I think people got really excited about her win and saw DSA as a place to come and, stake their political home. And like, I don't think that there is a Zoran without, kind of shocking the establishment back in 2018. But like, I think that is the key difference. And I think one of the things that's so exciting about this political moment is like, yeah, like as Francis said, like we have built a machine over the last 8 to 10 years that's saying like, normal people, like, I'm going to fight back. I don't have to take this. I'm not going to watch them, these jackboot thugs, steal my neighbors. I'm not going to, stand by as like, there's a genocide in Palestine. I'm not going to like, see my neighbors not be able to afford healthcare and rent. And I'm going to do something about it. And I think there's something really powerful about taking those kinds of political tools and putting them in people's hands. And this is the result, right? Is like, now we're on the cusp of winning the mayor of a city of 8 million people. Like this is a huge deal. And I think that's really what sets us apart. And I think really what puts the stakes of this convention into display is like, are we going to keep doing this sort of thing or are we going to turn inward? And, I think us on the groundwork site, we're pretty adamantly pro keep doing this sort of thing. Let's not turn inward.
So you mentioned, and I think this is really important that like, because so that y'all are clear on where you stand on this, you mentioned that there is a mass politics vision that y'all are putting forward. Is that juxtaposed with something else that you see in the organization? That's another sort of like major strain that you see. I think it would really be interesting to me to sort of like lay that out and to sort of hear what the sort of like pluses and minuses of both are.
Yeah, I think, and sorry, my dog is barking.
It's okay. We love you, Carmel.
She's kind of a drama queen. Actually, maybe someone else should go before I wait for her.
Go ahead, Kareem.
Yeah, I was going to hop in on this one just because I think like, I think our internal opponents, still comrades nonetheless, but internal opponents, I think, they bristle at the notion of like sort of mass politics versus sectarian as a framing. And I mean, it's certainly, I think very favorable towards us. And so I can understand that. But I think like the reason that we like this framing is that I think really fundamentally, the debate is not whether or not DSA should grow. It's just over who the next million members of DSA are. Right. And I think to us, when we look around, we see millions of depoliticized union members who are looking to put power in their hands, right? Like, you've got SEIU members in LA, as we were talking about beforehand, just, like saying, I'm not going to let ICE steal my neighbors and standing up and fighting back. And like, we look at those people who have made a choice that they would like to become politicized or are like in that sort of pre-politicization phase of, their political development. And say like, those are the next million DSA members. And to us, I think that's like the mass politics vision is like, like, putting that kind of power in people's hands. I think like, when we look at models, I think we look to the pink tide. I think we think about Bolivia is a really excellent example of this. But I think as opposed to, I think the alternative is, I'll do my best to do this framing here is that like, there are a million people who are already politicized, but like they have turned away from DSA for whatever reason. And right, like they're, whether they're part of like a book club or, they're part of like PSL, part of CPUSA, if we could just get them all under the umbrella, then we'd also grow. But I think if we have skepticism in that, it's one, I think that we think that there are a lot more people who are, sort of depoliticized and could become politicized. And I think, personally speaking, like, when we think about the sort of non-DSA left as it's constituted, like those are people that have made a choice to not join. And so we would love to have them in the tent, and you certainly have a home in DSA, and we'd love to have you be on board and build with us. But I think like, we think that it is a mistake to focus on those people who have already made a decision to not join in. Instead, look to the masses, look to unions, and, get those people on board.
There are millions of working class people that are out there that have no like ideological commitment. Like if we're literally just sort of recruiting in our own already kind of walled garden of the sort of American left, which is not significant, not big, and it's also not super working class. If I want to be completely honest, we look out and we see that there are millions of workers that don't have a political commitment, that don't have a political analysis, and don't have a way to sort of express themselves. and it is sort of really important to get to as many people outside of the sort of like universe that we currently have before the fascists do, quite frankly. That's the stakes, right? Alex.
Yeah, if I can add really quickly too. So when I say that my involvement into DSA, like super frank, at the beginning I was like, oh, I might not have like super left leaning ideologies for me to be even in DSA, like I haven't read all the theories out there, I'm left leaning, but I'm not sure, like would I be even accepted, right? And I remember like organizing your workplace is so radicalizing, and it could be a moment to get more folks involved. That for me was 100% what happened. And I'm not a unique individual. Like we know this is happening all over the country, right? Like workers understand their lived experiences. So, this kind of mentality of, like purist kind of ideology doesn't work. And I think anyone who's actually organized your workplace, you understand how difficult it actually is, right? Because the majority of people fall somewhere in the center of organizing your workplace when you have issues that are directly impacting you, right? But in building those relationships with individuals, we can get more people who are like, you know what? Yes, I know what's happening right now is wrong. I may not be able to like name it. I may not know, like, I know capitalism seems to absolutely not be working. Maybe I'm a little nervous about the word socialism, but that's why you have other comrades to be able to have these political education like courses and classes, and just being in community with other comrades that help you say it's actually okay to state it. Yes, I am a democratic socialist, right? And I think that's a lot more inviting than, if you're standing kind of on your ground of like, well, I know better than you, so you have to like, that's not that others workers, that others the working class. And I think it's really important for us just to be able to like just to name it and say, no, yeah, this space is for all of us. And that's how we on this mass politics like scale are able to actually make massive gains and things that we've been doing here in Los Angeles as well. But so yeah, I think it's one of the reasons why I was very like excited to join Groundwork as well, because it's a lot of comrades that have been putting in the work, who are organizers, and there's incredible organizers in other caucuses as well. But like the ones that I've met here, I'm just like really grateful to be able to like move with this goal, because I know there's so many people that are like that. There's so many people that are upset about both parties. And there's a lot of individuals who understand that it's working class values and solidarity that's actually going to get us material gains.
Francis?
I mean, even Alex said it, like everything I was going to say much more. It's just I feel the political outline organization right now is
I'm sorry, Francis. You're a little bugged out right now. Really quick though, you're listening to WYCD LP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning, Comrade. Yeah, unfortunately, you're frozen right now, Francis. But we can circle back to that in just a moment. I do want to ask sort of another question on that component. I just wanted to kind of put another point on it too, because one of the things you said, Kareem, that was like you said that some of sort of the people that we have that groundwork rather. I'm not affiliated with any caucus at this point, and I probably never will be again after some previous experiences. But I will say this, that you mentioned a sort of like, people might bristle at the mass politics versus sort of, the other approach. I do hear also people within DSA, and this is, I think, a much less useful distinction, this sort of like internal idea of DSA right and DSA left. I find that to be completely incoherent and something that is, I don't know. I know that during the Zoran campaign, there was, and maybe I just need to log off of Twitter, but there were people on there who were just like, question a lot of even getting involved in any kind of electoral campaigns, anything like that. And then, when this is successful, I see those very same people who have those same critiques trying to sort of like ride the wave. And I do welcome people to come in to do that. That's awesome. However, I do find it a little bit like, I don't want to say cynical, but like opportunistic for people to act in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's certainly like I will admit, like, it tests the limits of magnanimity sometimes, where it's like, but I do think, like, one of the things that I think is the danger of internal culture within DSA is that, like, it makes the internal battles and internal, disagreements, like, kind of the main focus, as opposed to, like, just sort of saying, like, well, like, I'm really glad that we're all on board, like, let's kind of move forward. And so, like, I think, like, when
I'm already hearing people talk. I'm sorry. I'm already hearing people talk about how we're gonna, like, hold Zoran accountable before he's even elected to mayor. It's like, let's calm down. Okay, there's going to be mechanisms and communication measures that are established between this, as there have been in previous campaigns, after the initial, like, the task at hand is completed. Like, let's not get the cart so far before the horse that, like, it starts running over the people next to, on the road.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like, I think it's one of those things where I think, I was thinking about this the other day, at the risk of just pulling in Twitter discourse, like, people talking about, Zoran and, like, the fact that he's going to be running NYPD. And it's like, I promise, like, you're not the first person to realize this, right? Like, this was one of the first initial considerations, is like, wow, we would be running NYPD. And so, I think, like, I think one of the main strengths of DSA is our democratic input. And I think that, like, if you are interested in tackling these kinds of questions, like, join DSA. Like, that's where we're having these kinds of discussions. That's where we're figuring out, like, what is our actual plan. But, like, I think one of the main reasons that DSA is successful as an organization is that, like, we have made a decision to try the hard thing consistently. And we are going to fail sometimes, and we are going to end up in tricky situations with a lot of contradictions. But, like, fundamentally, like, I think we all feel like we have a responsibility to try. So, like, certainly, like, I think, when we're thinking about, like, accountability down the road, like, I think I'd like to have him screw up, first before we're already trying to throw him under the bus. But, like, I think Zoran has shown that he is accountable to the left. He's made sure that, like, his base knows that it's his base. He's rooted in the Democratic organization. But, like, in terms of, like, the internal, like, how do we approach it? Like, certainly we bristle at the framing of, like, right versus left. And I think, like, the reason I was qualifying it in that way is that, like, I personally don't love to be, qualified as right versus left personally. Like, and so I bristle at that. I'm sure they feel the same way about the other framing, but, like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense when you really dig down into it. Like, there certainly are some things where the NPC does break down on those kinds of lines, but there are things where groundwork has a lot of overlap with MUG, and there's things where SMC has a lot of overlap with BNR, and there's things where, like, so even surprisingly, like, groundwork and Red Star can come together and, figure out a couple things. So that's all to say, like, it works as a very, very vulgar framing, but when you really drill down into, like, what does the actual internal, like, culture look like on the NPC and within the organization, it's just not as simple as it seems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You want to add on to that, Francis?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that we are, like, the right-left framing has really contributed to the, like, intense polarization and, like, hardening of like, factional lines in the organization in a way that, like, doubles down on this idea of, like, the big tent, meaning sort of like the leaders of these different mini organizations coming together and, like, just having a slim majority for one direction or another, instead of, like, kind of meaningful, like, hashing out of differences and deciding on an actual unified strategy. So I really dislike the right-left framing, both, for the reasons Kareem said, but also just because it's contributed to this, like, hardening of the organization along particular factional lines. And I don't think we should be building, like, a collection of microsects. Like, I think we should try to have a unified strategy where we all move in with collective action and actually, like, leverage our power.
If I could just really, really quickly hop in, there's just one really fast thing I want to add, which is, like, one of the things about the NPC is, like, to Francis's point, is that there is no incentive to work together. And, like, I think that is maybe one of the most poisonous things about the body, is that it incentivizes this microsect culture. On the other hand, like, the Democracy Commission was just a really successful project that we just launched as DSA. And, like,
can you lay out what the Democracy Commission is? Like, yeah.
The Democracy Commission was a commission that was formed at the last national convention. And basically what it did was it tasked, like, a group of comrades who were elected from across the organization to come together and research other parties around the world, research DSA, see what works, see what doesn't, and see how we can just kind of do massive reforms across the organization. And, I think, because that's all to say, we've had failed reforms in, I think, the last 3 or 4 conventions. And so DSA is still operating on a structure from like pre-2016 when the organization was like 10,000 people. So basically we've decided that we're going to come together and, good faith work together to overcome that. And the Democracy Commission had incentives to say, let's all work together here. And the results are that it has been really successful. We're probably going to pass a pretty significant reform to the organization at this national convention, and everybody is bought in. Everybody from the furthest right to furthest left caucus, as the vulgar framing, that's a huge deal. And if we can find a way to take that culture and put it forward onto the NPC, then I think we'll be successful. I think it bears thinking about how do we carry those kinds of good feelings in and see how we can work together. But I think it's worth trying.
One of the things that I've also noticed as I've been a member of DSA probably since 2017. I've been involved in 2 different chapters at multiple different at basically from the rank and file level all the way up to leadership level in both. And one of the things that I do find that's really remarkable, and maybe we can talk about this as sort of how it relates, but when it comes to the day-to-day functioning of a chapter or even political campaigns that take place, there is very little interaction that takes place between, or at least visible, from rank and file membership between each local and the NPC. Is a million miles between those 2 different things. And if you're not a delegate to convention, even if you are a delegate to convention, or even if you are you probably don't know very much about the broader politics of what's going on within the organization, the broader campaigns, and the only people that really do know about that kind of stuff are extremely online. And I do think that it's really worth pointing out, because it is when people start making these broad sweeping organizational critiques of something like DSA, they're oh, they are bad, they're a bunch of Zionists or whatever, or all kinds of crazy things that I do keep hearing. I just sort of think to myself, I know we had, one of the campaigns that restarted the Richmond chapter here was a ceasefire, getting the city council in Richmond to pass a ceasefire measure and to divest from investments that would benefit Israel. And that's one of those things. It's you can only make that critique if you're not paying attention to the organization, I suppose. Alex, you look like you want to say something.
Yes, I do want to say something. For me, it was just I'm from Southern California, right? And I got involved in DSA first in the LA chapter, but then I went to grad school up in upstate New York, and then I was in the Bay Area. So anyways, something that I hear constantly is DSA is so white. DSA is so white, and it's full of just white dudes. And I'm not disagreeing that's 100% probably
there's a lot of white dudes, we know.
There's a lot of white dudes in different chapters, but in Los Angeles, it's very POC. It's dominated by people of color. In fact, so it's interesting because it's I understand where that sentiment comes, or people, people that I've spoken to who used to be members are no longer members. It's because they had some kind of issue with the personal, with another individual, which is fair. We're human, that happens.
It happens.
But again, in the workplace, I'll give you an example. When we were organizing, there was one individual who was kind of on the fence. And then when we, just by process elimination, we were able to figure out how they voted. And so they had voted no. You're right. They had voted no for organizing. And it became such a an issue with people that had voted yes, right, that were very pro-union, that they cut this person off. They're I don't want to talk to you. I'm done with you. It was a very divisive
witch hunt type stuff.
Totally. And I want to say this is 100% because of the boss's doing, right? They want to create this division. And I remember in that moment being okay, I know this woman. I've worked with her. We worked with immigrant kids, and I know that she really cared about our clients. I truly care about my clients. So for me, even though I was incredibly hurt, because we had been putting so much effort to make to improve our working conditions, including hers, knowing that she had a lot of grievances, I made a decision to not cut her off, you know, and be like, you know what? No, like, I'm going to understand that she felt she had to vote this way, and I'm going to continue to have that relationship with her. And even though a lot of other people said, I'm done, you know, like middle finger up, I'm done. And it was because it was such a contentious, you know, like fight, even after election, when we're actually trying to get our first contract. We
Many
were
such cases.
Exactly. Yeah. In this like outlier, you know, that never happens. And she and we were losing our supporters. Our supporters were so fed up, and they kept quitting, and they kept quitting, and they kept quitting. And it was just like, we're like, we're about to get decertified. We're about to lose our election. In fact, they did file 2 decertification petitions. And I remember at one point, like I went to her, something like they said something to me like really like that was like super terrible. I'm not gonna say here. And I went to her and I said, hey, this happened to me during bargaining. And you know what she said? Because we continued to have a relationship, she said, what do you need me to do? And she signed on to a letter. She publicly signed on to a letter going like toe to toe with our president of the entire organization. And she's like, that is not okay. And that is 100% because of the relationship I had with her. And I think that's one of the things that, for me, that's why I do all things labor and have like whatever thousands of followers online, is because it radicalized me. Like this has made me realize that the epicenter of everything we need to fight for is through labor. And DSA is that vehicle for me. And it's obviously, you know, I'm not going to lie here and say it's like it's perfect. It's chaotic in many ways.
Insane.
It's insane. But so is organizing. And I'm not leaving organizing. I'm not leaving the labor movement because there's a couple of individuals that are upsetting me. What I'm doing is building more relationships with my other comrades and understanding at the end of the day, even if we're going to have disagreements, I know who my enemy is. And the enemy is the billionaire capitalist. That's who our enemy is. And I think as we continue to move in that way, we can understand, like, you know, what Kareem and Francis were saying earlier. Is just like that's how we move, and that's how we are able to actually build, by building these coalitions. And that's why I'm still incredibly involved in my union and also in DSA.
100% agree with everything that you just said there. You are listening to WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. We have Alex, Kareem, and Francis joining us. They are all members of various chapters. Kareem is from New York, Alex and Francis from LA, and they are all running for the National Political Committee of the Democratic Socialists of America. And yeah, I really did want to sort of like drill down on what you just talked about here, this sort of like this grace that we need to have for our fellow workers and for our fellow sort of like organization members, comrades, etc. Like that is something that I mean, I'm not telling you to try and find that online because you ain't gonna find it there. But like when part of the reason that is the case, because like when you're online, you don't have any stakes. But when you are engaging with people, when you talk to people, when you're in the same room and working together towards the same thing, or even if you have somebody who disagrees with you, you at least have to sort of talk to them and explain, or at least understand that like this is somebody who is committed to this, you know, organization or whatever, and they have a different approach. But I'm just sort of like reiterating a lot of what you just said here, but like I think it is really worth emphasizing that there is going to be conflict, there is going to be disagreement, and we're all comrades at the end of the day. Anybody want to add on to that? Because I do want to change the subject a bit.
I'll just say really briefly, like I think that this is all kind of tied together with different, like, you know, the incentive structure thing, as well as like the like for us to be able to work together on NPC. It's not dissimilar from having a coworker that won't sign a union card and then everybody wanting to write them off, right? Like I think that these things really are
an
all
organizing problem. Yes.
Yeah, it's an organizing problem, and like I think it's like, and same thing also with like, you know, people that I think had been like critical of Zoran's race who are now really excited about it. Like it tests the limits of magnanimity to be able to, you know, weather these kind of criticisms and then put the project before your own personal grievances with other people. I've certainly struggled with this. Like and I think that there's like a constant tension between like fighting within the organization to protect the project and also like fighting to make sure that like, you know, it's not the only purpose of this isn't to fight each other, but it's like a greater purpose is socialism within our lifetime. And I think like if there's anything that I think, we really suffer from a lack of from it, it is that kind of magnanimity. And I think, like, in general, I think, that's kind of something that we try to project as groundwork, is that, let's build DSA first. Let's build DSA together. We can disagree, and we're going to disagree vehemently, but as long as we're all on board and walking in the same direction at the end of it, then I think we can make this work.
Yeah. I do want to move on to, you mentioned groundwork a couple of times as the sort of group that you are involved in. There is a platform that you guys are running, and also a suite of resolutions that you guys are sort of putting forward at the convention. I guess, could you sort of like lay a little bit of that out for me? So I guess lay out what is groundwork first, and then we can sort of talk about the resolutions a little bit after. Francis, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, for sure. So Groundwork is a DSA caucus we formed a little under 2 years ago. We first ran a slate of candidates for NPC last cycle, and then formed the caucus after that, after getting some folks elected to the NPC. I think we some of the things that really unite Groundwork folks and bring us together within this organization is like a core belief in like DSA as this historically unique vehicle that we can use to build the party and build a party for democratic socialism. I think another thing that really unifies us is a belief in like the centrality of campaigns specifically. So not just like electoral campaigns, but anything that really pits like working people up against the capitalist class is gonna radicalize you. Like Alejandro was talking about. Like this is part of how we develop people as democratic socialists, and it's also part of how we just build power for working people. And it's like so I think the kind of centrality of like campaigns that pit us against the capitalist class and like put us into motion, I think is a big part of what unifies Groundwork. And then through that is this process of like class formation and like helping all of our like part of the class, part of this this agent that had like unique. Oh, is my Wi-Fi bad again?
Yeah, you dropped out for a second there. Just kind of 10 second rewind.
Okay. Well, centrality of campaigns, class formation, and like DSA will be the party. I think those are like three key things that really unify Groundwork.
Kareem, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Francis really nailed it. I think overall, like, this belief in building DSA first is, I think, at core what brings us together. In terms of like the actually, sorry, it's a little loud where I am. I'm going to pass it to Alex. But okay, cool. I wasn't sure if you could. But yeah, basically, like, this idea that like campaigns build DSA, I think, is really fundamental to us as Groundwork. Like, I used to be the chapter chair of DC DSA, and like we had this working group centered formation, and it used to drive me crazy because it's just like this group of people who meet once a month, once every week, whatever, and like, what's the work that's being carried forward, right? Like, those working groups could produce campaigns, but really what motivates members into action is, having something that they can like feel ownership over, right? Like, so when you think about like the Zoran campaign, like we were able to tap 50,000 volunteers for that because of the fact that it's like low pre-needed skill level. You just show up and say, I want to talk to my neighbors, help me talk to my neighbors. And then that's how you tap people in to build DSA, right? Like, as opposed to just like, now you got to come to this working group meeting once a week and we're going to talk about something, and then maybe once every 6 months, like, it'll be a vote that matters kind of thing. But like, that's not a model that excites people. It's not a model that mobilizes people. I think when we think about the way that campaigns work, it's like, how do you actually get people out? And like, these models have shown time and time again that, campaigns really drive people into action.
Yeah. And on that note, like I said just a moment ago, y'all have put forward a suite of so a resolution is sort of something put forward to essentially make priorities for the organization at the national level going forward, and you guys have put forward a number of those. Who wants to talk about that one? Alex, you want to pick it up?
Yeah, I definitely would want some support from Francis Kareem because I know they've been working much more on it. We've kind of been holding it down in LA with just the rapid response that DSA is
Oh
really
yeah, oh yeah, just
with
true.
immigration that we can definitely talk later. But we have a really exciting one. It's called like fighting fascism, and I was talking actually with Francis about it this weekend. But it again, it's kind of just like Kareem was saying, is making DSA like that vehicle to fight fascism, right? And I think kind of going back to what we're discussing,
sure,
there are moments in people's lives again that with these lived experiences that make them feel power. And you know, organizing is one of them. And but then it's also doing things that are not sexy, like, you know, I'm sorry, but phone banking is not sexy.
No, it's not.
But it's super important.
It's so
you know?
necessary. It's like breathing.
It's so important. And you know, actually, I wrote on my Substack once called like House Visits Work. You know, because I went with UFW. We were doing a blitz, and I was with the organizing director, and he's awesome. Shout out to him. And we got into every house. We knocked in. We got in. Like if they were home, we got in their home. We didn't only have a conversation. We got in. And they were offering us like refreshments, what do you need to drink, etc. So for me, it was so eye-opening, especially someone who has used social media to organize the workplace with our coworkers. Like there's a lot of things that we can do as well that is very exciting. I'm also just joined the National Comms Committee to really kind of help with that as well, of the things that we can do using DSA and using the tools to meet workers where they're at, right? Which is online. And I've said this before too, but you know, sometimes unions are like, they're stuck in the 80s when it comes to being able to use tools to meet workers now, you know, and I think this is something that we can do, and this is something that we can like replicate across different chapters and across different states to really, you know, I had a conversation with one of our co-chairs, Ashik, who's also running on our slate, on our groundwork slate, who's one of the co-chairs for DSA, of just kind of like his experience speaking to different like left parties in Germany and Latin America that were talking about how they were able to really, one of the key instrumental tools that helped them revitalize their party was using comms and digital strategy. You know, so like, and I'm not saying it like as you know, in the Kamala Harris way, like you run a very like cool, go queen, you know, like
instead of having policies, you just have social media, and like they expect that's not what you're talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about. And for example, I think Zoran's campaign is a great example of this, and we're seeing other like progressive, like younger candidates that are running, which is great. But like, you can't run it only on that. You know what I mean? Like that's not what it is. What it can help you is when you have no money, right? And you have, you know, what was it, Kareem, like 50,000 volunteers and like that are willing to go. I mean, we had people in LA that were like from groundwork that were willing and ready to go to New York to canvas and door knock. You know what I mean? This is exciting. So like, how do we use all these different tools and all our different skill sets to be able to do this? And one of the major ones, back to your resolutions, was the fighting fascism, and kind of just really setting the plan in motion to figure out how to do that with our organization.
Yeah, and also just really quick to add on to that, and then there's something I want to talk about, which is, but yeah, the thing I wanted to stick onto that is like, you know, one of the things that I think was really successful with the communications plan, especially, was that, you know, Zoran spoke to voters like adults, right? Like there wasn't like this kind of like glitzy, glammy, just like all flash, no substance. Like they're very well produced videos, and you know, but they're not gimmicky, right? Like it's like, your rent is too high, I'm gonna freeze it, right? And like it helps.
Very direct messaging.
Yeah, it helps to have a very good looking guy, you know, be able to look straight into the camera and speak.
He is handsome, isn't
like,
he?
He's very handsome, but like I think it's like he didn't, like if he was running on that just kind of flash and no substance, then like I think he'd be exactly in the waste bin with, you know, everybody else that's tried that strategy. Like there's substance to the message, and that's really what drives it. But yeah, in terms of the resolutions, I'm really excited about. I think there's just a few offhand. The first one is, I think, build to 2028 in the presidential election is really exciting to me. And I've sort of come from previously like a school of thought about like being somewhat conservative with our approach to electoral, and that like, you know, we should we should swing, but we should swing for races that, you know, we have a good shot of winning, right? So state assembly, city council, places where we can deliver wins and run cadre candidates so that, like, you know, they stay accountable to the organization, you know, they don't just get sucked up into like the sort of democratic machine. My own philosophy has been totally turned upside down in the last few weeks, right? Where we've seen, I think, basically like, you know, a shock victory from Zoran that like shows that we can scale our politics like this, you know, yeah, inshallah, I should say. It's a shock victory for the primary, you know, inshallah, shock victory in general.
Yeah.
But you know, so that plus at the same time, federally, Democrats have just totally rolled over in the face of the big beautiful bill thing, right? So like, you know, you've seen
they would rather attack Zoran Mamdani nationally and have that be their top priority than to stop $800 million in Medicaid cuts and, you know, huge transfers of wealth to the wealthy and making ICE as well funded as more than most militaries in the world. It is
exactly
insane. Like,
100%.
when you look at it, the Democrats' priorities are what they've always been. It's just like seeing it in real time when the stakes are so high. I'm sorry, I could not help. I just exploded with words.
You're absolutely right. Like, I mean, that's like, and you can't separate these things, right? Like, there's a reason that we won this race, and there's a reason that, you know, they failed to really meet the moment here, right? And like, I just really briefly, I just want to say, like, people who the immediate criticism is like, well, they don't have majorities in either chamber. What could they do? That was also the case in Trump 1 for the first 2 years. And what they were able to do was they marshaled mass support, right? They said, like, you know, hey, if you're anti-Trump, get out into the streets, call your senator. And like, they were able to flip Republicans to prevent the worst things from happening last time, right? And they just have totally not done any of that. And so what that has left is a vacuum, a DSA-sized vacuum for us to fill. And I think that, like, when we're looking at putting power in people's hands, this is the type of thing that people are looking to get involved with, right? So, like, it's campaigns that shake up the status quo. It's voting for candidates who are actually going to fight for you. It's about, you know, like, actually, like, meeting a moment and organizing the masses to, like, stand up for our comrades and neighbors. So when we start, the reason I bring this up is to say, like, 2028, now we have this huge opportunity that, like, even 6 months ago, I would have probably said, you're crazy. What do you mean DSA is going to run a presidential candidate? And now I'm sitting here telling you, why not? You know?
Hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can. Can you hear us?
Sorry. I know we were talking about the resolutions, and I wanted to just also add the other thing that Groundwork is excited about this convention is an opportunity to just strengthen our internal democracy within DSA, and that's our one member, one vote proposals. So the idea here is that every member should be able to vote on really important decisions that we make at the national level. You mentioned earlier, Jeff, that there's this huge disconnect between the national and the locals. It's literally like just separate organizations at times, honestly. And that's because like Rankin...
And each local is its own separate organization too. It's like 1 million different people that have different priorities that operate different ways, but they just happen to have the same DSA banner. It's crazy.
It's really crazy. It is really crazy. And you know, you see what is possible when we really operate with unity. Like, I mean, Zoran in New York and like so many other just examples of just like what is possible when we're really all like marching in lockstep toward a shared goal. But anyway, I think a huge part of why that happens is because like rank and file members in DSA don't really have a lot of say into how the national organization is run. And there's two like really specific ways that we want to reform this convention. Like one is that if we're going to make endorsements of politicians at the federal level, we should have a member vote on it. And so that's one member, one vote for federal endorsements. That's how most of our chapters do it. You know, you go to a chapter-wide vote if you're going to have an endorsement. Why don't we do that at the national level? And then the other thing is one member, one vote for our national political committee. So having like rank and file members be able to vote directly on NPC members. And I think these are just two ways. There's definitely a lot of ways that we could improve democracy within DSA. Like sometimes we have we have a lot of decision making, but we don't have robust internal democracy. And so it's like we spend a lot of time like navigating that decision making, but we're not actually getting like meaningful input from rank and file DSA members. So those are two other things that we're super excited about as Groundwork.
And that makes sense that people wouldn't pay attention to that. If you're gonna feel very disconnected as a member from something like the NPC. If you know, I'm a rank and file member, I'm not going to be a delegate. I'm not going to go to convention, and like, you know, I got no say in it. What do I care who's on the MPC? Who gives a crap? Like, but like if you actually have some stakes in there, have some say in there, people might actually get more engaged with the national organization in a more meaningful way, and can also, it's also a decision that's being made by not the most online people within the organization, which we kind of need that. I don't. We need a like onlineification of DSA, I suppose.
No, yeah, I think that's definitely right. I also just wanted to really, really quickly highlight. We have one called DSA, Make DSA More Diverse, which the intention is exactly what it sounds like. The reason I wanted to bring this one up is basically that. So what it does is it reestablishes this committee that we've had for several years called the Multiracial Organizing Committee, MROC for short. And MROC is personally very near and dear to my heart. It was my first foray into national politics when it was first established. I think back after the 2021 convention, I got to go it was probably November of 2021 or sometime in 2022. I can't exactly remember. But it was my first time getting to go somewhere to meet people who are doing the thing that I am doing nationally, right? Like I was already really involved in my chapter. I think I was the chair of the DC DSA at that point, but I had never really gotten to break out of my chapter. And just to meet like other people of color who are like dealing with similar struggles across the country, like it was a really invigorating experience. And it taught me like just sort of like how much is common in our organization, what the kinds of like common struggles that people of color tend to have. It's, I don't think that this sort of thing needs to be zero sum. Like there are other great groups that are seeking to elevate people of color within DSA, and I'm glad that they're doing that. But one of the things that's special about MROC is that it puts organizational resources towards talking to the people of color that are already here and saying, what do you want to see out of DSA? How would you change DSA? To make it more inviting. And I think that's what it takes, right? Like, it's like, we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. Let's just put some resources towards recruitment.
Yeah. Anything that would get DSA past the complex that it currently has, where it's just obsessed with how like white it is or whatever. Like it's definitely something that's has a major impact on the organization. And I also do feel like there are some people within the organization that sort of take advantage of that.
Really fast, just to tie it all together. Also, like in terms of like our vision for this being campaigns based, like, in my experience, like hemming and hawing a lot about like DSA being too white has not been the thing that brings people of color to the organization. No. I think it just highlights highlights the fact that we have a lot of white people, and it puts off people who might otherwise.
And they're doing the annoying thing where they like whine about how white their thing is.
Exactly. Totally. And you know what the largest organizations of people of color are in this country? They are unions, SEIU locals, right? Like these are like this is like by far the biggest groups of Black and brown people in this country. And the times when DSA has gotten more diverse is when we have fought and won successful campaigns with labor, and that's both like, strike support. It's things that like, partner directly with unions. It's getting unions into our electoral campaigns. Like DC DSA, after we won a race back in 2022, Unite Here 25 reached out to us and said, how can we get closer? Because you guys are winning races and we like the things you're saying. So let's operate this. Unite Here 25, that's hotel workers in DC, right? Like that's not our traditional base. Like Zoran's campaign activated Muslim voters that had never been activated before. That's not our traditional base. And now those people are talking about our ideas and they're willing to join us, right? Like we had a South Asians and Muslims and Arabs chat in for the campaign. And like we recruited massively out of that, right? So it's like campaigns drive people into DSA. Not hemming and hawing about what our organization already is. So let's do that, right? Like let's go and win something, and they'll want to join. Like just simple as that.
100%. And kind of like moving forward as sort of like, you listen to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. Good morning, Comrade. Alex, Kareem, and Francis are joining us on the show. When you look, I guess, and we have about 10 minutes remaining. When you look at the next 2 years to 4 years of the organization and how, we're in extremely tumultuous times. There is a really, I asked this question to a couple of different people who have come on the show representing DSA. But like the really hard thing that I keep seeing right now is that we have a million fires that are happening all at once. And my question is, how do you prioritize what you're going to be doing in that sort of insane climate where it feels like the bottom is falling out within the society? Alex, you want to take that?
I'm sorry, Jeff, can you repeat that?
How do you prioritize what, you know, an organization like DSA is going to be doing in the sort of like tumultuous, like insane situation that we're currently in? I mean, we have, you know, the president sending, they're sending freaking National Guard and Marines into your city. And like, how do you maintain, you know, your eye on the ball as an organization when you have like insane fires to put out all at once? You know?
Yeah. No, it's tough. And I mean, even here in Los Angeles, like I'm part of the immigration working group here for DSA, and which is a part of the LARN, which is the Los Angeles Rapid Response Network, which has unions and different faith groups, like just like all involved because Los Angeles County is massive, right? And like and I think people who are not from here may not understand that, like, oh, well, you guys are quickly able to like get to a place or another. That's not true. You know what I mean? Like it takes an hour and a half to get from one area of LA to the other. That's maybe only 10 miles away. So like, anyways, all this to say that with everything that is going on, and I know at least personally, like these are moments where even though it's incredibly tiring and scary, and like I come from a family of immigrants, I have family members who are undocumented. It's incredibly scary. But it's also a moment that just fills me with so much joy and hope, because the way that our community has responded, and the DMs, we have a couple of videos that have gone viral talking about how to know your rights to different businesses, to prepare businesses in case of an ICE raid, right? It's like, what are your rights as a business owner, and what are your rights? And it's wild to see, like, we did a training with the Chamber of Commerce of like a different part of the city, and it's just like, at first I was like, oh, but this is what we mean in terms of like fighting back and protecting our own. And there was the first few weeks, it was very little nights of sleep, because we were going to these protests. We were in Chinatown. Francis and I actually were in Chinatown, where we got informed that there might have been a raid, or that Tom Homan was going to come and like do some kind of press conference in Chinatown. We pull up, and it was like middle of the night, and so many community members are there, right? And and I know I'm not gonna cuss, Jeff, but like there was people that were just like going off, just going completely off on these FBI, like they were FBI, like when and for Chinatown there was like 100 FBI agents or something. There were just people, just like the love. We saw this again happening when the fires were happening, when moments of immense like crisis. I think it's easy to lose hope and like feel your feels 100%, but also like lean into that solidarity, and that fuels me. When I see people like, hey, like let's pull up at this hotel. We know ICE is going there. I'm like, well, let me pull out my trumpet. I haven't played in years, but who cares? And
the videos are amazing, by the way.
And now I'm seeing videos of people with their trombones out, and I'm like, that's right. You know what I mean? We got all the brass coming out.
Make some damn noise. Got a horn section now.
We got the whole horn section, and then someone's like, bring the mariachi, and I was like, absolutely not. They do not deserve to be listening to our beautiful mariachi. But you know what I mean? All this to say that in these moments where they continue to crush or attempt to like just stomp on us, there are so many individuals who are like, absolutely not. Like, this is the straw, right? We saw it when in Bell in Southeast LA, which predominantly Latino. They like literally stopped, like they stopped ICE from being able to actually abduct people or kidnappers. We're not sure, right, if it's ICE or who the hell they are.
Yeah.
And it was
when you normalize on like plainclothes thugs with no identification scooping people up off the street, people are gonna just take advantage of that.
And we've already seen it. I mean, like things that people have been saying about assaulting Latinas, right? And like taking individuals. We went to a Home Depot because that's nearby my home. They're like, hey, there's an ICE raid occurring. Me and another DSA comrade, like, let's pull up. We went. They had left at that moment, but we see the taco stand. So they weren't even, I believe they took one day worker, but then they attempted to kidnap two women that were there selling food, Wow. And they did take one.
Real troublemakers selling food, right?
And it broke my heart. They had a tortilla maker, like they make those tortillas a manos, like by hand.
Yeah.
And like the husband of one came.
Probably good as hell too.
amazing, like just like amazing food. And I just remember like just being like, I talked to my therapist and she was helping me practice like doing some like soothing stuff, because just like to be able to even share this story. But you know, I'm telling the guy how to use the ice locator so he can be able to like find like his loved one, and his hands like this, like he's like trying to type it, and I'm like biting my tongue trying to keep it super calm, you know. But there's other people in the community that are like taking information, they're like, oh, I already submitted it to the rapid response, okay, cool, like make sure we're not doing it twice. And then everyone walking down like people going into the Home Depot, people walking through the parking lot, and just like, okay, like who looks suspicious, you know, like, and then like, oh, what's a Home Depot? People kind of just like, you know, men just look kind of maybe a little weird sometimes, but like it's not, maybe not them, but it was just or people driving in like, hey, are they still here? And that's like, no, they're gone. Oh, okay, cool, we're just making sure, you know. And it's just like that amount of love that has been pouring into Los Angeles. And you know, they said they're going to be here for 90 days. Right. And what did LA do? They're like, all right, bet we're going to be here too, you know. And more people who are getting involved are people that are messaging me saying like, how can I get involved? I'm like, well, if you're a DSA member, we can plug you in with this and you can go to this training. We're having a training for non-DSA members as well, people who just want to get involved. Like, we're just figuring out different ways. We did a Know Your Rights with one of the locals for SEIU, so they can get their staff to do some like the walk the blocks. We're doing so much right now. We're getting city council to also get involved, which, by the way, because we have DSA members in city council, when they cut the funding for a lot of the immigration nonprofits that were providing like legal services and social services to immigrants, what did some of our city council members do? They threw money down. They were like, all right, cool, no, keep going. And that's 100% because we have been building up that type of structure in Los Angeles, where we know, like, if this is going to be happening, we need to make sure that we have DSA members in all places. And for me, it's just like that, like, you can't break our spirit, you know. And yeah, I'll cry a lot, but I'm hitting back to the street. I got a root canal. My root canal's done. I'm hitting the street now again, you know. And I think that's something that we're seeing with a lot of people across the U.S. You know, I had DSA members from Seattle and Florida DM me and said, hey, I saw you guys doing the walk the block. Can you give me this information? Because I'm about to start it here too. And now it's happening everywhere. And I think that is so beautiful. And like, how can you not be moved by that? How could you not be inspired to do more by that?
Yeah.
And that's absolutely how I feel.
Yeah.
Hello. Welcome in, everyone. It's your girl. It is a Tuesday, July 22nd, Eastern Standard Time. Let me see what else I could say that's very majority report intro. Oh, this is being streamed steps away from a very rich, bougie, gated community called Woodside. Shit, man. Anyway, what's up? Hope you're all doing well. I got new earbuds. I got the Raycon earbuds so that I can stream without headphones. And also, too, you're going to see me one more time tonight on Moon Night Extravaganza. So Tuesday's my day, it seems. Sorry. I keep getting invited on the power report, okay? What do you want me to do? You're not sick of seeing me, right, guys? Okay, anyway. So there's a lot of news. First of all, I need your help, guys. Please send tips my way if you can, because the GoFundMe too. I got all that. Stream out. Yeah, send it through whatever tips you got, guys. I need to pay my electric bill tomorrow, and it's $266. And yeah, my mom told me that we haven't paid it. I'm like, wait, what? Completely went over our head. So help, please. I'll also be probably calling for tips again during movie night. So But yeah, Kristina Day. Actually, when it was my birthday, the Majority Report Discord turned into Casual Kristina Day or something like that. So that was cool. Anyway, so yeah, I tried it and it was not fun. I tried Kick, was not fun at all. I just kept getting weird bots and weird people saying, "What are you?" And I'm like, do you not know what a woman looks like? The fuck? What? Huh? Okay. But we're gonna start with some sad news. As many of you know, we lost a legend. Of course, I'm talking about Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness. Ozzy Osbourne shared an eerie last Instagram post just hours before death at age 76. Hours before his death, Ozzy Osbourne shared an eerie Instagram post about going back to the beginning. The founding Black Sabbath frontman died Tuesday, age 76. His family confirmed in a statement, It is with more sadness than mere words can convey that we have to report that our beloved Ozzy Osbourne has passed away this morning. He was with his family and surrounded by love. We ask everyone to respect our family privacy at this time," they said. Osbourne's death comes weeks after he performed his final farewell show with the rock band at their Back to the Beginning charity event in Birmingham, like where Peaky Blinders is taking place at? Cool. Yeah, the Birmingham accent's weird. Oi. Okay, anyway. Benefiting Acorns Children's Hospice, Birmingham Children's Hospital, and Cure Parkinson's, because he had that. The day before his death, however, the Crazy Train singer shared a backstage photo from the event of the sign above his dressing room. His name was printed atop the poster with a picture of Osbourne and his 4 original bandmates, Geezer Butler, Tony Iommi? I can't tell. That's it. Yeah, that's it. And Bill Ward below. Back to the beginning, it read, the final show. During the 10-hour show, fans saw performances from bands including Slayer, Tool, Gojira, Metallica, and Guns N' Roses, while Osbourne himself performed some of his biggest solo hits from A Black Winged Throne. Hey, what a best way to go out. The charity event earned the name Back to the Beginning because Birmingham was the place where the band was formed. Oh, wow. And Osbourne said he wanted to get back to the place where I was born. Oh my god, he's from Birmingham? Wow! Like Peaky Blinders. Sorry. That accent's very tricky to do. Okay. How blessed I am to do it with the help of people whom I love. Birmingham is the true home of metal. Birmingham forever, he added in his statement at the time. The concert was personal for Osbourne, not only for that reason, but also because of his own experience living with Parkinson's disease. He was diagnosed with the incurable neurodegenerative disorder in 2019. For many years, it seemed Osbourne was indestructible. The godfather of metal has survived decades of hard living, including drug and alcohol abuse, along with controversy such as the notorious moment he bit the head off a bat during a live concert at Des Moines, Iowa. Did he also not bit the bite of a dove? I remember watching the 100 most shocking moments in rock and roll on VH1, and that he made it twice. Yet in his later life, he was a reformed wild man who suffered a string of health issues, most related to neck injuries sustained in a 2003 quad biking accident, which were later exacerbated by a fall in 2019. That same year, he received his Parkinson's diagnosis and also endured a bout of COVID. Oof. Years before the event, in 2022 interview with The Independent, Osbourne vowed, I will get back on stage if it fucking kills me. Because if I don't do it, then what's going to happen anyway? I'm going to fucking die. I love to see them audiences. If I have to crawl up there, I will do it. You ain't seen the last of Ozzy Osbourne. I can fucking tell you that. Amen. Honestly, you know what? That is so... I love that. That was, Wait, legend turned it into a bat? No, I saw photos of him biting the dove. There's photos of him biting the head off a dove, though. There's also video of him biting off the head. He bites off heads of a lot of poor animals, I'm assuming. But yeah, I mean, the Osbournes... I grew up watching the Osbournes reality show. Remember that? He always had the best lines, like the best things to say, Ozzy. And so, what happened was, without the Osbournes, we wouldn't have the Kardashians. Because that show was probably one of the first big reality. I mean, there was the Cinema Verite thing that happened back in the 70s, which was technically the first reality show about a family, which ended in a disaster. But the Osbournes were the first like mainstream. Yeah, I remember she did a cover of Papa Don't Preach, which was not that bad. Yeah, Sharon is on like the Brits version of The View, full of transphobes, full of TERFs. But without the Osbournes, we wouldn't have reality shows like all the Kardashian stuff. So take that with what you will. Just saying, guys. I mean, I like Ozzy Osbourne's music. I bet my uncle's kind of sad because he's a big heavy metal fan. He loves Metallica and all that. So I'm like, oh, I wonder if he if he probably heard. The dude watches conservative media all day, every day, 24/7. Oh, okay. Turf Island, The View. Yeah, basically that's what the show is called over in the UK. I'm just saying. So, and also, I mean, let's talk about something that happened over the weekend. As someone who knows people who do Jubilee, I have something to say. They need to stop. What do they need to stop exactly? Platforming the bottom of the barrel fascists who really don't have much of influence or power that one Asian dude with the weird hairstyle came back again. And from what I've heard, that dude works at Jubilee. Like he's just some random like aide or something like that. And he's, trying to make it as a conservative media person, but like, dude, you're Asian. They don't want you either, okay? I'm just saying. But we've learned that the guy who did the weird Tucker Carlson laugh, who keeps getting memed, got fired from his job. And so he's begging for donations. I swear to God, how the hell do conservatives have a better job to do mutual aid for themselves than we do for ourselves? I swear to God. Anyway, self-described fascist begs for donations after claiming viral debate got him fired. He also declared that he didn't care about being called a Nazi during the YouTube video, which racked up millions of views. Thanks, Jubilee. The meme. Anyway. Oh man, you mean I can't read this? Oh, anyway, a man who had admitted to being a fascist during the debate claims he was fired from his job and sharing his traditional right-wing political views is now asked for handouts. The man identifies himself as Connor and a fundraiser asked for donations. He used the synonym Pine-Sap, what the fuck, was one of 20 far-right conservatives who debate progressive broadcast of Mehdi Hassan as part of Jubilee Surrounded series. Shit. Oh well. I guess that's it. But it is funny though. Yeah, Hermit. Yeah, yo, that's exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to show any clips from that because I just feel like I'm just contributing to the these people. But I know people who do Jubilee videos, like leftist content creators, like One Hand Politics, Mason, who gets who goes viral for debating Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk and like owning your standard conservative influencers. But Ben Shapiro has fallen off since losing Candace Owens and Brett Cooper, the female version of himself. So, they do host like liberals, but the problem is that there's like no litmus test to what a right winger can say. Like it's like, yeah, you can say whatever you want. You can tell Mehdi Hassan that he should get deported and that he smells. And it's like all the other it's always like the same 5 people that always do those debates with the one person, but yet they have like 20 people. And it's like, what are you 20 others doing? Just holding up the red flag or whatever? I don't get it. But yeah, I know quite a few people who do those, and they say it's interesting because sometimes they don't even know who they're debating until like it's a surprise, or sometimes they have a feeling. Yeah, that's part of the reason why Daily Wire is going down, kind of like TYT at this point, because they got rid of some of their best talent. We're coming for you guys. Anyway, so I understand the need for debate, but the debate bro atmosphere is just not how you can get a debate. Back in the day with debates, you actually presented your side with facts, and then the other side would try to present their side with their own facts as well. And in the end, we had to decide who had the better argument. That's what debates were like to me growing up. That was the whole point. This is ridiculous. One time, we had to do debate about if race horses are tortured or not. Unfortunately, I was on the side that's like, oh, racing horses, and they're not tortured or whatever. Like, but I know people who knew people who raced horses, and my dad was telling me all the stuff they did to those horses, and I'm like, how am I going to present an argument suggesting that they don't torture horses, that they don't harm racing horses? Like, what? How? What am I can't. Like, I even told the people, I'm like, the other side has the right argument, and an argument that these horses do get abused when they're training them and racing them and all that. But I had to present alternative facts, basically. Like, it was the nightmare. I was like, I literally says at first, I'm like, let me tell you guys, that side has the correct, whatever. But yeah, he did. Yeah, since Ravana left, agreed. And also too, since also Francesca left. I mean, yeah. So, but those two stories, the bat and the dove, those are true. He did bite the head off of a dove, and then he also on stage bit the head of a bat. I mean, there's literally photos of both things happening. So anyway, so yeah, I don't like how Jubilee handles these things. Like, I just don't, there needs to be some rules and restrictions when it comes to platforming certain people who call themselves Nazis and say we should actually abolish the Constitution and say that Trump doesn't go far enough. I'm sorry. These people, the problem that we've had since 2016 is that society has normalized these people when they should not be normalized. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do not understand, like, why did we come to this point? Like, why? I do not understand at all. Like, can someone please explain to me? Just kidding. I probably know why. It's just Trump. Trump's normalizing things. He's normalizing, abolishing free speech. Speaking of that, nice little segue. Congratulations to Josh Johnson, who's going to host the last week of The Daily Show. Just kidding. Daily Show as new host as Jon Stewart firing fears mount. The best fucking news team on TV. Jon Stewart doesn't know whether The Daily Show will survive Paramount Global's merger with Skydance, the one Paramount was willing to settle with Donald Trump to secure, but the show is adding yet another anti-Trump correspondent to its hosting rotation. Well, staff writer turned correspondent and now host Josh Johnson will appear behind the desk from Tuesday to Thursday this week. Stewart will appear during his usual Monday night slot, but there is mounting speculation that it could be his last. His Monday night appearance will be his first since CBS announced Thursday it was firing Stephen Colbert and killing off the Late Show altogether. What the fuck is going to happen to that at Sullivan Theater? That's a legacy right there. The news sparked outcry as the decision was announced only days after Colbert called out Paramount for settling with Trump over his 60 Minutes lawsuit, calling it a big fat bribe. Yeah, the 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris, and she said something about Trump, and he was like, "That's mean. I can sue." Okay. Stewart has never minced words about the outcome of this settlement either. During his July 8th show, he said of the 16 million sentiment to sue Trump over the 60 Minutes edit of Kamala Harris's interview last year. I'm obviously not a lawyer, but I did watch Goodfellas. That sounds illegal. Yo, me too, man. I love. Go get your fucking shine box. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love when he references Goodfellas because that's like my second favorite movie of all time behind Black Swan. Thus, it would make sense if he went scorched earth in defense of Colbert when he gets behind the desk on Monday, which he did. Bill Simmons and Matt Baloney surmise on Baloney's podcast, The Town. He's going to stand up for his dude. He's not sitting this one out, Simmons said, as Baloney said Baloney said he wouldn't be surprised if Stewart just dive bombs the entire company, quits on the air, drops some F-bombs, names, and the whole thing. He's going to do such a good job hosting the last Daily Show. Choosing Josh Johnson for a new host this week supports Baloney and Simmons' theory that Stewart could give two shits. Actually, couldn't give two shits about appeasing what it's not could, it's couldn't. Oh my god, how do people? I could care less means you do care. Okay, you couldn't give two shits about appeasing what he's previously called Paramount's fealty to Trump. Johnson's non-holds barred takes on Trump have made his stand-up popular and catapulted him into the highest echelons of the Daily Show staff since joining the show in 2017. Wait, he hasn't hosted? He's been there since 2017? Okay. Johnson hosted a Daily Show segment last year where he confronted black voters with Trump's tone-deaf comments on race. And since Trump's taken office the second time, he's been tapped to rip the president on air for his on-again, off-again tariffs and his embarrassing talks with African leaders. It's fair to expect that he'll only fan the flames of anti-Trump sentiment on the show even more when he takes the desk this week. As for Stewart, all eyes will be on him as he prepares to break his silence on Colbert's ouster Monday night. Yeah, let me tell you guys something. I have a special connection with Jon Stewart and Donald Trump. I know what you're all thinking. What? What do you mean? What I mean is I got in the middle of the spring of 2013 feud between Donald Trump and Jon Stewart when he referred to him as fuckface von Clownstick. And then Donald Trump was like, oh, Stewart, not Leibowitz, you're a Jew who changed his name. You're ashamed of your heritage. And then he was like, Jon Stewart's overrated. And then I was like, I quoted Donald Trump. I said, no, you're overrated. Boom, 9-year-old college student thinking she's the shit. I didn't have an iPhone back then. So I still had a phone that you had to press like 3 letters to text, 3 numbers. And so I went on my laptop the next morning and I see hundreds of notifications that mention myself and real Donald Trump. And I'm like, what happened? I scrolled down and there it was. Donald Trump had quote tweeted me, called me a moron in the most grammatically inconsistent way. Whew. He said it was, I will say the tweet out. By whom? By who? A moron, Lyle, you? Without a question mark. Whom? Not who. Whom? And like is spelled Like. And the amount of people that went hard on that tweet saying, Trump, you got owned by a 19-year-old college student. Trump, you misspelled, you fumbled this tweet. What are you doing? But there were some people who were like, yeah, get her. And I'm looking at the time of this tweet. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, and I said, you were taking a shit on your gold toilet on Trump Tower, tweeting this out, and you still couldn't spell it right. He went on for days about this tweet, me calling him overrated. So when people are like, why did you vote for Trump? I'm like, I have my own history with the man. Okay. He could not let me go. He couldn't stop harassing me for the better part of a week on Twitter back in April of 2013. All because I was like, hey, what the fuck? You're doing anti-Semitism on Jon Stewart? Well, you're overrated. If I ever meet Jon Stewart, I want to tell him that story so bad. But I got in the middle of that. I think there was a few articles written about stuff like, I don't know, but like I was like, oh my god, the amount of comedians making fun of him for misspelling the whole tweet was just the icing on the cake. Yeah, so if y'all wonder, I have my own history in connection with Jon Stewart and Donald Trump. This was back when he was insulting people who would insult him too. Like he spent too much time on Twitter. I miss the days when he was just on Twitter 24/7 talking about. I do have the tweets somewhere. Actually, let me look it up. Let me see. I can probably still search it. Let's see. Real Donald Trump by Cosmopolitics. Let's see. Okay, these nails. Okay. I wonder how many. I mean, this is like 12 years ago. At Cosmopolitics. Okay, if I could find it. Oh man, the tweet is I think I know what happened. Hey, Alex, what's up? So I think what happened was when Trump's Twitter account got hacked, they like deleted a bunch of tweets, but I still have it somewhere on my Facebook. Man. But it was glorious. The amount of people that were making fun of him, I was like, I feel so good about myself right now. Yay. I feel so good. Yay. Because again, he couldn't insult me. He couldn't insult me. Like he fumbled. I'm like, if you're gonna insult someone, you first you gotta be creative. Like calling someone like an adult, for instance. I like using that word because that's an old phrase to use, old word. DOLT, by the way. And you have to spell it, man. You gotta know how to spell. The insults don't hit when you completely come up with something unoriginal. And yeah, I should do that. Print out, post it on my wall. Yeah. Oh, definitely. I think that's what I should do. I should probably do that. Yeah. That would be hilarious though. I'd be like, this is it. Oh, well, y'all hopefully y'all have seen Superman ever since we did it on Movie Night Extravaganza with Alex. He's coming on back next week for Jaws. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Well, I got some good news about the Fantastic Four movie. Like really fantastic news. You know, I grew up watching Fantastic Four, the original ones, you know, with Jessica Alba and Ian Griffith and Michael Chiklis and all that. So, needing a good Fantastic Four movie, I'm like, the characters are good. I know the comics, but I really want something good. And leave it to have it with my man Pedro. We finally have a good Fantastic Four movie, y'all. Whoop, 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 whoop. The Fantastic Four first steps hailed as a fresh start for Marvel and glowing first reviews. What the fuck is Thunderbolts then? Chopped liver? The first reviews are in Fantastic Four, the first steps. Okay, come on, people, get out of the way. Okay, film critics got their first chance to see Marvel's first family in action ahead of the movie's July 24, for me, the 23rd, release. As initial reviews poured in on Tuesday, July 22nd, many praised the core cast, Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Ebon Moss Backrack, and Joseph Quinn, while also hailing director Matt Shakman's visually pleasing addition to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I like that this is a period piece. That's my favorite thing about it. It takes place like in the 60s. It's like, fuck yeah. Like I like to say this takes place in the same because it's got like a futuristic 60s vibe to it. I like to claim that this movie takes place in the same universe as Legion does. If you know, you know what I mean. Especially that 60s aesthetic, with futuristic elements to it. It just gave me that vibe. The Hollywood Reporter's David Rooney wrote, "The actors are so terrific and their chemistry so palpable that the hangout scenes in their fabulous Baxter building, penthouse, with a domestic droid that's like Rosie the robot from the Jetsons meets number 5 from John Badham's Short Circuit are some of the movie's most appealing interludes." Rooney adds, the director Shackman skillfully balances the humor of the family dynamic with the gravity of the situation they are facing. I herald his death. Okay, sorry. Entertainment Weekly critic Maureen Lee Lenker also commended Shackman for his take on the iconic Marvel foursome writing. He leans into the comic book kishiness inherent to the material, embracing it with gonzo gusto as opposed to trying to achieve any degree of gritty realism. While adding the film's setting is Fantastic Four's secret weapon, making the otherwise ridiculous sketching abilities of Reed Richards, the radioactive gentle giant that is the Thing, the den mother vibes of Sue Storm, and the cocky womanizing wiles of Johnny Storm into something quaint and retro cool. Oh, that's mom and dad right here. Okay. Variety critic Peter DeBruge calls the film a fresh start for Marvel, noting relief the Marvel film is one that doesn't require having to have seen multiple MCU picks. I mean, you might want to watch Thunderbolts. I don't know. Beforehand, to understand the plot or characters, it's common knowledge that The Incredibles writer-director Brad Bird had the Fantastic Four in mind when he conceived his beloved Pixar cartoon, which resonated with audiences because it focused on domestic concerns of a superhero family. Now, First Steps returns the favor, adopting what worked so well in that animated homage, especially the mystery of what mutant abilities their adorable computer-generated baby might have. Oh, he has everything. Jack's got everything. I love that scene where they're testing out his powers, and it's like, he could do anything and everything. Also, I hate the fact that people are like, "Oh my god, but that's a woman." Yeah, there is a Silver Surfer that is a woman in the comics. This is how I know people don't read comics, like these like anti SJW white dudes who like freak out about like Snow White and like woke like bullshit. They don't actually read the comics, because if you cared, you would know there's a female Silver Surfer. Just saying. Let's see. The Raps William Bibani offer pros and cons to Shackman's take on the heroes. The film evokes the grandeur of an early Fantastic Four comic and the many moments of humanity, heft, and even whimsy that comes part and parcel with that legacy, he explained. However, sometimes unconvincing CG on the Thing and a script that left more to be desired when it comes to the Fantastic Four's journey from humans to heroes knocked the pick down a peg. I mean, we're going to see more stuff come together for Doomsday, but also, too, in Civil War. But they're still writing Doomsday script as they're filming, by the way. You know, most of that, 95% of that movie is going to be CGI and nostalgia. We all know that. Let's see. For IndieWire critic David Ehrlich, commended the film's visuals, but found the feature lacking when it came to showcasing superpowers amongst the Fantastic Four, noting Shackman is too afraid of how silly his character's superpowers look in live action to have any fun with them, which is a problem The Incredibles solved too well and with too much comic ingenuity for this movie to simply try and ignore. The movie's in theaters Thursday, July 24th. Oh, yeah, that's right. July 24th. That's when I'm seeing it. Ha! I don't know, guys. Yeah, exactly. Like it's kind of weird. Let's see, Silver Surfer. Yeah, like I don't understand. Like it's like how there's been more, you know, Captain Americas and Black Panthers. Like so yeah. I don't know. Like a lot of people are freaking out like about Ironheart. Like she's a new Iron Woman. I'm like, that's not. I'm like, guys, just chill out. Or a lot of people are learning about Wonder Man. I'm like, yeah, that's another MCU character. He actually went to the premiere as Wonder Man. I'm like, that's how you promote a new show to get people are like, oh, he's locked in. Let's go. I mean, even Kevin Feige is like, you know what? Let's reboot the whole MCU. I'm like, you are so scared. He is frightened of what James Gunn's going to do with the DCU, and I can't wait, because that's why they're still writing the script of Doomsday, because they're like, oh shit, we got to figure out how to do something besides nostalgia bait and CGI. Like it's so funny to me. I am so happy that we actually got competition, because Zack Snyder's DCU was not it. Imagine being mad about ladies in movies. Tell me about it. Like seriously, like that's or even people of color. Like, it's still crazy that we finally get Mephisto in the MCU, finally, after all this time, which means we're going to see more of Aubrey Plaza's death, because if you're bringing people back from the dead, disrupting the balance of life and death, you know her ass is going to be on yours. Just saying. Woohoo! Which means I dress up and get my crown ready. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go. Wait. There we go. Booyah. Booyah. Sorry. I can't wait to get this cosplay done so I can wear this. Also, speaking of cosplays. Anyway, speaking of cosplaying, I'm working on Eve Teschmacher from Superman, the real hero of the story. Her and Crypto are the real heroes. I will die on this hill. You cannot tell me. Also, it was not Superman. Eve was taking selfies with classified information. Okay? And Crypto, he's the goodest boy. But I'm doing a cosplay of Eve. At the end, she's wearing like a purple dress, like a tight purple dress. And with like, I found most of the stuff already. It's maybe next week or the week after I'll dress up as her and do like a very self-obsessed type of stream. But also yesterday, a lot of actors from Superman have had birthdays in July. Yesterday was Sarah's birthday, the actress who plays Eve, and she saw my Instagram story tagging her happy birthday, so that made me so happy. So I'm like, everyone's like, yeah, you were definitely her. You're definitely Eve. I'm like, yeah. I loved her the moment I saw her in the trailer. I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah. I'm excited to see more of her, because she was just they're very tight-lipped about that letter hack. I just know the only thing I know is that she's going to be a mess, like a big mess. Like it's going to be the person behind Supergirl is now tagged to do Wonder Woman and a Teen Titans movie. Like that means that Supergirl is going to be a very important and very like excellent like movie being like executed. But people worry that Crypto's gonna die. I don't want that to happen because it's Crypto. Come on, the Wonder Dog. Come on, man. That's all I've heard. Oh my god, that's right. That's what it was based off of. It's been a while since I read that. But I just know she's going to be a hot mess. But like some people are saying it's not all completely based off the comic, and some people are doing like there's different things. I'm like, but here's the thing. At least James Gunn knows comics. You know, like at least he knows. He's a big comic book nerd. So he knows what he's doing. Can imagine it. Actually, I think Ravonna would make a good Raven. She did a cosplay of that a few years ago for Halloween. Really good Raven. Yeah, they always change shit. So who knows? If Crypto fucking dies, I'm going to be so mad. Anyway, I'm excited to hear Margot Robbie back as Harley Quinn. Yes. Yeah. She's going to be in a new Tim Burton movie, The Attack of the 50-Foot Woman or whatever. Yeah, Lobo being the villain actually kind of makes sense. Honestly, like that's like, I mean, yeah, Lobo is the villain in the Supergirl movie. Yep. Perfectly casted by Jason Momoa. I mean, he honestly thought he was gonna be Lobo in the DCEU, but Zack Snyder was like, nope, I'm gonna cast you in a role that's kind of different for you, but maybe it could work. But give me blonde Aquaman. But yeah, I'm just ready to hear Margot Robbie's back as Harley Quinn because I do not see anyone else playing Harley Quinn in James Gunn's DCU. Okay. Y'all know I love Margot Robbie. But yeah, Tim Burton's doing a remake of the Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, and Margot Robbie's going to play the lead. And I'm like, fuck yeah, Tim Burton in his comeback era from between Wednesday and Beetlejuice and Beetlejuice. It's coming out soon. I'm very excited. Yeah, Neil, that symbol in the background. Yeah, I like purple. It's my favorite color. Definitely. I'm very much looking forward to seeing like what projects. But I'm a lot of people already have who they want in mind for Wonder Woman. I'm like, just don't be someone who has killed innocent Palestinians, and we should be fine. Kal-El, no. Oh, thank God. I'm kind of glad that they went a completely different way. Like with Sean Gunn playing Max Lord. I'm glad they're not making him like a Donald Trump real estate guy. Hey, Cat. So like that's a relief. That's a relief. But I'm curious about a Teen Titans movie. I need you to give me the stone. Yeah, even Pedro was looking at her like, what? This woman can't act. My sister could play a better Wonder Woman. But I'm curious about who would play Poison Ivy. I think I would make a good Poison Ivy. I just don't know how she would be portrayed. Like she was portrayed in the animated series as like a pinup type, like a Rita Hayworth type. But then she's gotten less sexy, basically, which I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. There's nothing wrong with that. No, not at all. Your cat would play a better Wonder Woman. Oh, yeah. I think true. Get out of the way, Nat. Okay. So I have one more story for you guys, and it's about Trump. And this might have to do with a lot of stuff that's going on with him, getting his enemies to bend the knee to him. I mean, the fact that he's suing Rupert Murdoch, whose Fox News dedicates their entire programming to loving Trump. Oh, yeah, Carl, definitely. That's what I like about Tim Burton. After that Dark Shadows movie he did, everything went downhill from there. But as y'all know, I'm a huge fan of the soap opera Dark Shadows. We watch Shadow Saturday every Saturday on Twitch and on Tubi, because that's how we could skirt the copyright. We're now in a cult storyline. A satanic cult storyline. I'm like, where was the satanic panic then during the show? But I guess not. But anyway, let's talk about Trump. Okay, so Trump goes full fascist. Whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. The president is desperate to turn the nation's attention away from his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. President Donald Trump appears to be growing increasingly desperate to turn the national conversation away from his ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He spent the weekend suggesting prominent Democrats should be prosecuted over bogus right-wing conspiracy theories, and on Tuesday, he said outright, whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. He told reporters in the Oval Office. Trump was asked which Democratic figure the Justice Department should target specifically in light of Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's recent call for Obama administrative officials to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of law over claims that they manufactured intelligence to allege Russia worked to get Trump elected in 2016. But they did, though. At which how much they influenced the election, that's something that you can't determine. You cannot say they did not try, It would be President Obama. He started, Trump replied. The leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? He continued. He's guilty. It's not a question. This was treason. This was every word you could think of. They tried to steal the election. I think when I talk like Trump, I do that. Oh, I hate this. This is like proof, irrefutable proof that Obama was sedacious. That Obama was trying to lead a coup. Trump later said, what you projection? What the hell? It was with Hillary Clinton, with all these other people, but Obama headed it up. This is the biggest scandal in the history of our country. The biggest scandal in the country is that we had an actual insurrection on January 6, 2021, and nothing was done about you. You were not for treason. You know, like, come on. Several investigations and review, including a bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee review in 2020, have concluded that Russia worked to elect Trump over Clinton in 2016. Trump has repeatedly called the idea a hoax and has similarly been calling the Epstein scandal a hoax in the face of backlash to the Justice Department announcing it would not be releasing any more material on the sex offender and longtime friend of the president, despite Trump and top Justice Department officials, including Attorney General Pam Bondi, promising supporters they would release the government's files on Epstein and the elites potentially in league with the disgraced financier like Trump. Trump's history with Epstein has been under the microscope as his administration has tried to bury the story, the Wall Street Journal reported last week on a salacious birthday note Trump wrote for Epstein in the early 2000s, in which he allegedly wrote about how the two have certain things in common. Rolling Stone reported on the lengths the administration went to kill the story, which Trump has denied. Okay, then why are you suing them? The president sued the Journal and its owner Rupert Murdoch for publishing the piece last week. Trump is now going on the offense against his political enemies over long disproven conspiracy theories, ostensibly to distract from his ties to a sex offender. We caught Hillary Clinton, we caught Barack Hussein Obama. Trump said, adding, "It's the most unbelievable thing I've ever read. You ought to take a look at that and stop talking about nonsense." I like the nonsense that you're a pedophile. Okay, let me tell y'all something. Okay, let me tell you. Let me just say. Trump is not going to prosecute Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama. If he would have done it, he already would have done it. He's not doing it. You know why? Because he's a big fucking coward. Because he knows that he can't do anything. There's no proof to suggest that there was some conspiracy to block Trump from the presidency. So, yeah, I don't understand how gullible his supporters are, but some are like, nah, dude, you promised to, I mean, he's done everything. He's released the JFK, the MLK files without, his family did not consent to that because a lot of those MLK Jr. files are COINTELPRO material, basically telling Dr. Martin Luther King that he should, off himself, like stuff like that's getting released into the public. It's like, yeah, we knew about it, but like, I feel like that would hurt the family, that legacy is just not, if I would respect like the wishes of that situation. I would just want to release that Marilyn Monroe files. That's about it. If they do have them. I mean, they probably did. They did have her files on her because she was very pro civil rights and all that. But yeah, I just don't see Trump doing any of this because it's just all smoke and mirrors, just a big fog. I don't see. It's just all just distraction. The Colbert thing, maybe Paramount being bought by a right-wing billionaire like Barry Weiss. Like, yay! CBS's content's going to change. Good thing I don't really watch much on CBS, but even Comedy Central might just get gutted because it's just South Park and The Daily Show that keep the Comedy Central going, and that's about it. They tried other shows after Colbert, but they never did well. I did like the Minority Report or whatever with God, I forgot. Larry Wilmore. That was a good one. And the President Show with Tony, who does the best Trump impression ever. So, but yeah, it's sad that everyone's saying like he could do this. I'm like, no, he can't. What he's doing, what Trump's doing, is infringing on people's free speech rights. He is threatening corporations, granted private corporations, but also their public entities. This is a First Amendment issue, without a doubt. I'm sorry, but if I was CBS, I would sue Trump, but they're cowards. If I was ABC, I would have sued Trump. It's ridiculous that the universities, lawyers, they covered it on the Daily Show last night with Jon Stewart because it was like a 30-minute segment. But like all these people capitulating and bending the knee and kissing the tip of the foot to Trump, knowing he's still not satisfied with you bending the knee to him. He's never stop giving him an inch. You know why? Because he's never going to be satisfied, no matter if it's this big or this big of inches. He will not accept you. He will still demand more inches from you, to the point I can't even, like, just saying. But yeah, it's just crazy. Hopefully that made sense though. But again, just don't be bending the knee to Trump, because even when you do what he demands, hey Jake, what's up? When you do what he demands, he's still not happy. He's still not satisfied. You can literally like do anything to him, and he still wouldn't be satisfied. Like, I don't see this getting any better. I mean, we're at a time where authoritarianism is definitely here. Outright Nazis are being accepted into society. Though a lot of people are saying that those who express their free speech they feel like they're being persecuted for their beliefs. I'm sorry, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. If you get fired from your job for exposing the fact that you're a full-blown Nazi, I'm sorry, but if you get fired, that's on you. That's not, the government didn't do that. Your boss did that. Well, former boss. I mean, hell, I got fired from my political beliefs from a house because I was a Bernie supporter. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, she was a full-blown Trump supporter, and I said, I know for a fact you're going to be hiring that, because she does. She hires illegal immigrant workers. And it's like, hypocrite. Because we know this for a fact. Because she's thought that $120 every month was too much, even though her house was disgusting. Thick layers of dust. Hair, like she didn't, the only time the house got cleaned is when we cleaned. That house should have been a weekly house. I'm just saying. But yeah, I don't see anything in this whole situation getting better, guys. More and more people, more media figures, more organizations are gonna cave to Trump, give him money. He's gonna sue. I mean, we already see like Stephen Miller's like America First Legal winning cases because they're finding loopholes in certain civil rights cases. It's like I remember during the 2020. Was it the 2020? I think it was the primary. Yeah, it was leading up to the general election, and I remember hearing a commercial said Joe Biden puts black people first, and I'm like, oh no. I'm like, this is Stephen Miller. And it's like, Joe Biden doesn't care about white people anymore. And I'm like, oh my God. And even my mom was like, whoa, what is this radio ad saying? I'm like, I know. And so as soon as people started hearing it, they were calling in and reporting it. And then they removed that ad because it was just way too racist. And in the South, they got rid of this ad in the South, mind you. This was too racist for South Kakalaki. I'm just saying. Oh, we got raids. Thank you. Very much appreciated. My show's almost over. Before I go on my break, let me just say one thing. I couldn't be more proud of this space. If you haven't joined, please do. Amazing things are happening here. Anything could happen on this space. The amount of things we've accomplished within like a little over a month is astounding. We all never expected it to go this well. And I feel like, this is only the beginning and there's a lot more to come. And I feel like, we'll start bringing in more folks. I know some people who want to get involved, obviously, because they like the idea. And I agree. Yes, we just hit 3K. I'm so happy about that. Very, very happy about that. Couldn't be more proud. Also, another thing tonight, Movie Night Extravaganza, we're going over Life of Chuck, which is a really fantastic Stephen King adaptation. Is actually one of his better films, and also Tom Hiddleston finally is giving a chance to do something other than Loki, because other past chances he's tried to break away from Loki haven't been successful. But now he's finally being seen as a serious actor, and I think it actually might be because of the Loki TV series on Disney Plus. So that might have had something to do with it. They gave him more dimension as a character. So I think that's exciting. So excited. I mean, there's a few Stephen King books that are being short stories that are being adapted. But also too, Stephen King out here being like, oh, the Epstein list ain't real. And I'm over here like, Stephen King, the one thing you had to agree with Trump on was that? But then again, this is the same dude who wrote It. If you know what moment in the book I'm referring to. I mean, actually, no, there's multiple events in the book, but we all talk about how, like, why are those kids doing things that are not appropriate for children to do to each other? Why do they have to bond like that? Okay. Like, why can't they just all inhale Eddie's inhaler like in the miniseries? That would have made more sense. So, but that's what I think he wrote it during his coked out era, so that might have been it. I don't know. I do not know. But I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm glad too, John. That was weird. I love it. It's my favorite one because that was I got introduced to Rocky Horror and It the same year, which was like 2002. And everyone's like, I've witnessed two Tim Curry twice in the same night on Halloween. So I remember first time seeing those. It's like who does come to mind when you think of Tim Curry? I'm like, everything he does. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to head out now because Alex is going to have John Ross on, which should be exciting. Yeah. And I agree. He does look a lot like Forrest. So yeah, I will see you guys at 8 Eastern. So give me like 2 hours. Thanks for tuning in. We're talking about comics again, movies, Trump stuff, free speech stuff. We cover quite a bit in an hour, I would say so myself. But thank you guys. I will see you in 2 hours.
Hi, folks. I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate, and I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I want to talk about, and politics here on this space. I got my new Luigi hat. that I got when I got Donkey Kong Bonanza. Video coming on my channel very soon for that. Weird Al Yankovic shirt from the tour that I went to see in Madison Square Garden. Very cool. Could be a video on that coming soon. Here, matter of fact, this is my page. Everybody go subscribe to my page. I just listened to Tyler, the Creator, for the first time ever last night. His new album, Don't Tap the Glass, and it is awesome. I loved it. I can't stop listening to it. Superman review clips. I did the Clips album. Did a video on Bob Villain because I was like, hey, he's in the news. Wonder what his music sounds like. So I took a listen to a couple of his songs, trailer reactions, etc., etc. Mario Kart review, and my Twitch. I've been playing Tony Hawk on there. Gonna get back to Elden Ring soon, and I gotta go through that DLC. And yeah, we have a guest today, and I want to put him up. Well, please welcome everybody, John Ross. You gotta unmute yourself. Hey,
what's up? What's up?
How you doing? So
I'm good.
This is the first time, folks, that me and John are actually meeting and speaking to each other. John, you followed me on Twitch, I believe,
and on Twitter and on all the other
everywhere.
And you don't follow me back.
Discord?
Yeah. I would say
Okay.
I follow you on Twitter, and no big deal, but you don't follow me back.
Oh, well, let me do that right now.
It's all good. With the way Twitter's been going. Lately,
Twitter I don't check very much.
Probably
Blue
useless
Sky
at this point.
On Blue Sky I do. So let me go rectify that right now. But I wanted to bring you on and just ask, how did you get involved in politics in the first place? Because everyone's origin story, I feel like, matters in what got them interested, and why did you stay, and how did you stay a leftist throughout all the crazy shit that's happened.
That's a real. I'll try to give you probably the condensed version of how I got into like politics and really podcasting and streaming into left media. So I'm from Missouri. For those are kind of familiar, who are not familiar, I'm from the Midwest. I was raised, I guess you could say, Democrat. For what it's worth, how bad they are. Short order version, my first real political memory was my mom taking me, and at the time my two sisters, to vote for Al Gore. So this was in 2000. So anybody who is like older than, say, probably about in their 30s now, who are like kids in 2000, that was like my first real memory, was my mom taking me and my sisters to vote for Gore.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And like, I wasn't into politics at that time. I was just I was just into, it's just how I was raised, you know. So, and then fast forward, Kerry, and then Obama, obviously, in 2008, and that's what got me pumped up. Every millennial at that time was really hoping for a change, and then things kind of didn't go that way. And so we fast forward through 8 years of Obama and then the Bernie campaign, and everybody who is at that point now out of at least out of high school or in college or going through college, folks like myself, probably folks like ourselves, were pumped up for Bernie. And then I just got involved in a lot of like leftist activism, like DSA, and then started watching a lot of left media. Started watching Humanist Report, Rational National, Majority Report, TYT. Unfortunately, I mean, it's kind of a stain looking back.
Well,
and my
we all come at this from different directions. Like, it seems like grew up with this, stuck with it, and was just this makes sense and this is right. And because I didn't, my parents tried. They were Democrats. They are Democrats. They're MSNBC. They're very old.
Yeah.
Again, I'm an ancient being. I'm ageless, but they're even older than me.
Mhm.
So,
well, I've turned 33, so I guess I'm still young in the political sense, but I'm old in the common sense, sort of. Started watching a lot of media, and then when we were in pandemic mode, when COVID happened, all these folks that had good common sense leftist politics started streaming and started doing podcasting, and that got me interested because I was like, oh, I want to do that. Because I was at home, we were at home, stuck at home, and most of us were watching Twitch or YouTube and we're just fascinated by a lot of the content that was coming out, and I was like, I want to do that. So I had a really crappy MacBook at the time that's actually in that closet behind me, just broken. Like it's literally like
I have a broken MacBook in my desk as well.
Yeah, it's so I started streaming it'll be 5 years in August. I started streaming in 2021. And then also, of course, the passing of Michael Brooks was a big tragedy that affected everybody on the left. And that also kind of pumped me up to do, help carry that torch, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I started, streaming. I was really, in my view, I was really bad in the beginning. It's just because I was new. And once I started getting like better equipment and having stuff like this, better microphone, I started streaming, more and more. And I started getting into games, and because there was a lot of people that would just not only talk about left politics, they would start gaming and play video games and stuff like that. You're a gamer, so
yeah. I that's the stuff that I attached. I mean, the way I even got into it was, again, my parents were Democrats, but I have the best relationship with my parents. So whatever they said, I'm like, well, the opposite of that then. And I didn't even know what conservatism was really growing up because I live in New York, and so there's not a lot around me, especially not in schools and shit. But it was more entertainment for me in 2012 because I remember 2008 and everyone getting excited for Obama, and me being just cynical and like, no, it's not gonna happen. You're wrong. I was convinced he was gonna get assassinated at the inauguration. So I'm like, this country is not gonna let a black man be president, or a gray man like myself, half white, half black. Makes gray. I always write gray on every application.
Yeah, I grew up in the Midwest,
but like going into watching more like YouTube and Twitch, and then seeing the pipeline quickly I'm watching like regular gaming videos, and they're trying to show me like Ben Shapiro or like what was that dude's name, Sargon of Akkad, talking about Anna Sarkeesian and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, how does this relate to the Mario stream I was just watching? Or like,
right.
And then learning about what that was, and then finding out, and then being recommended videos talking about that from Majority Report, other leftist creators, and being like, oh, okay, this is deliberate, and they're trying to just mess with the algorithm and ride that wave and get into more people's feeds, and like how maniacal this is. And 2020 was a big turning point because that's when I started noticing Hassan streaming on Twitch. And then I'm like, the day that they called the election for Biden, because remember, it took a couple days for them to count.
It was literally, it was like an entire weekend.
Yeah.
I was literally on a bus heading to, I forget where I was heading to. I think I was going to pick up some magazines and related to the election. And then I literally saw like all these people celebrating after. And then I was like, well, you know what? For what it's worth, like he was not my preferred candidate for president. And this is probably going to get me some trouble with some of the progressives in the chat here. But, but I figured, well, I mean, we have a right to celebrate after 4 years of like not realizing what's on the horizon now. But it's like watching in the months leading up, because I gave Biden like 6 months to actually do something, and when he actually didn't do the things that he was that he promised on the campaign, I was like, that was the other reason for me to start doing this, was like, okay, I got to get in there and I have to be the best progressive lefty that I can.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I'm going to be perfect all the time. I'm going to make mistakes. I probably still make mistakes.
Yeah, of course. Me too. I'm definitely not.
You know, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I've shifted away from left politics for now, at least, and just did gaming, because I figured, well, I think it's best that people don't know what I really, I mean, you know, it's like people should know what I think, but it's also like, it's hard. Also, I'm autistic, so if anyone out there is a fellow autistic on the spectrum, you will know that it is a lot hard for some people to articulate our thoughts, you know, 100%.
Oh,
and
sure.
So, you know, like I say stuff like, you know, a lot, and I and whatnot, but
it's also camera shot. Any first rule of physics, anything on camera is behaving differently than it would be if it's not on camera.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's like, you know, and the ironic, that is a really good water jug, by the way.
I love it.
That is a hell of a good water
Ginormous.
jug.
It's all covered.
You and me both with this water. Like, I literally before we went on the air, I just like literally was like, I gotta get my water fill. Yeah. So it was like, the ironic thing is that I have a very like introverted personality. Like I can be introverted and extroverted at the same time. Because when I come on places like this, because I, you know, do interviews on YouTube and Twitch, right? Game on Twitch, and I do interviews on YouTube. Go sub if you're interested. You know, I write everything down, and I ask all the questions, and most people that have been in this chat, you know, have been in my YouTube. And after it's over, it's like it's over and done. It's like I'm just gonna go back until I can want to do this again. But I think now I'm trying to do this full time, even though I'm going back to school in next month. I was about to say in August, and I was like, dude, August is literally, yeah, it's like, oh,
well, yeah,
boy.
we all, you know, we wish that this could be our full-time gigs. Like Kristina was saying, this space is keeping growing. We hit 3,000. That's awesome. I want to keep getting up there. I want everyone to collaborate. I want to be on everybody's show. I want everybody on my show. I got interviews lined up for the next couple of weeks. I got interview tomorrow with Gina from Raw News and Politics. That I think we're going to pre-record that. But
I usually do the stuff
I'm
live.
so excited that Matt and Ben and Andrea started this.
Yeah,
space.
yeah, exactly.
Here in the chat, like y'all are mods, y'all are in all these chats helping out. And so you asked to be on this show, and I was like, you know what? Of course. Seems like a cool guy. I hope he doesn't freak out when he shows up. You know,
oh no,
because I don't know. But like, we met. Hey, it's going good, I think. And
yeah, exactly.
I looked you up.
I'm pretty. No, it's fine.
And I wanted to show this video because it's really cool. This was the No Kings protest.
Yeah.
And this is okay.
Gavin? I have to. Yeah, Gavin, right? From the Vanguard. I have to. Before we hit play here, I have to make a preference. I was wearing jeans this day, and it was so hot. I regretted that I didn't wear shorts.
It was hot as fuck when those.
It's fucking 90 degrees. Yeah, we also have to like. Also, but before we play this, we have to mention that Ozzy passed away.
Yes, we do.
So rest in peace to Ozzy.
Ozzy. Everyone loves Ozzy. Rock.
I did my whole thing where I was like, to Kim Kelly, who's like a pro-union writer who's written for like
she's great.
You know, she's big in the metal, and I was like, I was a quiet. That's the other thing about me. I'm a quiet metal fan. Like my dad, when I was 12, turned me on to like Ozzy and Tony Iommi and Black Sabbath and Van Halen and all the like the metal stuff, and that got me hooked. And you know,
No, metal is great for people who are quiet and introverted because you could just fucking get that aggression.
Oh
out
yeah,
of
yeah.
music.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so we're gonna R.I.P. Ozzy. I'm glad he got his final concert that he wanted.
Yeah.
He did it. He put it on. Everyone was happy, and then he got to go rest. So go rest, rock out with Satan and God. I'm sure they have a middle ground where they can go rock out together. Purgatory.
Oh, it's
that's
great to
what
see you too, Jake. I see a lot of people saying nice things. It's
Yeah.
great to see you too, Jake. I haven't
Yeah,
been on the
check,
show since we did the call-in on what you could do or what you can do.
Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, this was the No Kings protest,
Mhm.
and you're here in the car with Gavin, and we're just
Yep.
gonna play it and kind of go through it because I want to talk about, like you said, you're into streaming and whatnot. I still consider myself a filmmaker, even
Yeah.
though I haven't really made a movie since like high school. But I watch a lot of movies. I critique them. I know how to shoot, and the idea of shooting a protest,
Mhm.
going there, kind of doing Gonzo style, right? Like you got
Like
the
Hunter S.
people
Thompson
there.
kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I because I've always just been like, I'm not going to risk my camera getting broken. Like it's too expensive to risk. But I have done man on the street interviews for comedy purposes, but it's still the same kind of thing. So I'm interested in what the day was like here. So let's
telling John that I hope we don't get beaten, tased,
you wanna hear this?
arrested,
We weren't.
Pummeled
No.
by rubber bullets. John just said he's never been to a protest, so I'm like,
That
fuck,
is
we might be
true.
looking at some
That is
baptism
true.
by fire here.
That
So
is
you-
true. This was my first protest that I ever went to. And I feel kind of like bad because it's like I should have been to some of the pro-Palestine stuff that I had been with through DSA. And I'm like, man, you should have done that. You
here's the
know,
thing.
it's like
When it comes to protesting, I don't go to protests. I don't want to risk getting arrested. I don't want to risk getting arrested and then missing work, and then I lose my job, and that's like
That
a
is true.
whole litany of things. And plus, especially now with like ICE just snatching people, I'm mixed. I'm half white, half black. I look. People think I'm Puerto Rican, Middle Eastern, whatever. All of those things are not good to be thought of by the NYPD. So I don't go to protests, period. Never have. Don't know if I will. But something like a No Kings during the day, everyone in the nation is doing it. You go for a couple hours, you leave. Like, you don't get in the faces of cops and shit.
thankfully
I
there were no
understand.
cops.
Good.
Yeah, thankfully there were no issues with like police brutality or whatnot.
Good, because Gavin
during
seems
this
to be
protest,
warning
yeah.
you. Like, oh
yeah,
my
I
God,
was.
you
Yeah,
might
we
get-
were. He was warning me like before he went off camera. Before we went on camera, he's like, "This is what it's gonna be like." And when we pulled up there, I don't know. You'll probably see it in a moment, but actually, we'll just play it because you'll see it for yourself.
Let's check it out, guys. I'm mostly kidding. This is just Kansas City, but we'll see what's up. We'll see how gnarly shit gets. But yeah, a lot of traffic here as we're going through Westport, getting very close to the plaza. I'm already seeing some protesters right now. I might even be able to park right there. I don't want to get my car destroyed, so not going to park. But yeah, we'll be there in just a minute.
So let me ask for that. Is Gavin holding camera or are you holding the camera?
He's he's holding the camera. I don't start holding the camera until we actually get to the field where the protest is, like the park.
Gentle recommendations for you in chat. If you're going to do this and you have a passenger, have the passenger hold the camera.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just to be safe.
Yeah.
Don't try this at home, folks.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty packed that day, literally.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what Kansas City looks like.
And coming up the hot, that's that's how packed it was. But when we just passed it, we passed the hospital where I was born, St. Luke's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, that building not that sign, but the building to your left. That should say St. Luke's, kind of off to the side. That's where I was born.
Huh.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, so let's skip ahead here. So there it is, folks.
Yep, it was packed as hell.
And you want to get some good establishing shots, big
Yes,
wide
I think
shots.
this was Gavin. This might have been. I think this was Gavin. Yeah, this was Gavin. And it was like you're seeing it full time, folks. It was as Looney Tunes. Damn, it was packed. It was packed. We were trying to stick together. I was trying to stick together with Gavin as much as possible so I don't get lost.
And you know also, it's hot when people have umbrellas.
Yeah, and like also Zach was there as well. So because we met up with him, he was in the fountain that you'll see later at the park. I forget who he was with. He was with a friend of his.
By the way, that chant, folks, no KKK, no fascist USA, that was originated by a band called Millions of Dead Cops, MDC. And they were actually opening for a band called GBH. And this was the first concert I ever went to with my wife last year. Yeah, she's a big punk fan, 70s punk.
Same me. Same.
Yeah, so we went and saw GBH and MDC opened. And when they were playing, I'm like, damn, this is really good. There's a lot of good political message in here. And then they started doing that song. And I'm like, oh my God, they're the people who started this chant. I didn't even know that was from a punk band or any band. I just thought they made it up. Someone made it up. But I guess they made it up. And they also, speaking of Luigi, when he was getting arrested, MDC put out a post on Instagram and they were like, that's not him. He was at our concert last night. And they photoshopped him into a concert photo to try and like throw the cops off the scent. I love
What's up, Letterhack?
So fun.
Back in the
Letterhack.
What's up, man?
Yes. Yeah,
First
they played that.
on this
That was
space
fucking awesome.
as a gift.
I love that song.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. Sorry, bro.
So this is all Gavin shooting. And at this time we didn't have a selfie stick, so we had to shoot. We both had to shoot from hand.
So I'm not familiar with Kansas City at all. It's in Missouri, right?
Yes. Yeah, okay. Midwest Missouri.
Hilarious. And then what is this area? Is this like the central park?
This is the Country Club Plaza. For those, it's like a big it's like one of the well-known outdoor shopping places in Kansas City. There's I think 3 of them. We call it the Plaza. There's Zona Rosa. There is Independence Mall.
So this is like a big traffic area.
Yeah. There's big traffic. Stuff like stuff like this has happened also with like the pro-Palestine. Like this was actually much bigger than the pro-Palestine stuff because people could still get through traffic. Yeah. But yeah, this is the Plaza. This is like the edge of the shopping area.
Okay.
Because it goes through.
Cool. So this is huge. This is
this is totally huge. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I'm skipping ahead a little bit here.
So this is Gavin.
I posted out here with my good homie Mariah. How many people do you think there are now? Do we think it's probably closer to 3,000?
Absolutely, especially like going down into the plaza, and now people are mobilizing. Yeah, I think we're in the thousands.
Yeah, it honestly,
that's another good tip, by the way. Bring a wireless mic with you.
Yeah, they usually do. That's what he did, Gavin, as well, because he usually has a wireless mic that he uses.
Okay.
For podcasting, but he also uses it to film.
Word.
Which is smart choice.
Also, like, that's a great point. They're multiple all the way out in the suburbs. You said your mom's at one out in.
I just wish he would have.
Overland Park, yeah, pretty.
I wish he would have just adjusted his glasses there for a moment. They started getting lopsided.
Red area, wealthy, white. There's a lot of folks.
Yeah, it seems like people are drawing a line in the sand here. My sunglasses keep falling down, but I'm going to push through it. We're up on a hill, so now I'm shorter. But, yeah, pretty exciting stuff. Good to see everybody out here. A lot of accommodation of signs. We've got a lot of clown president signs, fuck fascism signs. Seen a good amount of abolish ICE signs, fuck ICE agents, all that kind of stuff. So it's
suffocating.
Yeah, it looks brutal.
Yeah, and like his glasses just keep falling off his face. But it's just like I can't really blame him there there for that because I was thinking my glasses were going to fall off too, and I wear and then that might be me shooting.
All right, so let's see.
It's already filming.
Yep.
Can you see me?
Yeah, that's me shooting.
What's up, guys? It's super loud. I'm trying to, talk as loud as possible, but the crowd is overwhelming here. So many great signs, so many great demonstrators. This is absolutely a wonderful vibe, exactly the kind of turnout I was hoping. So yeah, let's go try to find Zach and Salisa. Like I said, they're out here somewhere, in addition to a lot of really pissed off people. So great to see the energy, great to see the anger, great to see the passion. Let's go find Zach.
Yep. So that's me shooting, and I think that's all me.
I like this. It's kind of like a scavenger hunt.
Like for sure. It was like playing
video. You're watching these two groups meet up.
Yeah, man. It was literally like playing Where's Waldo, trying to find Zach. And when we finally found him, I was because that was actually the first time I'd met him in person, like outside of like a Discord group that he and one of another podcast that he and Gavin and their friend Griffin do. I'd met him on a Sunday in that group, but aside from that, this was literally the first time I had met him in person. I was, and thank God I was brave enough to ask for a selfie, which I now have. Just one.
How'd you
one.
meet Gavin?
Yeah, well, I'd known so I'd known Gavin for a year. I just hit him up. We did it. He added me on Snapchat, and one day after a show, after Vanguard, I asked to do an interview, and I was like, okay, I'm going to take my chance and see if he wants to hang out. I don't care what people think. I don't care what the online left will say. They'll just say what they want. And it's I'm the one like making this move. And so I asked him when we went off air, I was like, hey, do you want to hang out sometime? And he's like, yeah, let's go if you want to go get coffee or whatnot, we can do that. And so we did. We didn't get coffee the first time. He actually invited me over to his house, his apartment, and where he still lives. He's actually moving.
Well, don't say anything about where.
No. But it's actually good though that he is, because he's close. He's actually close by. I wasn't really paranoid. I was just nervous. Luck Dragon.
Dude, I was nervous. I mean, when Matt, the letter hack who's in chat, reached out and said, hey man, you want to be part of this space? I was nervous too. Like, oh my God, really? But sometimes take a shot works.
Yeah. And so I hung out at his house. Then we went to go get Burger King, and we just hit it off. Like, cool. It was great. Close to me, like in my proximity where I live, so alive. Because I live this is actually also Midtown, what you're seeing. So it's the plaza. Where I live is the Westport area. That's the other shopping area. And then there's Zona Rosa. There, like I said, there's the Independence Mall. I don't think that would count. But so this is Gavin shooting, and that's me behind him in a fucking white t-shirt and jeans. I don't know what came over me. I should have wore shorts. Damn it. And then this is all him. This was all really good stuff. This was all really good stuff. And then coming up at the park is me filming. Yeah, this place was packed. Okay, that's him shooting. I think, and then there's me in the back.
There you go.
Okay, this is me right here. Now this is me.
All right, guys, the sun is beating down. It's really fucking hot. I was just remarking. Oh, so sorry. Apparently I was stepping in the flowers. Shout out to that lady. But either way, super
it's
hot out
totally
here.
super
It's
humid.
beating down.
Like there's a lady in Zelda who you got to do a mission for, and it's all about like you can't touch the flowers that she's got. So
I play a lot of Zelda. Well, I played some Zelda. So
I think it was
I
like
might
Breath
know
of the
which one.
Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
I still need to play both of those. They're on my bucket list, literally to play. I think now that the Switch 2, now that I'm almost to my saving goal of getting a Switch 2, I'm gonna, now that those are being on the Switch 2, I'm gonna go actually make that happen.
That's a great opportunity. So getting a lot of like B-roll is what it's
Mhm.
called,
Yeah.
of signs and the size of the crowd. That's all good for making a video to break up
Yeah.
the interview sections and whatnot. I'm just breaking it down for the chat, for the audience.
Mhm. Yeah. Because there's like a whole lot of shit that we shot, and
yeah,
I get why some of it, like there's probably as much stuff that couldn't make the video because there was just so much material.
Yeah.
But like I
That's
actually
the real part is editing, is gonna cut
yeah,
down
exactly.
hours of footage.
Yeah, like subsequent to doing this, I actually filmed. I don't know if you're familiar with the No Clip movies that he did, talking about
No.
like the
I've seen the shirt. I was wondering what that was.
It's basically it's a trilogy of films. Like 2 of them have been released publicly. Like he went and they got submitted at a film festival in Tennessee.
Oh shit.
The 3rd one is actually in the process, and I shot a lot of that footage. We went around this same area and just shot like hours, like an hour, a couple hours of footage. And also at his current place, and we couldn't use all of it because there was just so much. But I'm hopeful. I think he just mentioned they're hopefully going to get a physical media release so that there would be like deleted scenes where you could see the footage that was shot, because it's just really good.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I understood like why it couldn't be used because there's so much damn footage. You know, if we had to include it all, you're gonna have like a really too long movie. You know, that takes away from the premise. You know.
No, I would love to go on their show or have them on my show and talk film. Like,
yeah, they're good. They're good dudes.
Yeah.
They're good. They're great guys.
And
I
these,
mean,
you know, they're into making movies and stuff.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
love- one of the reviews I have on my channel is a band called DERY that I just got into, and I got tickets for it in November. They make all their videos themselves. So
yeah,
and
I
they
mean-
have behind the scenes stuff on YouTube. It's all on their YouTube page, so you can see how they make it. I really love stuff like that, getting more people into filmmaking and just expressing themselves through film.
Yeah, and like Gavin has already done a few films on his YouTube channel before the No Clip. 2 of them are like unlisted for his own personal reasons, but one of them is called Smoking Super Chronic, which basically chronicles the shutting down of a local well-known eatery that's here in Kansas City. That was here in Kansas City. It's not here anymore. It was a popular place. It was called Chubby's restaurant, and it was like a low-cal diner, and it got shut down in 2019. And a freaking crab seafood place now occupies it, and it's basically documenting the shutdown of that place, and also what was it? Also some serious stuff that went down with one of the owners of a burger restaurant in the West Bottoms area that where Gavin lives. But yeah. Did you want to see the whole film? Just the rest of the film? Yeah.
Well, yeah, so let's get through this.
Yeah.
So I just want to see.
So this
more
is all
footage.
me. Yeah, this is all me right here. I think that's me, or that might be. Yeah, this might be Gavin.
I mean, I hope they do another No Kings or some kind of like this. We need the same energy that we had in 2020 when it was like consistent. Like the whole summer was like protest after protest after protest.
Yeah. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, what up?
Yeah, he's in chat. I'm chewing on a pen, by the way. It's just a habit. It's not like a vape or anything.
Oh, much needed water.
Yeah, we were both. Okay, so this is Gavin. I managed. Okay, yeah, this is all Gavin. I think that might be Gavin. And the other thing is he met a fan.
Oh yeah,
a Vanguard fan. We don't vape. Yeah, I'm not vape shaming BCat, not at all.
This is a vape.
If you like to vape, like I have no rhyme or reason to even judge, because I take I do edibles and hit from the bong occasionally. So it's like,
well, this
who am I to judge?
I do gotta
like. I'll probably. I mean, I actually did do a vape eventually, so I have no right to shame.
So that was great footage, and
thank you.
Encourage y'all to watch that video. John's in it. He's in it. He's filming it. He's doing it all. Vanguard's videographer. Here, folks.
Well, both of us. So like part of it's me, part of it's like, so we share 50-50 credit. But
speaking of film and whatnot, I did want to also get your thoughts on the CBS situation with Colbert,
the Stephen Colbert
that Kristina was talking about. We can touch on some of the other topics of the day at the end, like Epstein and whatnot, and Mike Johnson. But this CBS thing it's imperiling my favorite show of all time, South Park. And I was very nervous.
Honestly, like,
go ahead.
I'm also a closeted South Park fan, so because I grew up watching it as well.
I'm out and out. I love it. It's my favorite. Like I understand they had bad takes back in the day. It's fine. They evolve.
Yeah.
Okay. So did everybody. Dude, if Eminem can be like campaign for Kamala, like anybody can change. It can happen. You can pull them out. But they South Park did reach a deal with CBS.
Was it
today?
Was Paramount, wasn't
Paramount
it?
today for $1.5 billion for 5 more years.
Wow.
And that's, I think, more in line what they wanted. But I wanted to show a little bit of this video because that situation is very complicated, and it's also quite interesting because it's not simply Skydance is trying to buy CBS. They got a deal with the shows that Paramount owns, and the creatives who own those things, and 2 of them being Matt Stone and Trey Parker, who are very defiant to people. But this,
so I know a little bit about the Skydance Paramount merger. There's like a lot of legal shit that I'm just, my brain goes blank on just because of like the whole Sherry Redstone mess and everything, like, and the fact that they hired what's his name, Jeff Shell, who is like a very, very problematic person who worked at NBC Universal, and they hired him and like there was a lot of like stuff out at Hollywood Reporter was like, why did this guy get hired? It was that kind of stuff. So I know that wasn't there a lawsuit? Correct me if I'm wrong with South Park.
Here's what happened, and I'm gonna let my man Dan Merle, formerly of Screen Junkies, if
I might have seen
that
this
channel,
video on the Discord.
Yes, I did post it on the Discord, and I encourage y'all to watch it, watch the full thing, because he talks about Colbert, and then he talks about Jon Stewart making a statement saying like, I don't know what the future of the Daily Show looks like, but it's also happens to be their contracts are up or they're up for renegotiation. Specifically, Matt and Trey. I think Colbert's actually was supposed to be next year. So maybe they're just like, you know what, we're just going to end this show. But Dan here is going to explain the South Park situation. And this is very interesting for me personally because I love South Park, but it's also interesting in terms of the larger corporate,
the larger scope of things.
Trying to do a merger. I mean, like it's still wild to me that Disney outright bought Fox. Like that's crazy. They separated that out from the news division.
Oh yeah, I mean they own at least three corporations. They own Fox, they own Marvel, and then they own Lucasfilm. Or the three. Yeah,
is directly tied to the merger. This one seems to have everything to do with money and nothing to do with politics. The creators of South Park, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, are currently in negotiations for an extension of their overall deal with Paramount, and the deal on the table is reportedly valued at $3 billion over 10 years, a substantial increase over the pair's previous deal, which expires in 2027. Parker and Stone are in a very rare position when it comes to the amount of control that they have over South Park and its future. Paramount owns the show, but the streaming rights are co-held by Paramount and Parker and Stone's South Park Studios. Their first streaming deal was signed back in 2007 when Netflix was still known mostly as a disc by mail service. And because they were able to negotiate streaming rights so early, Parker and Stone's terms are much better than you would see in a contract today. They have
Soul Life. Actually, let me just pause to answer that question. Disney tried to buy Fox in 2017, and it was held up at the Supreme Court until they made a decision about whether it was legal or not, and violated like antitrust and monopoly rules to buy them. But they've always been at war with Disney. Like, the right wing has never, like, go back to the 90s. There were early websites of like parents groups, Christian groups saying like, don't watch Aladdin, it's like witchcraft.
And it's so ironic that Disney is fundamentally conservative. I mean, if you look at even the Disney Channel, like even look at the Disney Channel from the early 2000s, like the late 1990s, especially after 9/11. It's like they run on that culture, that Christian right-wing culture of like for example, like purity rings, you can't have sex before marriage, or you have to wait until marriage.
You have to family friendly.
Yeah, it's like a family values
neutered that you can, and that kind of just leans right.
And I think that's what crushed a lot of the Disney Channel. I know we're getting on another subject here, but like that's what crushed the Disney Channel stars, was that whole corporation really like broke them down in a bad way. Like everybody
Disney,
from Miley to Demi to like probably Hillary Duff.
I always make the joke that Raven. Disney and Nickelodeon are like factory farms for pop stars.
Oh yeah, and they take advantage of their stars ones like in every sense of the way, like the more serious stuff, but also like if you watched, I mean, I finally was able to stomach Quiet on the Set, that docuseries on HBO Max, and I was appalled because I used to watch, again, I'm from the Midwest, so I used to watch a lot of those shows when I was about 10 or 11 years old with my siblings. I was shocked at the amount of content that they had in those shows that was revealed that I didn't even pick up. Now, one could say, well, you were 10 years old, you wouldn't be able to pick up on that at the time, but it's like now, like as a 33-year-old, I'm like, as an adult, I'm like, I mean, man, that just went through.
Like, I watched, all that and like Kenan and Kel and whatnot, the Amanda Show, and even just a small part of that documentary mentions like the focus on feet and how much they use feet, and they would always play it off as it's a joke, it's silly, it's gross, like that's what kids are into.
Somebody has a thing.
They even had a logo of
the foot.
At one point, foot. And
the
it's
foot,
like,
exactly.
That's a lot of Dan Schneider influence.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of Dan Schneider.
Yeah, let's get back to this explainer here.
Have the final say on where South Park streams, and they reportedly also received.
Oh yeah, Matt and Trey had the streaming rights in 2007 because nobody cared about streaming in 2007. They didn't know how valuable that could be. Netflix was still a DVD to
it was
your
still
house.
a service. It was still like physical media still dominated up until about 2015. Like 2011, DVDs, like physical media as a whole, still dominated. Nobody expected streaming to come off as way as it did. Yeah. Actually, like in 2009, that's when Netflix really started to do the streaming game, and like you said, nobody cared, and then it just took another
a test. Like,
exactly,
see if it works.
Exactly, and then it took off, and everybody saw it, and that's when the studios, a lot of the physical that distribute that physical media, are like, well, we don't really need this anymore. But I see the downside with not having DVDs, Blu-rays, like physical media as a whole, is that these streaming services, one, they're hella expensive. Two, that content is not on there forever.
Yeah, they can just pull it whenever.
Exactly. And three, it's not on there for very long. So you're not going to be able to, like, the consumer is not going to be able to view that as much as possible. So so the backbone would just be put this stuff out on DVD, put the stuff out in theaters.
Well, I
which is
still
not
buy
every
my South Park DVDs because I'm like, I want all of them. I want all of
yeah,
them.
exactly.
Whatever.
You just want you want the whole entire set.
Yeah.
And I think that's
no, good.
I said that's the upside also is half price books. You know, like used bookstores in general like are keeping that stuff alive. There's like a local bookstore here that you could just sell that has like a whole bunch of DVDs. I was like, if we keep that stuff alive, physical media will be around at least for another 10 to 20 years.
Generations. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Physical media, I think, won't ever go away. It might get more rare, like records and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, people still want those things. Like, I want to be able to plug a Switch cartridge into my Switch and play it.
Yeah,
whenever.
exactly. And that's the thing with like the Switch 2. People are buying the Mario Kart with the case and it doesn't have the cartridge in it. It has the code. I'm like, why are you selling this as a case without the cartridge?
Well,
that's what I'm like, you know, when I get the Switch 2, I'm going to make sure I'm going to ask the clerk, does this have a cartridge in it? Because I want the cartridge.
Well, I did actually buy them separately, not because I chose to, but because that's all I had left.
Yeah.
So I have the cartridge. But yeah, so this deal that Matt and Trey signed in 2007 was very good for them because they, as Dan will explain, kept being able to make the show. It airs on Comedy Central, and then they can just show it on their website exclusively for free. And you can watch any episode of South Park that way. I don't know if you still can, but last time I checked, it was kind of like a rotating batches of episodes. But this deal is one of the reasons that Paramount is trying to renegotiate that and be like, we need more money from you.
They want to make more money because it's a cash grab, basically.
Yeah. And Dan here has actually been following the streaming wars since they began on Screen Junkies back when he was working for them. That's why I trust his analysis of these situations.
On where South Park streams, and they reportedly also receive 50% of all streaming revenue. Prior to their current agreement, they hosted all of the South Park episodes for free on their own website, supported by ads. And Skydance is reportedly not happy with the terms that Parker and Stone are asking for from Paramount. Among other things, Skydance is said to prefer a 5-year deal worth more money per year instead of a 10-year deal that would limit their ability to control the show's future. But Parker and Stone allege that Skydance and potential incoming Paramount president Jeff Shell have overstepped their boundaries. In a lawsuit filed last month, Parker and Stone's lawyers accused Shell and Skydance of interfering with their negotiations by encouraging studios like Warner Brothers Discovery and Netflix, who are free to offer deals of their own to compete with Paramount's renewal offer, to soften what they're offering in order to give Paramount an edge in the negotiations. This includes offering a shorter deal term and an exclusive streaming window on Paramount+. In other words, Parker and Stone are saying that Skydance is colluding with other studios to offer deal terms that, instead of weakening Paramount's position or forcing them into offering better terms, instead strengthen Paramount's position and weaken the potential upside for Parker and Stone. Now, if Paramount were doing this directly, it could very well be defined as self-dealing, which could be proven illegal. But Skydance doesn't technically own Paramount yet, and they maintain that as prospective buyers, they have the rights of oversight and approval for all of these long-term deals, and they're not bound by the same legal boundaries as they would be if they already own the company.
So that's a key point in all of this, is that Skydance and Paramount are basically going around to any other studio, Netflix, HBO, whatever, and saying, don't offer them much.
Yeah,
don't offer them because
basically what they're trying to, they're basically trying to keep it for themselves. Skydance is trying to get that big money and keep it for themselves, and they're also from the way this is playing out, they're trying to push Matt and Trey out of the loop.
Yeah,
they're trying to
take a bigger piece.
Oh yeah, they're trying to basically take the founders of this show that's been on the air for 28 years, since 97. Yeah, they're trying to push the creators out of the loop. They're trying to say, okay, these guys are getting up there even though they're like in their mid 50s at this point, late 50s.
Yeah.
We need to basically have more creative control over the show. And soon enough, we're going to want to take over into the entire control. And so Skydance and Paramount, which used to be called Viacom, if you kind of think about it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Viacom's
so many
in there
names.
somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
It owns one of them.
Yeah. But like eventually, like Paramount's going to be like, okay, how are we going to negotiate? Because like what's the deal? They said it was until like 2027. So that like until that point, they're going to be like, okay, how much more money are we going to have to negotiate to give these guys so we can push them out?
Yeah.
But keep it going, but keep it without them.
Here's the thing, particularly with South Park, is that they are the show. Like they voice almost every character.
Yeah,
and
Matt and
they
Trey
write every
are...
episode. You couldn't do this without them.
Yeah,
and Matt and Trey very much have always expected to be canceled at some point.
Yeah.
And I don't mean in the way that, you know, the right wing uses the word cancel. I mean, literally the show be canceled and then run out of Hollywood because they made fun of everybody.
Oh, yeah.
So they have very little friends in the industry. Yeah, or at least they did. So they were always
I liked it. There was one South Park episode. Sorry to cut you off, but there was one South Park episode where they had Robert Smith of The Cure.
Yeah,
and the episode at the end, because they're fighting the Barbra Streisand, Micah Streisand, and at the end, Kyle was like, "Disintegration is the best album ever," and that was like literally. I watched a clip of that on YouTube, and I was like, "Yeah, there's a," and there's like one. I don't know if I could.
Piece you saw?
What's that?
Was that the first South Park that you saw?
Oh, that was like the first one. Yeah, I think so. Like, because I had seen the film. The bigger, the South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, which also is a funny movie. Like I don't have it. I need to go find it. But that was like the Terrence and Phillip jokes and whatnot. Like they don't age well, but still, like you said, what does?
I mean, that movie ages well. It's about censorship.
yeah, true. True.
I have a funny story about my first time watching South Park. I actually, it was on the air or it's coming out and there was magazines about it. I saw clips and commercials or something or on the news, and I love stop motion. So I was like, oh, this is really cool looking. I like the idea of construction paper, doing stop motion animation with that.
Like that intro.
The intro is awesome. And my parents wouldn't let me watch it. It was like, you're never going to watch this show. It's too horrible. Like my mom, whenever she watched the news, whatever they're talking about, GTA, South Park, video games, movies, you're not going to see it because she fell for all that that fear mongering. But we used to vacation in Fire Island, and I met a kid there named Greg Schultz, who is the younger brother of Andrew Schultz, who is a comedian now and had a big podcast and had Trump on it last year, which is still crazy to me. I went over to their house for dinner one night, and they said, "Oh, we're gonna watch South Park after dinner." I'm like, "Oh yes, finally, I get to watch South Park." And I was like, "But my mom doesn't want me to, and she's gonna want to call your parents to confirm and tell them." And Andrew was like, "Give me the phone," and I'm like, "What?" He said, "Give me the phone." So I gave him the phone, and he just lowered his voice to sound like his own dad and talked to my mom. And was like, "Yes, no, we're gonna." Just have dinner. We're not going to let Alex watch South Park. Don't worry about that. Hung up. Boom, boom. We watched the first episode I saw was the planetarium episode, which I love still to this day. One, because it's my first and it's just a good episode. But yeah, that's my weird story of how I kind of know Andrew Schultz somehow.
Yeah, I wouldn't know who he is, so I wouldn't know who you were talking about. But
dissed him in GNX. Like he's got a podcast called Useful Idiots with Charlemagne the God, who hosts Breakfast Club. He's got a podcast called Flagrant, I think is his, that he had Donald Trump on, and now has recently been being like, I don't know, all this ICE stuff and like the Epstein stuff. I'm trying to pull back and like get off that train. Actually, I was watching the Vanguard yesterday, and they covered who was it? Sagar and Jetty from Breaking Points went on that podcast and was kind of like, "Hey, guys, do you feel dumb? and they all were just sitting there like
Sagar's my age, and yet like he's literally the same age as I am, and I'm a lot smarter than him. Like, I was gonna say it.
I mean, he's a conservative, so
yeah.
I agree with Gavin and Zach's analysis that at least Sagar seems to actually believe what he's saying. He's not just grifting to make money.
Yeah,
like he is a true believer, and maybe could be pulled. Like we'll have to see. But let's keep going through this thing, because the idea of you trying to negotiate a new contract and you're looking for other places that you can maybe go work, and all those other places are being told by the person you're negotiating with, hey, don't offer them anything. Like, that's super corrupt. Now, of course, Trump's not going to prosecute this. I doubt Biden would.
No.
But, you know, someone like Lena Khan probably would. An AOC administration probably would.
Regardless, in their lawsuit, Parker and Stone say that if Skydance continues interfering in the negotiation process, they will protect their rights and, quote, discharge any obligations we may have to the public. AKA, hey, cut it out or we quit. South Park is done, and we'll take the streaming rights with us. Amid all of this drama, South Park is supposed to be launching its latest season this week. The season 27 premiere, which was originally scheduled for July 9th, was delayed just days before it was set to air. But there is, as of now, serious doubt about whether that will actually happen or what the show will actually be saying if it does hit the airwaves. In a very typical response, Parker and Stone posted on social media the day that the premiere delay was announced, quote, "This merger is a show and it's fucking up South Park. We're at the studio working on new episodes and we hope the fans get to see them somehow."
Well, so that was let's just leave that up there. That was their statement they put out on Twitter.
That's a good statement.
And it's perfect.
I will say that.
It's in the style
that's a
of
great
their opening.
statement. That should just be they should put that up when the first episode of the season premiere.
So
that's
folks,
just as a protest.
Tomorrow is the first episode.
Is it? Well, then they should put this up.
Very
there.
excited to see what it's about, how they address this stuff. And again, the first episode might be already done, but in the future episodes this season, I'm excited to see how they handle this.
Yeah, because they're gonna throw like little bits and references into this. There's gonna be episodes like referencing Paramount, like they're gonna have like fictional based on real life like corporations that are Paramount.
Because folks, if you didn't know, the way they make South Park is they make it in a week. Like the show airs on Wednesday, they start writing the next episode on Thursday, and they keep, they're lazy. They're like, we can do it tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow. And they basically build a whole episode in just a week's time. If you've never seen the documentary 6 Days to Air, definitely watch that. It's very interesting.
That's how also I do in podcasting and streaming. I'm just I'll do it tomorrow, and then I end up doing it.
But the fact that they felt the need, because they are not very public people. They're very private, and they don't do a lot of stuff, or let alone posts on social media.
Yeah.
But this was like a very big, like, holy shit, they're saying something. And I got nervous because I remember the delay, because, this should have aired 2 weeks ago, and they delayed it. And then they put this out and said, basically, hey, Paramount is fucking up. Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah.
We are still making episodes, and we're going to put them out regardless.
Yeah.
Kind of almost threatening, like, hey, we can still walk away and just have this show.
Yeah, because they own the rights to it, or was it they own the rights to it? And
no,
so that
they own half the majority streaming rights.
But they don't. But Paramount, owns the actual rights. So if
so
they were to just walk away,
the show like North Park, and just change the characters,
like alter the
literally they could do that, and they would, because they're very punk rock in that way.
Yeah, so as far as like the full thing is like Paramount and Skydance are trying to fuck over Matt and Trey, like full stop. They are trying to take control of the show after 27 years, because like you said, there's a lot of problematic, admittedly,
and they don't want to piss off Trump when they know that
because they have big business deals with Washington D.C. that they don't want to lose.
Yeah.
And so they're trying, so they're going to try to like, quote unquote, put Matt and Trey in their place and try to restrict a lot of the content that's going to come out of the future episodes of South Park. And so and Matt and Trey's like, no, we're not going to do that. We're not. This is our baby. We started this.
Yeah.
We created this, and we're not going to censor for you assholes, even though that we do take a
And they
paycheck from
fought
you
many times.
Yeah,
to,
exactly.
over
Even though we take
censorship and whatnot.
yeah, it's like even though we take a paycheck from you all, this is our baby, and we're not gonna keel over and die for
Yeah.
y'all.
I mean, there's episode
I mean, I saw
200 and 201. It's a
Mm.
two-parter, and it was like a celebration of the show because they made it to 200 episodes. And in it, they tried to show Muhammad again, and they
Mhm.
couldn't. And in the second in 201, at the end of that episode, Kyle goes on a whole rant that's basically like, well, you gave in to terrorists, so they win. So all you really need to do is threaten violence, and that'll
Yeah.
solve your problems, folks. And they bleeped the whole speech, like the whole ending of the episode,
Mhm.
and you could only get it even on the DVDs. It's not unbleeped, and you can
Yeah.
only get it through piracy.
Yeah, through
And so I've seen it.
BitTorrent.
Yes, I've seen it. I'll leave it at that. But
So as far as the Colbert stuff, so
Colbert.
So I've been following, here and there. It's obviously politically motivated. I mean, if there's someone out there that says it's not, they're just lying to themselves. It's obvious that, again, this whole issue with CBS and Paramount, they're at war. They're, for lack of a better word, they're at war with Trump because of the 60 Minutes stuff in November. They're at war with Viacom. With Paramount. They're at war with Skydance. They're at war with Sherry Redstone. It's really their way
Trump
of
is
just
settling his vendettas.
Yeah,
like that's all
exactly.
this administration is for him.
So
Everybody else in the administration is like, okay, we're looking past Trump. We're Stephen Miller. We want to set precedents of like gulags and rounding people up. But Trump is just like, I want to fuck over CBS. I want to fuck over the people. NBC is probably next.
That said, I will say that it's really terrible that not only is Colbert leaving, but the franchise that was started by David Letterman, The Late Show, is ending. And
because
as
fuck
far
Colbert,
as
I don't give a shit about him. But it's The Late Show itself is like, this is an institution, man. This is a New York City. I mean, especially I'm from New York. This is a New York City institution. You can't just fucking take this away. Now they claim, and again, he explains in this video that it actually does lose money for them. Like nobody's really watching late night like that anymore.
Yeah, not as they used
and
to.
Producing a live show daily is expensive.
Exactly. Yeah.
Notwithstanding whatever Colbert is getting paid and the roots and whatnot. So I do understand, like, this is gonna happen probably. Like it's been overdue, frankly, for late night to kind of see the end. Especially with the rise of podcasting and
life.
whatnot.
Yeah, it's on life support.
Things like this space, folks, and that'll bring us to the end of our show because we got a difficult truth up next with real news. John, promote.
So you can find me on YouTube and Twitch. I am John Ross. I'm also on the John Ross Show. I podcast, I stream, I do interviews, I mod for a lot of people. I am hitting 5 years in August, so I'll probably do something then. But I'll probably also do some interviews here and there, and I might pop up, on places like this if I'm asked. So you'll catch me around.
Word. And I am Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. You've been watching Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. Follow me on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky. I have a Cash App even. And folks, we got a difficult truth up next with some more real news. Well, some actual real news.
survive. We throw by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday show. I hope everyone's doing okay. Thank you so much to Alex. Huge shout out to all the hosts that have been doing phenomenal stuff here at this space, starting from James on Wicked, or What You Can Do, all the way to Kristina, to Alex. Appreciate all of your hard work and shows, really, honestly. Very awesome stuff. Thank you, guys. Huge shout out to all the hosts for providing wonderful content. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you to producer Nick. Appreciate that. Can't forget about producer Nick. Quick hello to everybody. BCat Super Tiny, Rich P, Flow Snake, welcome. Sisfian, Looney Tunes, Jet, Johnny Too Late, Alex, thank you. John Ross, thank you for also hanging out on this space. Etchbox, Soul Life, Pinkerbell, Eminent Prof. Thank you all. Give us some truths. Oh man, we're gonna get there. I agree. I hope we see more John Ross. Fantastic collaboration. Rolando. Folks, before we get started, it is the top of the hour. Make sure you do us a solid. Hit the follow button, share, subscribe, comment, do all the things, folks. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. There's live and syndicated content, folks. So spread the word and watch this space. Pitchforks, welcome. I agree. It was great. Good stuff. All right, folks, let's get started. We do have a few articles to go through. So let's see how much we can get through. Good to see you too. We have quite the lineup for what's been happening here in fascist America, and I'm afraid it's not getting any better, folks. I'm afraid it's not getting any better. How difficult is the truth today? Very, very difficult, if I may say. We are getting more reports about the conditions that are in these concentration camps, particularly in Florida, and it's not great. Let me pull up this here. I'm pretty sure folks have already seen the clip, but just to kind of tie everything together, I think the more relevant part, so we don't have to play all of it, is towards the end here. Let me see if I can kind of put everything here.
Facility that provides. There is an ICE facility that provides a far superior level of housing and accommodation than is available to millions of Americans who are living in Section 8 housing.
So first of all, that's patently not true. We're about to see the accommodations that ICE is providing, and number two, if you are able to say, or if you're able to pour resources and make the claim that you can house people better than Section 8, then perhaps, maybe we do have the funds to provide these basic necessities to people. Really kind of giving away the game here. But in any case, no, he's just straight up lying. We'll get that. We'll get to that in just a second. So we got that set up right there. We don't need much of this here, except for maybe the last part. He says that without realizing, if true, what a complete indictment it is of that of housing. Right, exactly. Seth Evans, welcome. And let me see if we can kind of shoot from the hip here.
If you're down on your luck, you're having a hard time, and you do need to get support from the government, you're not going to be in line behind millions of illegal aliens from the third world. This is going to be such a gift to the quality of life of everyday Americans, Jesse. If you're down on your luck, you're having a hard time, and school classroom size will shrink dramatically. They have more time to educate every student. You won't have to compete for public benefits. If you're down on your luck, you're having a hard time, and you do need to get support from the government, you're not going to be in line behind millions of illegal aliens from the third world.
Okay, so basically the context of that is he's making the argument, just as this is not even an exaggeration. This is a one-to-one comparison to how the Nazis sold their ideology. The argument in context, just so that we don't have to play Fox News for very long, is that he's saying that immigrants are the source of your problem, and if these immigrants were to disappear, all your problems would disappear too. As the examples that he puts are, you would have less traffic in California. You would have smaller classroom sizes. You would have access to medical care. You wouldn't have to, as he puts it, wait in line out of millions of illegal immigrants, which none of that is true. It's the setup to get people to accept the next step. Because if you can sell to these right-wing people that the source of your problem is immigrants, then you know what? We have to do what we have to do for the sake of the country. And slowly, or in this case, quite rapidly, you start to sell the population, enough of the population, on the idea that perhaps we could take the next step now. This is a truly chilling statement coming from a government official. This is one-to-one comparison to how the Nazis sold their ideology. I mean, you can literally read how they talked about immigrants, Jewish immigrants, and how Jewish people, the Jewish immigrants, were a burden on Germany. and that that something had to be done for the sake of the fatherland. I mean, truly chilling stuff coming from the Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. Right, Etchbox. The point exactly that is to sell the population, or enough of the population, right? The people who are listening to this kind of stuff on Fox News, the idea that genocide perhaps is maybe the only way. We got to do what we have to do. And you can tell that it's working in the way that people, the right wing talks about immigrants. Nationalism is a venom, nothing more. Yep. So now that we got that set up, that context here, many of those Jewish people had been there for generations. Yep, but an influx of refugees from Poland kicked off that same conversation. The exact same arguments that the Nazis were making are the exact same arguments that he's making. It's actually kind of chilling. The more you read about Nazi Germany in the 20s, 30s, everything from what led up to Nazi Germany through Nazi Germany, it's quite disconcerting, to say the least. And yeah, Rachel, it may be the case that some have been there for generations, but it doesn't matter. They found their scapegoat, right? They found their scapegoat. Just as some immigrants have been here for generations too. Some have been here for decades. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're just the scapegoat. Carl Schmidt, welcome. Biller gives me that sense of revulsion and danger. It should. That is the exact same. That is a exact and normal feeling or response to seeing Stephen Miller, and to see not just Stephen Miller, but the ideas that he is spewing on national TV to millions of people. He makes my skin crawl. Yep. The comparison is literally 1-to-1. You can literally take a speech from 1934 and put it in the modern boogeyman words, and there's no discernible difference. Yep. Even if they were magically to get what they want tomorrow, none of their lives would improve on one iota. Oh, 100%. And that's the thing. Like fascism, fascism is not banking on that. It inevitably self implodes. For that very reason, eventually, they're going to run out of people to blame, and the ire is going to turn inward, and fascism implodes eventually. It's a matter of how much destruction are we going to allow this ideology to do. This is terrifying that this has happened before, and we're en route to it happening again. People need to wake up. Yep. Greg Gutfield is reclaiming the word too. Oh, I saw that clip, Sisyphean task. The in-group gets smaller and smaller. Yep. Until eventually it turns on itself. But by then, I mean, it's countless of people. Already it's doing incalculable amounts of damage to people who have been deported, to families, to communities, to entire states. Who are right now experiencing the full brunt of what these people are doing, like California and what's been happening in Los Angeles as an example. So yeah, it's already doing incalculable damage. There's people who have already died, and those families have been affected forever. Yep, we all know the poem. My God, we must be exhausted. Yep. So now that we have that set up about the, he says pristine conditions. Of course, we didn't play the full clip, but you can check it out. It's all over the place. I'm sure that folks have seen the full clip, but we just took a small snippet there. The full clip, he says that this is these installations, these concentration camps are pristine. And they're so pristine that we are having people kneeling and eating like dogs. Migrants at the Miami concentration camp were shackled with their hands tied behind their backs, made to kneel to eat food from styrofoam plates like dogs, according to a report published on Monday into conditions at 3 overcrowded South Florida concentration camps. These are the only, we're only talking about the ones in Florida. This is only the incidents that we know of. I mean, this is Nazi stuff, right? Yeah, dying of pristineness. The incident at the downtown federal detention center is one of a succession of alleged abuses at jails operated by the Gestapo in the state since January, chronicled by the advocacy groups Human Rights Watch's Americans for Immigrant Justice and the Sanctuary of the South from interviews with detainees. And again, this is, folks, this is not just like random events or one-of events. We have seen reports from the families themselves at this at these concentration camps of the conditions that their family members are telling them that they are experiencing. We have seen reports from Florida Democratic lawmakers who were allowed a tour to the facility, and what they described was horrific. And that's supposed to be the more sanitized version of these concentration camps, because they knew that the Democratic lawmakers were going to visit. I can only imagine what we are not seeing. The incident at the downtown federal detention center is one of a succession of alleged abuse at jails operated by the Gestapo in the state since January, chronicled by advocacy groups Human Rights Watch, Americans for Immigrant Justice, the Sanctuary of the South from interviews with detainees. The Nazis at stage camps, too, where conditions were, quote, more humane. Right. They even had, like, photo ops for the Red Cross, where they showed pictures of children playing. What we are, not seeing? I mean, like, this is something that I've kind of had to, I've kind of had a back and forth. If I may, maybe chat can sort this out and kind of mull this over. Maybe we don't need to go any further. But I've been thinking about, like, these people are Nazis, right? Like, that's the best descriptor of what we're witnessing. It's straight up fascism, Nazism. But should we perhaps tie it to, like, should we call it just like MAGA-ism? Because, like, when the history books are written, they're not gonna say, the American Nazis. They're going to say the MAGA movement, right? Who had parallels to Nazi Germany, who had parallels to Nazi Germany, but not quite. And I don't know if we should try to push and change the language so that we constantly tie MAGAism to this. Like, should we just refer to this as MAGAism? I mean, Nazism just kind of or calling them Nazis or fascists is just kind of a descriptor of what they are, because that's the best example of what we have right now. There's literally a historic example that we can point to and go, yeah, that's them. Look at them. That's what they're doing. I can point to a video of Stephen Miller talking just like the Nazis did in the 30s. But my point being is that I don't also want to shy away from the idea that this is us, like this is us. This is who we are as a country. Should we just call it American fascism? Should we just call it MAGAism? I'm not sure. What exactly the language we as the left and anybody who believes in human decency should push for to tie these people, because it's them. It's these MAGA people. It's Stephen Miller. It's Donald Trump. It's Tom Homan. I don't know. Maybe it serves. Maybe it'll help wake some of these normies up to realize that it's us. It's us. It's just that's who we. That's the path we've decided to go down as a country. I don't mean us as in everyone here. I mean us as a country. I don't know. MAGA is just Nazi rebranding. Oh, I mean, it is. It's just like the ideology is there. It's very one-to-one. I'm just saying, like, how we should use language to make sure that it's them, right? Like, we're not just like, talking about like German Nazi from the 30s. I mean, we're talking about Tom Homan, right? Something that makes them feel shame, since they know no shame or how to read. These words mean nothing to them. I don't know if it's really for them, because I don't think that these people are capable of feeling shame. I think that these people think that they're doing that they are correct, and they feel powerful right now. I don't think shame is something that they feel. I'm more talking about normies. I'm more talking about how to reach normies, to wake people up, because this is serious stuff, folks. We're talking about concentration camps in the year 2025, and we're talking about people being forced to eat on their knees like dogs. We're talking about a very high up official putting out the idea that perhaps if we remove these groups of people, all your problems will all of a sudden go away. I mean, this is really dangerous stuff. So we need more people to wake up and to realize what exactly is happening. And I'm basically just kind of throwing out the idea of what kind of language and rhetoric we should use for the purpose of trying to push more people to be awake. It's not really for shaming them. I don't believe that these people feel shame. I think that unfortunately this is exactly what they want to do. People like Stephen Miller, people like Tom Homan, they're there doing exactly what they want to do. So I'm not sure. This is something that I've just kind of been thinking about, and I don't know if maybe we should just continue to use to just call them Nazis, or maybe to I don't know, frame and say that no, this is just MAGAism, or just, I don't know, American fascism. A few years ago, we were scolded for discussing the comparison to Nazis, and now we're scolded for calling it what it is. Messaging will not work on a certain sect of people, we should be forthright, in my opinion. Oh yeah, no, like the intentions of what these people are doing is something that we need to continue to push. But I'm saying, like, how do we get people to understand what's happening? American was fascist before Germans became Nazis. U.S. fascism can only lead to civil war. Well, that's on them, right? Hans Punik, welcome. But I don't know. I mean, we could. I'm all for just using the term like just general American fascism. But I don't know. I was thinking about this MAGA as well. Like, fascist was an Italian right-wing authoritarian party, and Nazi was German. Right. I mean, like, the movement is fascist. The movement is a fascist movement. It's just called MAGA, right? It's not called the National Socialist Party. It's just called MAGA. It's called America First, right? That's what they call themselves. And I think that kind of short circuits the ability to reach normies, because I don't care. I'm not here to reach the fascists or worried about how they feel about being branded as Nazis, because they're doing Nazi shit. So stop doing Nazi shit and you won't be called a Nazi. But my point being is, like, it's more about how do we reach and how do we wake up more and more people. They got all their lessons from Jim Crow. This is just the way it's always been, especially for black people in POC. Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Ask the natives if fascism is new. ICE is just modern day slave catchers. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a disrespectful word that won't offend good, innocent people. Trump has been quoting Mussolini. Yeah. Trump is a fascist. So I don't know. Should we just say American fascism? Like MAGA-ism? American MAGA fascist movement? I don't know. It's just something that I've been thinking about how to refer to these people. Because I mean, for sure, in the history books, these people, I'm just trying to imagine, like, how these people are going to be written down on the history books. I think we should highlight the fascism and whatever we call it. Yep. They're Confederates. Some Nazis are, some are Nazis. Most are Confederates. I'm just going to keep calling them Nazis. I mean, that's a fair point. That's the whole point of this conversation. Like, should we just stick to that? Like JD Vance, who F's couches. Anyways, that's just a conversation that I kind of was having in my own head, and wanting to bring that to chat to see what you guys think. I mean, I'm all for just keeping just the simple, like, dude, you're doing Nazi stuff. Stop doing Nazi stuff, or because you're the reason why people keep calling you Nazis is because you're doing Nazi stuff, right? Like when Elon Musk got up there and did his little Sieg Heil, that's Nazi stuff, all right? So I don't know, man. And then people who balk and act like you're crazy for invoking Nazi Germany have already made up their minds and will never come to our side. That's a good point. That is a good point. But then again, if you're balking at the idea that this doesn't look like Nazi Germany, then Jam Tomb. I can't really help you if you can't see the parallels. I can't really help you. But I don't know. Perhaps we should just stick to the simple one-to-one comparison. Call them sinners. They're obsessed with sin, so why not throw it back at them? I don't know. It's not. No, I'm not. There's not. I wouldn't even engage with them. That's not the point. The point is not to be. Is not. Obviously. But they wouldn't do anything for them. Fascist leaders are evil. Others will fall in line through fear, envy. They are all guilty. Force them to tax the churches. Honestly, regardless, yeah. They should tax the churches. I see it subtly. I just don't think they have critical thinking skills to see it, and we got to speak the language they hear too. Yeah, I mean that's kind of like the overarching point, kind of, to you probably put it better than I did. Jam Tomb is that you know what I'm saying? That's all. Because we all know, we all see what's happening here, right? Or maybe I'm just thinking too much. Maybe I'm just thinking too much about it. But yeah. Soul Life, welcome. We don't have to look outside the U.S. It's always been here. They are Confederates. Yeah, I mean that's. I'm also open to that one because it kind of really brings it back to where it belongs, home. It's here. It's us. That's who we are as a country. That's kind of my point. As you were pointing out, Hans. The Confederate thing is a good one. It's us. We did this. That's who we are. Again, we being the country. That's what we're doing right now. We're doing a fascism, and it's these neo-Confederates or Confederates, if you just want to. There's nothing new about them, right? Neo-Confederates, yeah, or just straight up Confederates. There's not really nothing new about them. I hear you, and I'm going to ponder this more. Yeah, there you go. That's my point. Just to have this conversation, messaging should be a consideration. Yep. I mean, given the stakes that we're dealing with, I think that it's definitely something that we should try to, think about when we talk when we talk to people. I don't know. Those are just kind of my inward thoughts. Just kind of putting that out there. but putting the train back on the tracks, dozens of men who have been packed into holding cells for hours, kind of bringing it back to the reason why we had this conversation. Dozens of men have been packed into a holding cell for hours, the report said, and denied lunch about 7 p.m. They remained shackled with food on chairs in front of them. We had to, quote, we had to leave eat like animals, said one detainee, Pedro. Degrading treatment by guards is commonplace, like concentration camps in Nazi Germany. In all three jails, the group say, at the Chrome North Service Processing Center in West Miami, female detainees were made to use toilets in full view of men being held there and were denied, access to gender-appropriate care, showers, or adequate food. It's more like Jim Crow and slave catchers, but that's just my opinion based on our own history in this country. We don't need to look to Germany. Right. Germany looked here. Indeed, they did. You can read about where they got the inspiration for the Nuremberg laws. That's for sure. So yeah, Hans, I think the whole overarching point is to keep making that point, to keep bringing it home, to keep to keep to keep the focus here and say, look what we're doing. This is us, okay? It's here. We're doing this. And kind of hold that mirror. What I'm saying is construct a giant mirror to the country. That's all I'm saying. With words. Gender appropriate care means menstrual products, by the way. Yep. And the board to keep the emphasis on our history and our original sin of slavery. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The point of the overarching conversation in context of what we're describing here and how horrific now in 2025 what we're witnessing is to construct that mirror and say, look, this is us. I mean, how many more stories do we have to read, people, for people to wake up? How many more? How many more do we have to read about the conditions of these concentration camps of what we know of only? For literal decades, conservatives have been accusing the left of censorship while pretending to worship the Constitution. Now they're wiping their shoes on it while deporting people for freedom of speech. Yeah, of course. They don't believe in any of that. They don't believe in any of that. One coming to your state soon. Yep. They said they say the Jim Crow South and said they saw the Jim Crow South and said I like that, but with religion too. Yeah, I mean, read how they got the inspiration for racial laws in Germany. In fact, in some ways, and our laws about racial purity were even more aggressive than Nazi Germany. Think the one-drop rule. Jake! Germans thought our one-drop rule is extreme. Yep. Quick shout out to Jake. Excellent stuff. Excellent content. Appreciate that, Jake. Jeez, B-Cat. The jail was so far beyond capacity, some transferring detainees reported that they were held for more than 24 hours in a bus in a parking lot. Men and women were confined together, unshackled only when they needed to use the single toilet, which quickly became clogged. The bus became disgusting. It was a type of toilet which normally people only urinate because we were on the bus for so long. We were not permitted to leave it. Others defecated in the toilet. Because of this, the whole bus smelled strongly of feces. And if you're feeling uncomfortable and disgusted, yeah, that's kind of exactly the response. This should make everyone incredibly uncomfortable. This should make everyone incredibly disgusted. This should make everyone incredibly angry. This should make everyone horrified. Hey, Frizzle. When the group finally was admitted into the facility, they said many spent up to 12 days into a frigid intake room they christened La Hielera, which translates to icebox, or really, for us, it translates to freezer. With no bedding or warm clothes, sleeping instead on a cold concrete floor. There was little space at the Chrome concentration camp. So many detainees, the report said, that every available room was used to hold new arrivals. By the time I left, almost all visitation rooms were full. A few or so full of men couldn't even sit. They all had to stand, said Andrea, a female detainee. The third facility, the Broward Transitional Center in Pompano Beach, where 44-year-old Haitian woman Marie A.N.G. Blaise died in April. Detainees said they were routinely denied adequate medical care or psychological care. Images of packed cattle trains come to mind. Yep. I mean, how far away are we from actual trains of people, so to speak, leaving and never coming back? Seriously, how far away are we from that? It's pretty uncomfortably close. It's pretty uncomfortably close. Some suffered delayed treatment for injuries or chronic conditions, dismissive or hostile responses from staff. In one alleged incident in April at the downtown concentration camp, staff turned off a surveillance camera and a disturbance control team brutalized detainees who were protesting about a lack of medical attention to one of their number who is coughing up blood. One detainee suffered a broken finger. We are there, I think. Well, planes, yes. Analogous. And the analogous to what would be trains. Where do I find this channel? A Difficult Truth. I'm here on YouTube and Twitch. I think the initial planes that left for El Salvador, I think those were the test runs. I think those were the test runs. All three facilities were severely overcrowded, the former detainee said, and a contributing factor in Florida's decision to quickly build the other concentration camp, quote, Alligator Alcatraz in the Everglades, intended to eventually hold up to 5,000 undocumented migrants awaiting deportation. Because it's still unclear that whether or not these people are undocumented or not. So that is also unclear, because apparently it doesn't matter if you were actually undocumented or not. What we do now is protect each other at all costs and by any means necessary. Yeah. Yeah. Immigration detention numbers nationally were at the average of 56,400 a day in mid-June were almost 72%, having no criminal history, according to the report. By the way, one of the important distinctions between just like a regular jail and a concentration camp is the fact that there are just people there without any actual crime committed. That is one of the, despite like on top of the conditions and the reason as to why these camps are built, another determining factor is the fact that they are just there with no real crime. Due process is kind of gone. Essentially, it's gone. Without giving due process, how will we ever know? Yep. The daily average during the whole of 2024 was 37,000, Human Rights Watch said. The group said that documented abuses reflect inhumane conditions inside federal immigration facilities that have worsened significantly since Trump's inauguration and subsequent push to ramp up detentions and deportations. The anti-immigrant escalation and enforcement tactics under Trump are terrorizing communities and are ripping families apart, which is especially cruel in the state of Florida, which thrives because of immigrant communities. Said Katie Blankenship, the immigration attorney and co-founder of Sanctuary of the South. The rapid, chaotic, and cruel approach to arresting and locking people up is literally deadly and causing human rights crisis that will plague the state and the entire country for years to come. That is really, really underselling it, to be quite frank. And if you thought that being documented and doing the right thing is going to save you, I'm afraid that it doesn't really matter. Because even going through all the steps, even being here for decades, as a green card holder, which is legal status, will not save you. You will be deported and find yourself in a country that you've never been to. You got to put me all together. You got to put all the words together. An 82-year-old man was reportedly deported from the United States to Guatemala despite having absolutely no ties to Guatemala. He was a former Chilean person who fled, and you can't make this up because this is way too much on the nose, who fled Pinochet's fascist regime. And what did he do? What was his grave crime that got him deported and now in a hospital in a country that he's never been to, has no family, has no relation to? What was the crime? What was the grave mistake that he did? He lost his wallet. That was the grave the grave crime committed here. He lost his wallet. That's it. That's all he did. He lost his wallet and went to the immigration office to replace the lost green card. That's it. The green card was completely valid. There was nothing wrong with his legal status. All he did was lose the green card, and he went to go replace it as one does, like a license, as one does for a passport, for example. And now he is in a hospital, as far as we know, alive, in Guatemala. He went to renew his green card, right? Yeah, he went to replace it. What do you do if you're not a citizen in a country? What does that country do with you? It's unclear. First of all, it is very unclear what Guatemala did here, because I don't understand how this even happened. I don't understand. They snatched him up when we went to replace his green card. He literally did nothing wrong, and they disappeared him and told his family he died. Yes. That's right. These people literally have to walk around with freedom papers. It's assumed that we all kind of have to, right? It's assumed that we all kind of have to at this point, right? Because if you, for example, say... fit the description, but you are a citizen, it kind of doesn't matter. It kind of doesn't matter at this point. It feels like. Because if someone with completely legal status can be disappeared to Guatemala, then it stands to reason that any one of us can, legal or not legal. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a full citizen. It doesn't matter if you're a permanent resident. It doesn't matter if you're on a work permit. It doesn't matter if you're. It just doesn't matter. If you fit the description, you could find yourself in a completely different country that you've never been to, and your family not knowing a thing for weeks. I was adamant about the hubs getting its renewal done before the inauguration. Thank goodness we did. Yeah, honestly, I need to renew my passport. I need to renew my passport. Yeah, the description, brown. Yeah. That's right, Tufurkis. Farage wants to follow the U.S. model in the UK. He thinks that Trump is wonderful. I know, Farage is a fascist too. He's been a fascist for quite a minute. They told his family what? I didn't know that bit. Thinking about other countries that should treat ICE agents the same way many treat IOF soldiers. You're not welcome to my cafe. Yeah. Yeah, they literally called their family and said that he was dead. And eventually they got word of where he was, or they told their family where he was. He was handcuffed by ICE officers without any explanation, removed from the building. His wife was held there for 10 hours, according to the outlet. The family had been unable to obtain information for weeks. They said a woman claiming to be an immigration attorney later contacted them about vague details about his case. They told him that he had died. However, approximately a week later, a relative in Chile informed the family that Leon was alive but hospitalized in Guatemala despite having no apparent ties to that country. So at this time, we don't know what his condition is, but it goes on to describe that his family is going to Guatemala. So that is the last update that we have. It is unclear what the nature of his condition is or anything like that, but it can happen to you too. If you fit the description, as Jake said, brown, this could be you. If perhaps you know family or friends that don't necessarily speak English very well, it can happen to anyone like that, and it's not limited to just brown people, but anyone who is not considered quote unquote white. Investigation underway as Vietnamese national in ICE custody has died in a hospital. Tien Phan has been in custody for 7 weeks. This goes to show and confirms that the conditions in these concentration camps are not good. This is in Texas, so it's not just Florida. Tien Phan, 55, had been in custody for ICE Processing Center in Karnes County, Texas for 7 weeks. A representative for the family did not respond for a request to comment. According to the ICE email, Phan was taken to the local hospital, Otto Kaiser Memorial Hospital, on Friday for evaluation due to seizures, vomiting, and unresponsiveness, and was later airlifted to the Methodist Hospital Northeast for further evaluation. Cause of death was not stated, as now the subject of investigation. ICE routinely investigates any detainee deaths and publishes, the results online after 90 days. I'm sure, I'm sure that we're going to get a very neutral investigation here when you have ICE investigating itself. An immigration judge ordered that Phan be removed on April 2nd of 2012, but an ICE official said Phan failed to leave the country. Phan was arrested earlier in June this year. Again, it is unclear whether or not this was a criminal, and it doesn't matter. The point being is that the conditions that the people in these concentration camps are in are deadly. All right, folks, we're going to speed run through this one. This is the last article that we have today that I can go through. Texas Republicans aim to redraw House districts at Trump's urging, but there's a risk. It doesn't matter. So the point being is that some think that this will help Democrats. It doesn't matter. The whole overarching point of this article is that the President of the United States is urging legislatures from states that are red to redraw maps that are favorable. Because if he's allowed to do this in Texas, it stands to reason that he's probably going to go around to the next red state, like say Florida, and redraw more maps to maintain the Republican power. Representative Vincent Gonzalez, a Texas Democrat who represents a slice of Rio Grande Valley along the border with Mexico, won his last congressional election by just over 5,000 votes. This makes him a tempting target for Republicans who are poised to redraw the state's congressional map this coming week and devise 5 new winnable seats for the GOP that would help the party avoid losing House control in the 2026 election, which inevitably, the backlash is coming, and they know it. And they know it. I don't know if they can carve it up any redder. The handful of seats, 5 seats, 3 seats is enough. Adjusting the lines of Gonzalez's district to bring out a few thousand more Republican voters while shifting some Democratic ones out could flip his seat. Gonzalez said he's not worried those Democratic voters will end up in one of the Republican districts that flank Gonzalez's current one, making those districts more competitive, possibly enough to that it could flip seats to Democrats. So the point being, we're going to kind of just wrap things up here. We're gonna wrap things up here. The point of this is not that like, oh well, the Republicans are putting themselves into a trap by doing this, and they're gonna end up losing instead of. That's not the point. The point is that it's wild that the President of the United States can literally go to a favorable red state and go, hey, draw me up maps so that we can keep or we can try to keep the majority in the House. Like, can you imagine if Biden or whatever the next Democratic representative ends up being goes on and says like, hey, California, make sure that when you redraw your maps, give me a couple of extra seats, even if it's 1 or 2, just so we keep the majority, because it's really that razor thin, right? I mean, how many seats do the Republicans have over the Democrats in the House? Not many. I believe it's literally just a couple. So if they flip 3, if they flip 2, if they flip 5, that's enough. And that's the problem. We can't see it as, oh, well, they might end up playing themselves in the end. No, a president can't go around, or shouldn't be able to go around. I mean, I don't know. Shouldn't be able to go around to favorable states and say, hey, the next time you have to do redistricting, make sure that you take away 5 seats or 2 seats or 3 seats or 10 seats, whatever, to make sure that we get those seats. I mean, if there's ever a case for eliminating gerrymandering across the board, I mean, here it is, right? Because at this point, the Democratic president, that whenever that happens, if that happens, the Democratic president should be able to do this too. Should be able to go to the favorable blue state legislatures and say, you know what? Draw me up some maps. They're opening the door to this. This speaks to how afraid Trump is of a left-leaning Congress. Get those seats and impeach the punk. 100%. And he knows it. And he knows it. He knows it because if he's out of office a lot sooner than he expects, maybe he's also going to perhaps have to see about any consequences. But anyways, the point being is that this is clear authoritarianism, where the president is literally trying to influence elections. He's literally trying to influence federal elections. Really, they should be calling out right for things like dissolving the union, threatening secession at this point. Won't even do the basic less than bare minimum, kind of tit for tat. Oh, I don't think the Democrats would. I'm saying that this is what I would say if I was wanting the Democrats to do something. With behavior, this is obviously bad faith. Yep. We all wish it weren't so, but this is stark reality facing us. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I could ask why cops don't have such a bright lights and shine in your face, and I said so they can't tell if the driver is black. Yep, you should look up studies about traffic stops and the difference between traffic stops, the racial differences between traffic stops at night and traffic stops at day. Things that make you go, Secession is unconstitutional, but so is this whole administration. Yep. All right, folks, I got to get out of here. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you to producer Nick. Thank you to all the hosts as well. Huge shout out to all the wonderful content creators. Thank you for making this possible. I appreciate all of you guys being here. Thank you for your support. Make sure you do all the things, folks. Share, like, subscribe, do all the things. Follow us on all social media platforms. We are here Tuesdays, Thursdays, Wednesdays. Sorry, I did all that wrong. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays on this space. So go do the things and spread the word, folks. Spread the word. Thank you. And watch my show here on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Catch me on Twitch. Thank you all for being here. As always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
is how he stopped and dropped his briefcase and began to move his hips to the beat of the drums. And he will think that is why God made the world.
The third story is about Chuck's early life. His mom and dad and unborn sister all die in a car accident. He lives with his bubby and Zadie, played by Mia Sara and Mark Hamill. His bubby teaches him how to dance, but she also dies, collapsing in a grocery store when he's 10.
That lady who was in here a few weeks ago, the one who died, where was she when it happened? It's a little creepy, kid. She was my grandma.
Now living with his alcoholic grandfather, who swears that upstairs is a room where you see ghosts of people who are going to die, Chuck keeps dancing and takes a dance class in high school, even though his daddy wants him to be an accountant.
What's in there? Right between my hands, right now.
I don't know.
All the people you know?
I guess.
Just the people you know? Everything you see. Everything you know. The world, Chuck. Planes in the sky, manhole covers in the street. Every year that you live, that world inside your head will get bigger and brighter.
He's also introduced to the Walt Whitman poem, Song of Myself, that says, I am large, I contain multitudes. The multitudes are the people he meets, who live on in his head and memory as the characters we see in the first part. And the dialogue and actors recur in both parts. After Zadie dies, and Chuck walks into the ghost room, he sees himself on his deathbed from a brain tumor. Each of these parts isn't just a different story, it's filmed almost as a different genre of film, giving it the feeling of a story anthology. And yet, by the end, it all comes together in a neat way, discussing life, death, and grieving. Stephen King's work has often been about the issues he grapples with, but I think there's a directness and a sweetness to it that you wouldn't necessarily expect, as well as the humor of a movie like Stranger Than Fiction maybe is the first thing I thought of. Not to say Stephen King just does horror, he doesn't, but it's not wrapped in the allegory that he often writes with. Mike Flanagan, who is known for his monologues, keeps so much of the original Stephen King narration through Nick Offerman. It's a really fascinating adaptation, especially the reverse chronology, with the strangest part first, like it's daring you to stick with it.
What happens to that universe if someone, I don't know, hits a patch of ice and goes off an overpass or...
Don't worry too much about those things. Just remember that you contain multitudes, Chuck.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Zach Marsh is an actor, director, and frequent cinema goer who made a short film called A Talk in the Park, which is now on YouTube, link in the bio, that he directed and starred and is on Letterboxd at Zach B. Marsh and on Instagram at The Cinema of My Mind. I, of course, am your host, who is large and contains multitudes, Forrest Miller. Wait, Miss Richard just pushed off the what happens to my mind universe if I die question. That was clearly a pretty good question. Also, Miss Richards is Mike Flanagan's wife.
And a total stand-in for Angelina Jolie from like 1997 too, by the way. Yeah. Zach, welcome back, man. It's great to have you back on. It's been a little bit, and I think this is a great one to have you on for. I think you were also silent.
Yeah, you're muted.
Choice, I think.
You're muted.
Right now, This is my favorite movie of the year. This is the one to beat. I absolutely love this one. I love everything about it.
Muted.
There you go.
I was saying it's very wonderful to be back.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Also, and I don't want to spoil too much of my thoughts ahead of time, but this is also my favorite film of the year so far.
Conan's too. You just said.
Yeah. So it's wild because I mean, it's no secret on this show that we love Tom Hiddleston, right? I mean, Kristina and I have opined about how great underrated the Loki series is. Even people like burned out on Marvel. Yeah, we get it, but like this
is not a Marvel show.
It's a completely different show. First of all, it's written, especially second season, show produced by the guys that did Something in the Dirt, and like all of those great lo-fi sci-fi movies, and it's basically the best season of Doctor Who ever. Like, it's super interesting. It's intelligent. They did something cool with the character that like totally takes it out of the wheelhouse of where it's supposed to be. But it all works because Tom Hiddleston's great. He's got like such effortless charisma, and we never see him and stuff. And it's so funny because you see this, which by the way gets, and I'm sure we'll get into it, gets to feature his dancing, which he's astoundingly good at. And it's just
Rasputin.
It's kind of surprising that you don't get to see him, outside of the character of Loki. You don't get to see him in that many movies, and it's really like this guy's a star. You know what I mean?
Well, for a while, they're trying to stick him in every Marvel movie for a little bit, which is fine, like as like the continuity link. But I don't know if that gives you much time to be in here's a cool we're really shooting this like indie lowdown, because we've talked about Only Lovers Left
Alive. I was checking to make sure it was him because he so disappears into that role of like the rock and roll vampire that it's like that was him, right? Like, let me check before I make a fool of myself.
I also feel like he's getting so much into Chuck, like you forget he's British, like the real guy, because his American accent is so generic, kind of like almost like Midwestern, it just is such a good just like generic American accent. Like you forget that he's a British guy, and then you hear him talk. he's
such an incredible talent. You really never get to see him be a lead in a movie. That's not a property.
I will say this: I've seen videos of Marvel stars who just can't quite make it. Tom Hiddleston was always on that list because a lot of the stuff he was in was just not good. Like he played Hank Williams.
Yeah.
He played Hank Williams. He did. I think the only really good thing he did like that Crimson Peak, for a show.
Now imagine him as like with the Chuck voice going, "Hey, good looking." Only
Lovers Left Alive is amazing, but it's this weird mid-period Jarmusch that no one was paying attention to what Jim Jarmusch was doing, except for unless Bill Murray was involved, and
Bill Hey, is that you, Bill Murray?
Is that you, Bill Murray? Hey, Bill Murray. But
Bill
Only Lovers Left Alive. But Only Lovers Left Alive is fantastic. But it's again him, because it's both of them, right? Because it's him and what's her face? It's Tilda. Yeah, and I feel like Tilda,
weird, ageless kind of almost mystical energy about them just in general. There's something he is a perfect Loki because he's so there's something very impish about him, just the presence,
his whole vibe
in this movie. In this movie too, which is crazy because literally the plot is oh, this guy's about to die of cancer. But yeah.
Which is so okay. So all that comes around, and I like Mike Flanagan. I've come around Mike Flanagan before. I was like, I don't know who that is. To being oh, it's that horror movie guy. Fine. To being oh, this guy's actually. There's something here. There's something really interesting here. And I know he basically became Stephen King's guy, right? Hey, when my stuff gets adapted, I want it to be you. But because he
did Dr. Sleep, right?
Yeah. Which is good. Which is I didn't give the time of day because I'm what? Why even make a sequel to that? That's stupid. Which it was. But then again, it was well done, and I was kind of all right, fine.
It makes.
But here's the point. Here's my point. When I heard it was oh, it's a Mike Flanagan movie. I'm all right, cool. I know what that's gonna be. And they're actually, it's not exactly what you think it's gonna be. And I was really? And what you have is, to me, up there with the Shawshank Redemption, as far as from the source material, being so different than what the author is known for, and then also
Yeah.
being so different than what the director is known for, that I think a lot of people are just assuming that I know what that is, and it's like, no, you really don't.
Like, people like don't think about how much Stephen King has written. Like,
Right,
like
he's written a lot.
And been on the island.
but like even which all right, I had a joke about that. I'm not going to say it right now, but even like this anthology from 2020 that this is from is 4 novellas that he was like, oh, I wrote these novellas and
Right.
like they're too short for me to publish anywhere else, and I don't have like a selling point for them. So here's just 4 books, pretty much.
And
that I
think
wrote.
about what other stuff was novellas. Rita Hayworth and Shawshank Redemption, right? The Body, which became Stand By Me. Like, honestly, everything from different seasons, but At Pupil, which not great, folks.
Yeah, it's crazy. He wrote Stand By Me too. Like, there's so much stuff that's not hard. Like, he's so known for his horror because his horror prose is so good. Like, I remember being a kid and reading Carrie, and like even the book Carrie being like freaky as fuck. But like, he's so known for his I think that was the first Stephen King book I read, or at least that I remember reading. But like, he's so known for his horror stories, and it's like not all of them are.
Yeah, Maximum, whatever. Like some of those movies.
Maximum
are-
Overdrive.
Yeah, I'm like, that's a
Well,
hard
as a director, he sure did a lot of cocaine, is what I got to say. But
and as a writer.
but as a writer, I mean, like
Streetwalkers.
you also like look. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and outline all the works of Stephen King. We'll be here all night. We'll have time to talk about the movie. But I guess what I'm getting at is that
I would listen to Nick Offerman read all the titles.
like reading the phone book. Sure, I'm into
Yeah.
it, man. Great. I'm Nick Offerman narrate my life. I'm into that as well. He does a great job here.
But I messaged you guys at like 3 a.m. and I was like, I want Nick Offerman to narrate my life.
It's
walking down the street.
Lindsay walked in. She's like, you really hear the mustache in his narration.
Yeah.
Great. You really can.
I have maybe a hot take regarding the narration.
Okay, lay it on us, Zach.
I say this because I think most of my favorite films don't have I'm not a big fan of narration.
No,
I think
Goodfellas and this and like maybe one other.
Yeah, there's like Casino for me. Maybe is the
Casino's good,
exception, but I think this is a contender for best narration in a film ever for me. Mainly because I generally don't like it as a device. I find narration
Because it's a hacky device, right?
It's a hacky device. It's usually lazy and hand holding. It's very again. Casino is an example of it used effectively. This is an example of it used fucking beautifully. I actually I even think some like not all of it, but some of the narration in Goodfellas is kind of like unnecessary and spelling things out more than it needs to be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing about narration, right? Like, there's one of the.
What, you don't like narration? Huh?
Well,
it's not good enough for you.
Like the famous kind of bit about it, right? Is like when there's a hole in the script that they need to fill and they don't know how to fill it. They're like, well, just add narration. But there's also a second version of it where it's like a writer could be such a profound, like prose writer that you're like, oh, I want to capture some of the prose. Somebody's got to read this prose pretty much. And I think it really works here. But there's a lot of times where it does seem like somebody is nervous about doing like adapting whoever the writer is, which Mike Flanagan definitely is about Stephen King. Like I've mad Stephen King still is about The Shining, and then you realize like, oh, so this is a guy that like pretty much didn't have very much. Like he was making like films for under $1 million, and then one of his first films for like $5 million or something was Gerald's Game. And then from there, Stephen King's like, you know what? I really like your filmmaking. And he's like, oh, I don't want to lose my Stephen King connection or be one of the guys that in 40 years, somehow Stephen King is still alive. He's like 120 or something. And
he's a Futurama head in a jar.
Instead, and is still mad about one adaptation that's actually a success.
Yeah, he's still mad about The Shining. Yeah, exactly.
I hate that they made one of the best movies ever out of my book.
So what you're saying, but like tied his, but having his affairs tied to Stephen King and like basically have it not work out in a way that was interesting or artistically successful. Is that kind of where you're going with that, Forrest?
Yeah, well, and there's been times I think with this too, like Stephen King was like, you have to like don't just adapt my like we got to make some changes on some of this stuff.
Right.
I think in Dr. Sleep too, like you gotta like we can't just like put my book on the screen. But I think Mike Flanagan is nervous that if he doesn't do that, Stephen King's like, this isn't the book I wrote, because of course he is. I would too. Like it's hard. Like
At least he learned something in Maximum Overdrive other than how to do cocaine in moderation. Zach, what were we gonna say?
I haven't read the novella. So is the Nick Offerman narration, is that just the prose? Like, is it just lifted right from the book?
I haven't read it, but like I was looking into a lot of it and like a lot of the reviews. It's pretty much just the Nick Offerman, which is done really like Nick Offerman is like the person that it works best with. I think to have this like
Like, yeah, and I'm tired of Morgan Freeman narrating everything.
It's enough with Morgan Freeman, yeah. Well, and I think that it's
smooth voices.
So I'd like to surreptitiously address the third act / first act, and what people may or may not find dismaying or interesting about it. But what I would like to say is that as a huge Carl Sagan fan, and especially of the television show Cosmos, which you can get a physical media if you want, and is basically single-handedly the best case for secular humanism, as well as one of the best scientific totemic works done in our life, not even in our lifetime, in the last 100 years.
Yeah.
And is basically more or less paraphrased so eloquently in a phone conversation where the only prop is a calendar between two amazing actors. That's how I knew it was like, all right, this is going to be something cool. This is they're going deep on this because again, spoilers, everybody. I don't know who engaged with this show doesn't realize they're going to get spoilers, but the third act, which is what is presented first, is more or less the end of Chuck's life, and it's the interiority of his world, the world that exists within Chuck, that exists within all of us, and it's dying. And what you basically get is one of the best apocalypse movies I think I've ever seen, but as a 30 to 40 minute thing where you're like, what is going on? And you keep seeing and for those that watch on YouTube, the Chuck Krantz 39 great years, thanks Chuck billboard. Like, who's this Chuck guy? What like, why is he retiring?
It gets more and more unnerving because it's like, but like, and you don't know why.
It shows up like literally in the windows, and you're like, what? Why? And then stuff escalates, and it's just so dismaying and unsettling. And then you see the stars literally going out, and you're like, what is happening? What is this?
Like literally sitting there, it's like Mars. They're like, oh, there goes Mars, and Mars just pop, and then it's like, oh, there goes, like each star is popping in the sky, and they still have like they kind of torture you with it, like it's almost like a form of foreplay or something, like torture foreplay or something, where they're
but before any of that, before any of that, you get the back and forth about Cosmos, and Carl Sagan is saying, like, if you look at a calendar that on this day the oceans came together, this is the Cretaceous period, the dinosaurs showed up, blah blah blah, etc., and then the humans showed up on the last day, the last hour at like 11:55. And it's something where it's like, oh, finally somebody hit on something that, like, what's one of the best things about Carl Sagan and the best thing about Cosmos is the ability to put things in perspective with a deep humanism, to be like, man, it's gonna be okay. Like, it's either way, it's gonna be okay if you look at the broader scope of like the universe that we live in. And man, how awesome is it to have that deployed in such a way with these characters that do not know what's going on. California's literally fallen in the ocean, the internet's down, more importantly Pornhub, as the one guy says. Like everything, there's like sinkholes, and what we're seeing disasters that are happening all the time in our absolutely screwed up state of the world that we live in. That could just be like, this could be like 6 months from now, as far as we know, but we don't know what's happening. But you get that humanistic relativism with it to kind of put things in perspective, and it's beautiful. And we just don't get that. And the only thing I can think about was it Mackenzie Davis show, Station 17, Station 19, Station something. I never read the book, but like that streaming show, that was like, oh wow, this is like a humanistic post-apocalyptic tale. Cool. That's the only time I've seen. Otherwise, it's just like everybody thinks it's gonna be Mad Max. It's like, well, no, it isn't.
But realizing it's not the apocalypse, and it's cancer shutting down this guy's brain. Sure. Like, because in your head you're like, oh, this is Stephen King's take on climate.
Because you expected it's Stephen King. Of course, he's gonna kill the world.
It's
right?
like he's feeling lived up, and he's like, I'm gonna show everyone what climate change is gonna be like as the world. No, but as the world fades away, and then you realize after like 40 minutes, because it's a 40-minute long statement, you realize, oh no, that's not what this is. at all. And
Something
this
totally
is the story of somebody's brain with a tumor in it that's like filtering through these last memories and everything, and like it's a very different thing than what you expect it's going to be.
And just to capstone what I was saying there, and capstone that point, it's one of the things it's a big head fake that happens with this movie that I think is beautiful, because it's something where what would seem hacky or like, all right, that's annoying, and believe me, some reviewers on Letterboxd do find it annoying. I found it to be incredibly profound, and it ties into the larger themes of the movie at large. So I mean, is it just me? Again, I'm a big Carl Sagan nerd, so like maybe that was just me, but I thought that stuff rocked, frankly. And I was
pretty cool that the space intro, like like one of the teasers
Yeah.
for the space was.
The space, Carl Sagan.
Who Loves America. Yeah. I think that it's
welcome to our The Spacers as well. We're proud to be multicasting on this space.
I like that all of that dialogue, right? Like it repeats in the third. Like you realize like this is all stuff that that Chuck has either heard as a kid or experienced or people he's seen. I wonder about like the Matthew Lillard character, who is someone that doesn't recur, if that's like kind of referencing the fact that he's been in so much like high profile stuff in like the night, like that would have been maybe stuff Chuck watched. Maybe I was overthinking that, but
oh sure. Well, yeah, because it is this Matthew Lillard. Where it's like, oh yeah, there he is, Matthew Lillard.
The cast is phenomenal. Like Stephen King's like, I'm gonna cast a bunch of horror icons in this movie.
Well, and a lot of them are like Flanagan's regulars, right? Like I haven't seen everything he's done, but I really like his House of Usher is where that's the first time I saw Strange Darling. I can't remember her name right now, but like the amazing actress in Strange Darling.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking
She was in that, and I was like, wow, she's great. Like, and I keep seeing all these players. We're like, wow, these people are awesome. And it's like, oh, it's all these people that Flanagan just like, he likes working with them. Like a lot of directors do. They have like
including the people that like as far back as college. Like he had like people that he knew that were just kind of on the streets in Maryland that he found. And some of those are people that he's repeated in his films a bunch of times, including his friends. I think they got hit by a Papa John's delivery car, and then. And then went, fuck it, I'll put my settlement into I'll put some of my settlement money into your film.
It's amazing. You love to see it. And it's also astounding that Kate Siegel, who he's married to, she's like one of the pivotal roles in this, which is when you get the young Chuck in the third segment, which is technically the second, is the one that teaches him about the interiority of the mind, basically based on that Walt Whitman poem. And it's such a key moment and a key part for the character and for the story. She's great. And then when you realize like, oh, it's her literally talking to her child, because young Chuck is played by Mike Flanagan and Kate Siegel's child.
Yeah.
Amazing. Great child acting, by the way, as someone who's very hypercritical of child acting. Yeah, great nepotism in this movie.
Also Mia Sarah. Like we're like, oh my God.
Well, we're just shouting people out too, like hottest grandma ever. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, what do you want me to say here? I mean, she's 10 years older than me, and look, call me.
But like we rarely see her do films and TV these days, because I mean she's done projects that haven't been as good as like Ferris Bueller's Day Off and whatnot in her.
It's gotta be crazy though for such an early project. Right? It's got to be crazy to be like in like a high point of your career is like. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, because I feel like that movie inspired more other like homages and other movies than anything.
Yeah, and Heather Langenkamp, I'm like, let's
as the
go.
town gossip, like not horror related at all. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Like she's super good as the town gossip. She's trying to gossip with the kid. She fucking wants a hot goss so bad. it's like yeah. Oh, you want some tea? It's like, I'll take some milk.
It gets really like there's something. I mean, I think Stephen King writes these kinds of kids really well. Like, I mean, Stand By Me too. Like, as far back as that, like kids that like are curious and like macabre, but then go too far, and whatever it is kind of traumatizes them in the moment. And that happens to this kid every 5 seconds. He's like, oh, where did the woman die? They're like, oh, you're a weird kid. He's like, no, this is my grandma. I want to know where she died. I want to know about this guy that hung himself. I want to know, like, he wants to know stuff that like you don't want to know. But that's such a part of being a kid. It's like you don't realize how much curiosity.
Have a true crime podcast.
You don't realize how much curiosity really did kill the cat. Pretty much, you know what I mean? Like, you can find out way too much, way too fast as a kid.
The spacer's asking if I mean GILF, and yes, I do. Thank you.
Well, he's go.
Look, man, she's playing a little under the age of what she's supposed to be, but it's, she's a good actress, and
she's got the actually, same kind of like, because I don't think I've really seen her in much stuff at all since Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah, because women become invisible at the age of 40.
She got the same. She's got the same like Marissa Tomei kind of thing going on, where it's like they've aged.
You're not a big Time Cop fan, anyway.
But yeah, I think I don't know. So that first part, right? Like leading into the second part, I think it's really cool that like you see the girl skating in the second part, and that's your realization that like all of these are kind of characters in his head or repeating characters. But before that, there aren't really repeating characters besides Chuck.
You see a bunch of people at the end of that segment. You see a bunch of, like Raul Coley's like his nurse or whatever is like having a coffee as the girl skates by. That's why I think like I want to watch the end of that segment again to see if Matthew Lillard is like in the crowd somewhere, because or
like there's a Scooby-Doo poster.
Yeah. Like I'm pretty sure you see almost everybody who is in the first, I guess the third act technically, but the first act of the movie, and
there it is. Yeah.
I think you see all of them somewhere in like the crowd, either watching the dance scene or at the end as Chuck is walking away.
But you see a lot of them in the dancing. You see Karen Gillan. You see both the characters from the third act, which is played first as teachers, like for the dance, which are wonderful, by the way. Now I want to get into the substance of those, but let's continue on first.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys have had this too, like like especially like I guess as a kid, but like as you get older, like sometimes you see a face and you don't know where that you've seen that face before, or you see a face briefly and that face kind of sticks out.
It just
and, like,
looks familiar and it sticks out in some way. Yeah, totally. Yeah,
and it's they did a really good job kind of capturing that on screen with like the girl skating first, and then like kind of just all these characters being just kind of people he sees, and especially because it's like. Of course, it's like the people he sees 9 months before, on top of like the teachers that probably played a big role, supporting role, or like, whatever in his life as a kid. Like, of course, it's like some girl skating. That's what he's going to remember, or she's going to be one of the characters in his head as he dies like 9 months later, which is I hate thinking about like mortality in the sense of like I get mortality in the sense of like you get hit by a car and instantly it's over. But like I hate thinking about like the concept of withering away over the course of something that fast. Like you have like a high point in your life. Like, second segment's like the best day of his life, and it's like 9 months later he's dead. And there's such a
right, and it mentions that. So okay, so can we talk about the second segment? Because first of all, like outside of a movie musical, one of the best deployments of like dance as a joyful mechanism that I think I've ever seen in any movie. And I say that as someone personally, I don't care for dancing at all. I do what I do on stage, which people tell me, oh, you do that. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing on stage. I mean, I do, but I don't.
You're hopping around with your guitar.
I mean, it's a natural, what it is a natural extension of the music, right? And so it's so fantastic to see, much like Sing Sing was a mission statement of like, here's acting as an art form. That like, here's dancing as an art form that can touch people and elevate the mundane existence of the everyday into something more important and bring people out of the doldrums of just being an accountant at an accountant conference. Can you think of anything more boring than being in a conference full of accountants talk? Like, oh, great, there's a symposium on integers. Wonderful.
And you're on some of the panels, but also not on some of the panels. It's like,
I mean, it sounds like
you're a nice guy. You want to talk about accountancy in the 21st century?
And what's crazy is like the whiplash of starting with our post-apocalyptic beginning, and again act 3, which is Chuck dying, and then you're like, we got a busker, this chick is drumming, what are we doing? What is this, the same movie that I wander into? Like what happened? And then
I'm busking my ass over here.
Oh, I'm busking here. But it's done so well that he's just moved in the moment. And then you find out that like, oh, well, this is because, his grandma that he grew up with, like was like a key part of her identity and like something that like kept her youthful and kept them connected. And there's all these reasons for it. But then the other woman gets dragged in who got dumped that day. And and this becomes this a transcendental, like, I guess the reductive thing to say would be like a viral moment, but it's elegiac. It's an elegy, and it's something that I feel like you used to see more of that like the 1940s and stuff. And I think what the times have become like so cynical now that we don't like, we see that it has to have like some post-ironic tag to it. Right. And we don't see that here. Like, it's just like, no, this is just like a crazy, wonderful moment that you hear about. Like, no, later on when he's dying, he'll forget all of these other things, but he's not going to forget this one specific moment, which is like, whoa, heavy. And that's like the first time it lays that on you, where you're like, okay, this is maybe a little deeper than I thought it was going to be. But
like imagine the whiplash of like the best day of your life being, like 9 months before you die of cancer. Like your brain tumor takes you.
Right.
And it's like you're getting headaches during that moment, but it's like you think, oh, that's just like a normal, number guy headache. The numbers are trying to get out of his head. But like, no, but he's feeling his head like during the whole dance scene, and it's like, no, it's just one of my headaches. Meaning this has been going on for quite a while, assumably.
I mean, what do you think, Zach? I mean, I thought that moment was incredible. Did you?
Oh yeah, it's my favorite moment of the movie is the narration over him walking away from the dance. Like, that just fucking destroyed me in the theater. Really, the end of each, and we'll get to the ending of the film, but the end of each act, like, emotionally fucking devastated me. But that the one most of all was like, he'll be in so much pain, he'll wonder why God made the world, and then he'll remember this moment and realize that's why. Like, that was just fucking like, I'm glad I saw it in a theater. I saw it at Lightbox with like 4 people in the theater, which I'm glad about, because I'm pretty sure you could hear me like blubbering at that.
Yeah. It's emotional, man. Like, it's in a way that, like, it's not cloying, it's not manipulative. And like, God, that is such a thin balance beam to walk.
The other,
it's not material.
There's like this book ending kind of thing where when he introduces Chuck, he says, he speaks their language, but he'd like to think that he speaks other languages too, even if he's forgotten some of the words or whatever, some of the phrases he used to know. Like, that line is so good, especially said by like Nick Offerman. Like, you realize who this is so fast. It's like he had all these dreams and he settled for being an accountant, which, hell, that sounds like hell. That sounds terrible. You have all these dreams.
Sounds like our lives.
But it makes sense.
Your dreams.
It makes sense in the third one why that happens, right? Like,
well, and the speaking other languages, right? I mean, for someone that's like,
the language,
a term applied to me, not something I self-applied, a polymath of like someone that does many other things and works in different worlds. That very much speaks to me, and that's something that I understand immediately. And it's demoralizing sometimes. Especially when it's like, this is the most mundane thing ever. Can I just say, wild that Mark Hamill delivers one of the most pro math speeches I've ever seen in a serious motion picture. In a way where it is really good and deeply compelling, and we're like,
but the same speech echoed by 2 characters, right? The cool guy, the old guy that he just meets. It's like, my math is good. That turns out to be the funeral director at the end of it,
which is like the guy who's the funeral director, and in the first/third part, he's the guy that's like, well, here's the reason why this is happening. Actually, the rotation of the Earth is off by like 1 micron, and it's like 2 minutes less. Blah fucking blah blah blah. It doesn't matter.
But like, that head fakes you. That head fakes you, because you're like, they wouldn't introduce that if it's not a movie about, like, it's not Stephen King's take on climate change or whatever, or like Stephen King's take on the end of the world. And it's like, they wouldn't introduce like that in detail. And then it's like, oh no, they did, just because that's what your brain does. Like, that's it.
Well, because that's a rationalization in the way, in the way that he's reconciling his world and reconciling what's happening in it and why things are happening. And to be fair, it's a compelling soliloquy about math.
It is not hard. Yeah, get out of here, Mark Hamill. It reminds me of like having a dad that's like an architect. Like, it's some shit. Like, I hate math. I hated doing math homework. And like, math is art. Math is everything. It's definitely something like my dad would have said to like try to bullshit me into doing my math homework. Like,
Sunshine math was the worst.
But credit not only to the writing but also the delivery. That it's like, for a second you're like, oh yeah, and then you're like, wait, No, art is art. Math is like, no, come on, what are you doing?
He even has the Mark Hamill speech. He even has the, like, when you're dancing, you go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. What's that?
Yeah,
Numbers. Those are numbers.
Shall we dance? 1, 2, 3, and
yeah, such great casting for the grandparents. I mean, but like, so, you know, like how cool is that, right? That you got Mia Sara, you got Mark Hamill as your grandparents. I mean, fantastic. Like the whole the cast in this is just top to bottom wonderful. I love everything about it.
And he's going into the third one, right? Like, he's plagued by death the entire time. Like he speed runs, like losing his parents, losing his unborn sister, losing his grandparents. Like, it's a speed run through like the stuff that everybody does lose throughout their lives, but like he has it in such a short condensed period of time. But it's like, you know, he only lives 39 years, so 39 great years.
39 great years. Like I say, my joke I was saying to Zach is 39 great years. Too bad I'm 47. You know, came up with on the fly, but
that's not true, though, is it?
Well, I'm an ageless vampire. That's canonically known. So,
You're not fucking 47. I don't fucking.
Thank you. This is why I keep inviting you back. You know, I think that it's well done. I think that there's a lot to that. The magical realism of the room. I realize I made a few recommendations, like, I just recommend that someone that hates magical realism. Whoops. But I'm not going to say it's a small part of the movie, because it's a huge part of the movie. But
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's the key part of the movie. I don't know. Am I off base there? Like, Zach, what do you think? What do you think about that? What do you think about the room? Not the movie, the room in
the room upstairs.
Oh, hi, Mark. 39 great years, Mark.
39 great years, Mark. Go ahead, Zach.
I don't know if the room is like the core of the movie, but I do think that it's a vital part. I mean, it plays a role in all. Actually, does it play in the second act? I don't think the room.
No, it's just in the third. You do see
it
in the first. You
see
it in
the
the
first.
first.
I know that. I know you see it in the first, and obviously, like, it's all over the third act. No, I wouldn't say the room is the core of the film. I think the room it's a plot device. It's not a MacGuffin, because like you find out what's in the room, and what's in it is actually important to the story. But it's like a plot device is what I would call it. It moves the story forward, and it helps to tell you what the movie needs to tell you. But I don't think in and of itself it's not. I don't think it's like the central thing of the film.
It's a metaphor, though, right? Like, it's a metaphor for mortality. Like, you go into the room and you like, it forces you to face your mortality, which is what the entire first act is pretty much about. I mean, everyone's dropping dead around, but like the entire movie is like, it's a movie about accepting mortality and like understanding that, you know, life and death are two sides of the same coin.
Just his luck.
Yeah,
and then understand, and then knowing the end and knowing even details about the end doesn't change the importance of the journey to the destination too. And that's again, that comes back to the humanism aspect of it too, right? Because the thing about humanism definitionally is that it's concerned with the enjoyment of empathetic connection to others and overcoming the miseries, mediocre and otherwise, of life, because there is only the material existence and what is left behind in your memories of others. The interiority of your mind is a universe in and of itself.
Yeah,
that dies. That literally does die.
Which
and we do indeed consider
it's a valid question if you're doing it as kind of like if you're talking about it as a universe. It's like, what happens to the characters? Like, are the characters you created in your mind like almost in their own universe? And when you die and that fades out and nobody remembers it, and the thoughts that you've had in your head and the faces you've seen, like, I don't know, like when the last person that ever knows you die, it's pretty much like essentially you're dead. Like, you kind of live on in people's memories in a weird way.
As a different aspect of yourself, and writ large, that is, and it's so amazing that the great Walt Whitman, the I Contain Multitudes poem is in here, because I just had John Fine on from the new band We Contain Multitudes Talk about synergy, right? On Protonic Reversal last week. But it's something that, God, that's so intrinsic to understanding what this film is, because it's also understanding your own worth and understanding your own power, that you deserve to be wonderful, right? It's like literally a line in the, it's literally my subtitle. I forgot about that. And I think that's a powerful message, especially in these times that are just the worst villains are like in charge. The people that we have been assigned as our heroes keep refusing to show up for work, et cetera, that we need reminders of that basic humanity and valuation of art and the elevation of the mundane is worthwhile and is something that's worth paying attention to, and it's worth devoting your energy to and remembering. That's huge.
I think it's the conversation that he has with his grandpa. Like, there's something like almost like a little bit autistic about that character, right? Like, that's not the character that you'd want to have, like, to give you like a, like the facts of life talk. It's like, he's like, look, nobody's a dancer. Let me tell you the numbers to tell you how the thing that you want to do, the thing you're really passionate about, the creativity that you really display, right? Like, it's time to punch you back down into reality, pretty much.
Well, I wrote a line about that in Villain of Circumstance, which is dreaming is useless when you're around.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the Mark Hamill character. As much as I love him, he's that kind of guy. It's like, what's the point of dreaming if you're just gonna be this guy that's like crapping all over it,
Don't dream it, be it.
But he's like this, like he's like the town accountant pretty much, but like in this very old style kind of way, where it's like you have a town accountant that does the books for everybody and like, is able to drink himself to death in his house, while doing the books. And it's like, I don't know, it's kind of like almost like this sad life, but that character, he clearly hates crowds. He hates, he kind of hates being like around too many people. He likes just being by himself upstairs. Doing number, like, I don't know, like there's something to that character, and there's something to like parents or grandparents or whoever you're raised by, seeing you almost as an extension of themselves, which in his case, he has like the creativity and like youthful passion of his grandma and the hardline numbers of his grandma, but like those characters, like, you do see those multitudes contained in him.
Did I remember right, Zach, that this is like the first Mike Flanagan thing you watched?
This is the first Mike Flanagan thing I've ever watched. I missed Gerald's Game when it came out, which was in a year when I was watching a fuck ton of movies, so I don't know how I didn't see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't watched Midnight Mass. I haven't watched The Haunting of Hill House, and what's the other one? Bly Manor.
Yeah, and House of Usher. That's the other one.
I haven't watched Fall of the House.
Bly Manor. Yeah, I mean, and there's also like Midnight Club. I haven't seen all of them.
I've heard that Midnight Mass and Fall of the House of Usher are like the two best.
Midnight Mass is really good. That was the first one I saw from him. I'm like, oh, who's this guy again?
Yeah, I don't think I even knew. I don't think I was even aware that Gerald's Game was like him. Like, I knew I had heard of that movie. I knew that it existed, but I don't think I knew until the intro just now that was actually a Mike Flanagan thing. But yeah, I haven't seen that. Obviously, I want to now. I also know that this, like, Life of Chuck is probably not representative of what I'm going to get from a lot of his other work.
Well, he's working on the Clayface movie, which I think that's a perfect match.
His other stuff is maybe not as optimistic as Life of Chuck, is what I've heard.
That's fair,
and a lot more violent too. I think
he and Stephen King are developing like the Dark Towers series that they're going to do on Amazon Prime, because they
wait, wasn't it Matt?
Well, they made no movie. No movie exists.
Hopefully, they're actually adapting the book series, because that movie was fucking travesty. I don't know.
There's no movie. I have no idea what you're talking about, sir.
They're doing the Shining kind of thing, where it's like, like a disappointing Stephen King adaptation. Mike Flanagan, he's like, I love this guy.
Yeah, The Shining was actually good. Let's be real here.
But the thing is, the Dark Tower is like a 7-book series with like 15 tie-ins, and it's like as a totemic, like full experience of what the story is, far better than any of like the Narnia books, than more consistent than the Oz books. Up there with like Tolkien and Lord of the Rings, frankly, because frankly, the Silmarillion sucks. Sorry, peace and love to everybody. But the idea that you could condense it into like one movie, it was frankly just not understanding what the.
It has ties to it. It has ties to just a lot of different Stephen King books.
The Stand. I mean, it's like it's something. It's in a way his ultimate work, but it needs to be in the era of streaming storytelling, long form storytelling. It's perfect. It's perfect for that because there's so much of it. As long as it's handled with like love and care and attention. And there was no movie. Didn't exist.
Apparently he's also working on a new Exorcist movie, which they just keep making them.
What do we have to do with these?
And then also they're doing a series based on Carrie, with him.
Like Carrie.
Have we not said all that we can say with Carrie adaptations? Like even again, I love this movie and I want to check.
Yeah, but they want Carrie to be overweight this time, and I'm like, okay.
What ground have we not covered with Carrie?
I don't know. Cyberbullying.
We got to make her fat.
Literally, that's literally the only comment I get every time. It's like, make her overweight. She's chubby. She's this. Sissy Spacek was too pretty, and I'm like, she was like anorexic. So.
All right, for super chat from the comments, RIP Ozzy Osbourne, Sabbath's first 5-6 LPs are fire. Completely agreed, Stevie. RIP to a real one. I will say at least he got to go out last week doing like was $180 million raised for Parkinson's disease and doing like basically the coolest show anyone could ever do with all of his friends and all the people that were inspired by Black Sabbath and his music. So not bad.
Guys, check your bats for fentanyl before you bite them.
I think it's completely possible that was a choice as well when you think about how advanced his Parkinson's was, because he couldn't do opiates for what I can only assume is obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool that he got to do like his final show like 2 weeks before.
And without the Osbournes, there would not be the Kardashians. Just remember when it comes.
But don't blame that on him.
Yeah, that's not fair to put it on the it sounds like you're saying he could have been put in the Hague for causing that.
They've all been incarcerated. Yeah, I don't know. They're all all the Kardashians. If I was president, I would black set every Kardashian. Anyway, moving on.
The Osbournes that I always thought was really funny is you can't fucking understand a word that Ozzy could say by that point, right? Like his mumbling had gotten so bad, and then his wife was like, "Will you shut the fuck up? You are talking too much and too loud." Like
she's
having
still
that's such a funny like odd couple kind of thing, where it's like you can't understand a word he says, and you wish that you couldn't understand a word that she says.
Back to Life of Chuck. It's crazy to me that like when I heard about this movie, I was like, wow, that sounds interesting. Mike Flanagan, like Tom Hiddleston, I like a lot. Mike Flanagan like doing something that isn't horror. That's interesting. Like this sounds like, could be like good stuff. I was completely blown away. And I went into it with pretty high expectations, and I was like, all right, I'll go see this. We'll see. It's probably not going to be what I want it to be. And it really was. And I think that, again, amazing child actor work as well. Like I feel like every segment could have been its own movie, and it's kind of its own style as well. And I think that that's so hard to pull off unless you're doing anthology.
I was trying to think about like the second one kind of reminds me of like Stranger Than Fiction, the Will Ferrell movie where he's being tortured by his narrator.
That's right. There's a great version of the Reckless Eric song in there that he sings too.
And there's something so like the third segment, right? There's something so sweet and like down to earth and like old style about it. Like there's like I feel like it almost does what I wanted the Fablemans to kind of do, but didn't do. Like
yes, okay, sure, yeah, I'm with it. And again, that's that's showing dance as an art, as a form of expression. And it's not my form of expression. It's not my art, but like it doesn't need to be, because it's anything that shows art done eloquently, in a way, it will be universal. And that it is here, and it's something where you even get to see the fact that there's a height difference, right? Like going back to materialists, height's everything.
Yeah.
Like I think that's deployed so well. I think the usage of the song usage is fantastic. It's something where if there's one thing I could say is like, well, they knew when, and it echoes the line of like, they knew not to, let it go on too long. They knew when to quit, right? Which is also happens in the second segment as well. That's the one thing. It's like, they're kids. Would they really know when to quit? But anyway, that's fine. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
like he has such good intrinsic performing timing, right? Like, but I guess that's also numbers. So
I know people my age haven't figured that out. So I don't think we would necessarily assume that a kid would be able to figure that out. But but it works contextually with the magic of the story and the moment, which is very relatable because everyone's been in that position of feeling like, I'm a creep, I don't belong here mindset. And then like to have the ability to transcend and really turn it around in a way that is beautiful and fantastic, and also tied to like someone that you love that's no longer around. How wonderful and poignant is that?
Yeah, but then to also get beaten down into like doing the most mundane job that like it's depressing. They're like
so contextually that makes the second segment all the sadder and also more elegetic at the same time, because it is he's just like he's literally hanging out at a conference full of accountants. I mean, it's like, man, I'm sorry, do you have insomnia? Yeah, go hang out with those guys. They'll sort that right out.
And it's gotta suck.
They're boring. That's the joke. They're boring and will make you go to sleep.
It's
like half the panel apparently. Okay.
No, but it's gotta suck so much.
Me.
You have like your that son seems great and like his wife is so loving, and it's like you're stuck in a room full of accountants and you're like, please kill me now. Like I'm doing this.
Actuarial tables. Jesus Christ.
But like it's one of those.
I've been in a coma just talking about it.
That apparently the panels are all made up with just audience members. Like they're like, oh, you want to be on another panel this week before you leave? Accountancy of the 21st century is so good.
Panels are made up of people from Jubilee.
Is that like are they doing the numbers or how many people they can fit on each train going to the concentration camp?
Oh boy. Okay, all right.
I don't know. I felt like that whole third segment of, I mean, there's something very, very like the height difference between them, right? Like there's a time in like middle school where girls like shoot up, like the girls are gonna be tall at least. Like there's something really tall, and he's in like 6th grade, which is like before guys get that growth spurt, and that dichotomy is so well, like captured there. With he's literally like a foot shorter than she is, and they're dancing together.
I used to be the tallest girl in my class until 6th grade.
Yeah. Are you saying
all the boys were jealous of me, and then they laughed in my face, even though I did not make fun of them for being taller than them in elementary school.
You didn't say, how's the weather up there?
No, seriously.
But like that, like I don't know, like that is like that's like a real thing where it's like, like, oh, she's in 8th grade. You're like a 6th grader, and you're like a foot shorter than she is. You're like, she's in 8th grade.
A lot of those 6th grade boys going after 8th grade girls, and it's like, oh, you're
her boyfriend looks like a 16-year-old that's been held back a few times.
As always.
He's like mean mugging the two of them, and they're like dancing, and then she like kisses him in front of the guy, and it's like, I thought that guy was gonna beat his ass, which is the story.
Oh, absolutely.
How he got the scar.
That's the cover story of the scar. Which how cool of a scene is that, right? Like where it's like you get this kid. This is like not even like an adult being freed of the accounting conference. This is a kid having like this epiphany of that, and it's something that like every kid would probably serve to benefit. The transcending your own neuroses and your social placement and like your height in your class and so on, to be like, I did something cool and I felt good about it. And like, I am in this world and I exist. Amazing. And I keep hammering home these points because I feel like it's like pearls before swine. But most of this movie going audience. Like, they were talking about building the Minecraft movie. It was like one of the biggest movies this year. Are you fucking kidding me? What are we doing? Yeah. Minecraft? Jesus Christ.
Well, there's the
it is still the biggest.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. You know what, Zach? I will never watch it. There's no chance.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
It's not.
I am Minecraft. Why would I watch a movie about it?
But I'm not like.
But I was saying is that these are messages. These are deeply powerful, humanistic messages that we need to hear in our culture right now.
And they will get snubbed.
But it's in Mike Flanagan movies. People are like, yeah, whatever. Somebody gets their head chopped off, right? No, I swear it doesn't.
This is like this is probably one of the least Mike Flanagan movies. If you
That's why I think it's crazy that this is the first one Zach's seen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right? I understand that this is not
it's a little bit of an outlier.
What I should come to expect from his other stuff when I go back and cycle through it.
Yeah, but it also
But
makes
I kind of love that too. Like I mean that's just a great experience.
It's one of the least, but like Kristina's point, like it's one of the least Stephen King. Like I mean
that too.
Yeah, so it's like
as is Shawshank,
Yeah. But I mean, like but even something like Shawshank, right? Like it's you're like, all right, this is one of his like classic kind of like mystery, like gritty kind of not like this isn't even that. This is like a like this feels like one of the stories are light, one of the stories are dark as fuck because you're like, what the fuck is happening during this? And then the last one's kind of like melancholy and I don't know. I feel like it's interesting watching somebody that adapt, like it's so not Mike Flanagan and it's so not Stephen King really. Like it
and I feel like and we pointed this out before, but some of the best Stephen King's adaptations are those like non-horror, a few of them at least. And
it tends to be his novellas. They tend to be like him playing with the form a little bit, right?
Yeah. They're trying to remake character. I mean,
I mean, like, why? Like, how? Why are we? Stop! Everybody, stop! Just stop until we can figure this all out. I think
very woke.
You know what I mean? It's just like, why is that what we're worried about? Like, I don't know. Like, it's so to see something that's so full of nuance and depth, and which is a powerful message that isn't preachy, but is empowering in its way, and to know that it's just going to be like this is just doomed. Like maybe it'll get like a cursory Oscar nomination. That'd be astounding if it did, because again, the Oscar voters are going to assume it's horror, and it's not. Yeah, exactly. Editing or something, sure. Which it is well edited. Don't get me wrong, but it's just it goes back to remember when we talked about Uncut Gems. They're like a bunch of people, Uncut Gems. Yeah, a bunch of people were like, I know what that is. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you don't.
It's an Adam Sandler movie. It's gonna suck.
Yeah, they assumed they knew what it was, and they made value.
Take it before I watch this Adam Sandler movie. What could go wrong?
No, that movie I'd watch.
But it's the middle of COVID. I'll take an edible and watch this Adam Sandler movie. It'll be a real fun time, and I won't have any anxiety at all.
But that's the expectations of yeah, exactly. 2 hours later, but that's what I'm saying is that people are so locked into. People are so assured, whether they have any right to be assured or not, about so many things. And what this movie does is sort of play with that idea of, well, what, and again, it goes back to Carl Sagan. It goes back to Cosmos. It goes back to talking about the Stellar Day segment, which is like echoed throughout. And you see the actual Carl Sagan Cosmos appear like in the movie as well. And I think that it's just,
and he's just kind of watching it while like, it's just kind of happening in his head, right? Like he's watching it with his grandpa, but like not really paying that much attention.
It's just like subconscious and subcutaneous, and it's all so much more important than talking about why or why not there will be a Carrie remake or whatever. None of that matters. None of that matters. It's not important. And what is important is that we are tasked and trialed every day with the most worst, oppressive, most deeply depressing things that could possibly happen. We are being ruled by our enemies. And again, our pointed protectors are nowhere to be found, right? So to have a reminder that life can be more than just a series of mediocre miseries is very important. And that's what this movie does incredibly eloquently.
And like, I don't know, like, I mean, I think that there's a moment of life, like a real life in that dance scene, which I don't
which we used to see in the 40s all the time, and we just don't see that now.
I definitely would.
I've seen plenty of
would
TikTok
stop
edits
to
of
put
Tom
my,
Hiddleston dancing to Rasputin. By
Yeah, he dances.
Boney M.
He dances all the like. I was trying to find. There's a video of him dancing.
He's
on
like
set.
Sam Rockwell.
And I was trying
Don't
to
ask
find the
Sam
video of
Rockwell
him
to
dancing.
dance.
I was trying to find the video of him dancing on set, and I typed in Tom Hiddleston dancing. Big mistake. Apparently, he dances all the time. It just
Yes,
stops him.
he does.
He loves it. He loves it. He dances more than anybody.
Yeah, he's so good at it.
Yeah.
He's got the body. He's got like the Fred Astaire figure, but they don't want to do Fred Astaire movies because as they said no.
But I feel like his dancing is like improvised. Like it's
he knows how to like. It's great, but I feel like if you go to like a acting college, particularly like in the UK, you probably might learn how to dance. I don't know.
Or like, I mean, like, you know, from a little bit of experience, you know, going to like a school that had like arts and stuff, like for middle school or whatever, like dance is one of the things that they teach you, like interpretive dance. Bitch, I don't care what you're interpreting. I don't want to learn to dance.
Well, that's how Tom Holland did Billy Elliot, I think, in the West End, because he did a lot of the dancing too. Like when he did that lip sync battle, my mom was like, I thought that was a woman at first, but that was a man. That was Tom Holland. I'm like, yep.
But this is like
man, baby.
This is not like the highly choreographed. You know, I mean, it's like it's good dancing, but it's like it's a more improvised like street style of dance. Well, not like when they say street style dance, they mean like break dancing, but I don't mean that. But like it's a very like more improvised kind of style of dancing that they do in this, which of course it would be. Like it's not like you know. She's playing drums.
He got to do that in this film.
I love that we have a high school dance scene that incorporates a moonwalk.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Well, it dates
That's
it
badass.
too. It dates it in such a good way because it's like he just learned the moonwalk. His gym teacher hasn't even heard about the moonwalk yet. Her mind was blown. She loves that kid now. That kid taught her about the moonwalk for the first time.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, like
Uncle Michael taught me how to moonwalk. I still don't know how to do it.
That is like a very. I mean, I remember being a kid and trying to figure out how to moonwalk like that. Like I feel like every kid, as soon as the moonwalk came out, right? As soon as Michael Jackson started doing it, I feel like since then every kid's watched TV and tried to learn how to tried to force themselves to learn how to do the moonwalk.
It's all on the shoes and the floor.
I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. Anyway, moving on. Look, I think that there is something. This is a hard movie to describe, right? Because like other than the fact that like me just opine to anyone they'll listen, like go watch Life of Chuck, and they're like, "What is that?" First of all, like just with the title, it's like, "What is that?" I don't know what that is. That could be anything. Is that a romantic comedy? I don't know. Not really. No.
It could be a horror movie.
But if you mention Mike Flanagan or Shipping, like, okay. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not that. I swear.
Yeah, Chuck's gonna start chucking heads. Is that why it's called Blood?
Yeah,
right, exactly.
All his life.
Don't worry.
There's a house that Jack built. Remember that one?
The origin story for Chucky. He's like the guy Chucky is based on.
Yeah, and what are you gonna say in response to any of that, right? You know, it's like, oh yeah, don't worry. There's a Walt Whitman reference in here. Oh great, yeah, I'll rush right out to the theater.
You know, there's an impromptu dance scene. Checkmate, horror readers.
Yeah, exactly. God, nailed them. You know, it's like, okay, no, you didn't.
It is. I sometimes I think about like in the old days, like their version of entertainment, like you just see a guy recite like a Walt Whitman poem or something in like the town square. And everyone's like, guys, the new Walt Whitman poem just dropped. And like a guy that reads really well, that knows how to read verse, like reads it to the town square. They're like, I love that. Today was great. It was the best day of my life.
Well, but getting back to that mindset, right? That's why why the second segment works so well. That again, this would be like a viral moment, right? If we were thinking about cynically of this, like this guy's just dancing to this drumming busker, and out of nowhere, and then like this chick gets involved, and they could take this show on the road, but they're not, and it's such a pure and honest moment that no one can really describe where or why, but you know you're witnessing something special.
Well, I love the descriptions of each of these characters in that segment, and it's like, you know,
right, they each have their own.
Her parents are paying a fucking arm and a leg for Juilliard, and she's like, "Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to overthink all my art. I want to bust so bad." So she goes out there on the weekends and is dropped out of Juilliard, and she's making her money playing the drums, and she makes enough money to keep pay her rent or whatever. And it's like
because she's played, even though it's one instrument, she's playing music, and music has the ability to transcend the constituent parts of the people playing what it is. So,
but a different kind of,
not saying it's always like that. Some days you're just
different kind of music than the organized the establishment form of music that you would learn at an arts school, right? It's the kind of music that a school can't teach you, and it's
you know who would have done well in Juilliard? Chuck.
Yeah, there's a different version of this where his grandma doesn't die in the middle of his childhood, and she encourages him to keep dancing.
I'm
and
working on that version.
Chuck is a dance star. He still dies at 39 though.
The dance.
I don't know. It's that description of her as this Juilliard dropout that doesn't want to tell her parents that she dropped out and is now making her money.
Dropout.
Well, but everybody has even the people on this screen, we all have our lived experiences and worlds that we come from. And the context of that both does and doesn't matter for what we are doing right now. Because what we're trying to do, especially me, is to make something transcend more than the constituent parts of what it is and to become something greater within the context of the larger tapestry of art. Now, a lot of times that doesn't happen. And again, can't diss on the accounting conference hard enough that probably nothing like that is happening at the accounting conference. You know what I mean? So the fact that this guy's literally, he's not aware of it, but he's about to die, at least within a segment of months, that he gets to have this truly transcendental experience that is basically happenstance and chance. That is beautiful. And that again, it's elegiac. And I think that's something that we don't, we live in cynical times, my friends. And that's
everything sucks. Nothing's getting better. Stop saying it gets better. It doesn't, because everyone's bending the knee to fascists. And stop saying it's gonna get better. It's not.
Well, I don't agree with that. And the postscript to all of that, though, is that having to have a response to that baked into the thing is one of the things of poisoning art. Why? For me, one of the reasons why the gun Superman works so well is because it doesn't try to do that. It's not trying to react against anything. It's trying to point the fact look, this is a fundamentally good dude. He could be a Homelander. He could rule the entire Earth. He chooses not to because he's a good person. And I think we need to.
He chooses to save squirrels because he's a good person.
He saves a freaking squirrel, right?
They wanted to take that out. Test audience didn't like that. I'm like, no more test audiences.
Yeah, some goofy little bastard that'd probably be all. Have you seen squirrels get pissed off? It's hilarious. Anyway,
all those squirrels are yelling. Don't know anything.
So, but what I'm saying is, when you get something very open-hearted like this, but is self-aware in a way that is not the way that everybody's poisoned to be self-aware, I think it's very special and unique and interesting. And I think it's worth noting and celebrating. And I think it's a hard sell to people. And I think that's too bad, because it's, and all we can do is what we're doing right now, right? We're telling people about this movie. Hey, I think this movie's good. Obviously, we're sitting here spending a couple hours talking about it, opining about this, that, and the other thing. But we could go for just a stone cold gets all we want. And I like doing those kinds of things as well. But it's nice to be able to advocate for something that has a powerful humanistic message. I heard Flanagan say something along the lines, if you want to make something for a kid, right? It was well, there you go. You did. That's beautiful.
I liked, there's something about not thinking about things too much in this, where it's she didn't want to overthink her music, right? So she's busking and she's going with the flow. And of course, the beautiful Nick Offerman, oh, it feels good. She's doing it. She all day. His narration where he's being so cool. He's and she might hit. I love that
but everything he's saying is correct, and it's there's the point of playing music where you're I'm playing the music, I'm doing the part, I'm doing the thing, and then if you're lucky, and or actually if you're not lucky, if you luck balance the skill. If you're skilled enough and you're confident enough in what you're doing and the conditions are right, it does become something different. It really does. It's one of the reasons why I keep doing it, man. I
love that as he walks up, he's she could start hitting a little Tom, but what feels right for this guy walking up, she's really trying to get the group, focusing on one person as they walk up, and then he like doesn't even know why he stops. Like he like I mean, and it's like pre-programmed that like like I'm gonna stop here, I'm gonna drop my briefcase, and I'm gonna start dancing. And then that girl is on her way home, and she's really pissed off, and she kind of just starts moving along with his dancing, and like just because it's something cool, like you're watching an accountant. Like, that guy's clearly an accountant. You look at him, you're like, oh, that's the accountant. But he's dancing, and when something like that happens, everyone gathers around because it's like, what is this? Like, what is going on? And it's like that she's drawn into it, and it's like this thing where it's like not thinking about things too much sometimes is the right move. Like,
well, and I think you're right, and
creative instinct.
And we live in a culture where everybody overthinks everything all the time.
Yeah, especially me.
Anxiety. Killing me. Whatever that song is.
I'm in this photo and I don't like it.
Exactly. Well, but that's what makes this potentially powerful. In the way that you can take it on the face of it for the narrative experiences that are being shown to us in the story, and those are wonderful, and those are great, and those are something that's worth. Obviously, I think it's worth paying attention to because we're literally doing an episode of the show, but it goes beyond that, right? Because I think some of the best kinds of art will make you reevaluate existence and how and when you enjoy things, and can take you out of the mindsets that keep you from enjoying things, and remind you that, again, it's just this one tiny part of the calendar. One day is all of human existence. It's like, oh yeah, all right. I guess maybe this isn't so important. I kind of thought it was, but
if there's one thing I hate is the fun police. Like, we're trying to have a good time, trying to have fun, and then someone's like, well, you can't be having fun. There's a lot of horrible things going on in the world. And I'm like, oh my God, let me enjoy my movie.
Well, it's like my brain is already doing that all the time. Like, having another person do it, I hate that person because I'm like,
it's just overkill, really.
My brain is already doing this. Like, I don't need you to do this.
Exactly. Please, I don't need your criticisms. I'm my own worst critic.
Yeah. My own worst enemy.
There's something like
I'm surprised the theater kids have not glommed onto this too. By the way, I'm really surprised at that. But I think
where's the TikTok dancing trend? The Chuck dance? I don't know. Like, what?
It's great dancing. I'm not even a dancing dude.
Every other dance that Tom Hiddleston's done.
Yeah.
Guys, new Tom Hiddleston dance just dropped.
I got Rasputin stuck in my head now. Because I was watching just all the different videos of him dancing, and a lot of them are just him dancing to Rasputin by Boney M. So it's like,
well, because he did that he did that like an award show or something too, right? Like, there's a bunch of I
think it was like a talk show, but yeah, he did the split. I was like, damn.
He's good at doing the kind of talk show dancing where you come up, you like play to the crowd.
Sam Rockwell's also good at that too. Like, he'll just start dancing on like Jimmy Fallon. I'm like, why does that have to be Jimmy Fallon you're dancing with though?
But it seems like Tom Hiddleston in a way like has done enough dance that he's like, with Sam Rockwell, it always feels like he's just kind of going with whatever's in his head whenever he's like,
well, also too, he played Bob Fosse, so he played a choreographer, so he knows the thing. But I think now would be a good time for Tom Hiddleston, because he did his own singing on the Hank Williams movie that was not good. He could do musical theater. He could do a movie adaptation of something, maybe Company, something good. Like, I don't know, but like,
well, he can sing, he can dance. Much more do you need? I mean, like we need to juggle too. What are we doing here?
Hello, Hollywood. You got opportunity here. Like, I just feel like it's taken so long, and Conan, you can agree that Hollywood never really got to utilize his talent because being stuck in the MCU kind of trapped him. But now I feel like he's been around long enough to actually do what he can, like, show his like diverse skills.
It's funny because it's like different points as Loki, he's trapped in like different worlds. Like, they keep trying to trap him, and the actual Tom Hiddleston is trapped in the MCU. Like,
I've been falling for 30 minutes.
Hiddleston is like, and I don't know if you guys have watched this, but Hiddleston's like breakout role was Wallander, which is Kenneth Branagh starring and I can't remember if Branagh directed it, but he cast him in Thor off of that. So Tom Hiddleston had his first breakthrough.
Yeah, he auditioned for Thor,
and then immediately got the MCU off of that, and then the MCU was like a decade of his life. So That's kind of part. And then right as he thought he was out of the MCU, then they're like, we're gonna make an entire television show that's centered around you.
Which is great, but everyone was completely burned out on that entire world. And they again, they assume I know what that is. I'm not going to watch it. I'm like, first of all, no, you don't. It's actually wildly entertaining, but I get it. I was burned out on all that stuff too.
Yes.
I mean,
I
love
that.
Anyway, I love the first season of it, and I still haven't watched the second season. Like 2.5 years later,
I think the second season's better.
So much. I know. I've heard universally the second season's better. I just haven't had the time to watch 8 episodes or whatever it is of.
Yeah, it's just kind of crazy that a lot of people thought, well, Loki's dead. This is the end. But then he gets the Tesseract or whatever. So it's like, oh, he's going to be with us forever. I'm like, till you're 90.
Well, Zach, do you know the Benson and Moorhead movies? So Something in the Dirt, The Endless, Synchronic, Spring, Resolution, so on and so on.
Something in the Dirt sounds familiar. I think
Something in the Dirt's the most recent one that came out 2022, but they're basically like the kings of this like very specific kind of like lo-fi sci-fi. Very interesting. Synchronic holds to this day. Has Anthony Mackie and Jamie Dornan in it. It has a very specific time travel conceit, and it basically is the only one I've ever seen address time travel while black.
Yeah, I just looked at the like whatever 6-7 films. I haven't watched any.
Martin and Benson are good. Their stuff is good.
I still have to watch all those VHS films. I haven't watched a single one of those.
Oh, yeah.
I know those are like a cult.
Yeah, those are cool. I mean, for me, it's like The Endless, Resolution, Spring, Synchronic, Something that are probably how I'd rank them. But they're all super interesting. But it's one of those things where, and like in a better world, they'd be able to just like make these like with a studio budget because they've like, oh, these guys have shown that like they make these entertaining movies, and they make money like based on their budget and whatnot. But it's like, no, the only way they could get into it is they're like on like, you know, they wrote some of the Moon Knight show and they wrote like Loki season 2, and it's like, yes, those things are great, but like people are not, you don't even get to know the names of the creator.
I will say this too, Conan, you will agree that they actually utilize actors who don't get to shine, like Anthony Mackie and Jamie Dornan, you know, 50 Shades of Grey, and
Daredevil Born Again too. They did a couple episodes of the Daredevil Born Again show.
I was going to say,
which I also have to watch still.
Very good. It's very good.
Yeah, it's just there's too much.
You're right,
again, even the stuff that's great, just there's too much. There's too much superhero stuff that is small screen now, and I think we need to get away from that trend.
Yeah, well,
except for Peacemaker, I'm ready for next season of that. That's okay.
Yeah,
Peacemaker's awesome.
I haven't seen that either. Like
Peacemaker's badass.
I love it,
and it's badass in a way that most TV shows are not too. Like there's a very there's a specificity to it. Like I'm not here to talk about Peacemaker. I'm here to talk about Life of Chuck. Peacemaker is very good.
All right, Life of Chuck. John Cena is
that would be the worst movie of the year.
He's actually not a bad actor.
No, but I'm
it's not the same pathos. I'm sorry.
I know.
He's an
He's
accountant.
able to convey emotions.
I would love to see John Cena try to convince us that he's an accountant.
I would like to see him. So the only way it would work would be Chuck, but he does the part of young Chuck, but as himself now. And everyone's talking about how short he is. He's wearing that little schoolboy outfit.
He's like
they can do it. You do it like in the Naked Gun trailer, where Liam Neeson is like the schoolgirl or whatever, and he like
I can't wait for that movie.
I think I don't know. he's Jason Statham is a Mark Hamill role.
Oh,
and John Cena is young Chuck now on CBS.
Boy, so the thing about math then is it's art, right? Okay. No, we are not going to do that right now. In fact, what we are going to do is talk about Letterboxd, because Letterboxd is a social media site film lovers talk at with and to each other about the movies that they love, maybe the movies that they didn't love, maybe the movies they were just talking about how great Tom's dancing was. And of course, it's a bottom-up democracy. Everybody gets to have their say. Everyone gets to chime and opine about the movies that they love. And this is best done succinctly. It's for the purposes of this bit, where they're collected weekly by yours truly. Bottom up democracy. Everyone gets to have their say. That's what this is. This is the life of Chuck. Letterbox one-liners. Let's roll them. A monologue romanticizing accounting is the true horror jump scare of the film.
Amen.
Well, there's like a thing that like I don't know, like I don't know if you guys about like this always really pissed me off as a kid because it always felt really we always felt really condescending, but like people try to connect with you by like trying to connect the thing that you're supposed to be doing to like things you like. So it's like,
you know what the real punk rock is. Accounting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's like, you like dancing. Well, you know what dancing really is? It's numbers, and it's like I'm gonna
get the fuck
I'm
away
kill
from
you,
me,
Grandpa. Grandpa, if the drinking doesn't kill you, I will.
Solid diss. Get it? He drinks. Mike Flanagan knows what the girls want. Existential hope and Tom Hiddleston dancing like taxes are doing.
Yeah.
That's what he does every tax week. He's like,
happy days are here again.
Yeah.
He's the dancing accountant. Like I can see somebody doing that as like a regional bit, like on TV or whatever. Like I'm the dancing.
Oh my god. Dude, there's so many commercials like that in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I swear, every lawyer has their own freaking.
Yeah, well,
it's annoying.
For like when we drove through, and like in like Milwaukee too, like there's always like they're trying to outdo each other for how like weird and abstract their lawyer bit.
They got the hip hop. I hate it.
Lin-Manuel Miranda is the hip hop accountant.
So can we just say what Kristina says is they got the hip hop ... I hate it. Is what Kristina just said. Okay.
Yeah,
but
they really hire rappers to do the jingles for them, and I'm like, oh my god.
Would you rather they rap themselves?
They do rap themselves too in the commercial with the rappers, and I'm like, what is this?
Like, decently close to Atlanta, so of course they do that. Like, everyone has to.
I will say this is why streaming is living on and basic cable is dying in local news, local television.
That's the reason. That's why. Huh?
Yeah, those stupid lawyer commercials.
I think like more than any other show ever, like Better Call Saul so captured like the spirit of one of those guys that does those kinds of commercials and like puts way too much effort into those commercials.
They did that in General Hospital for one of the lawyers, and it was funny as hell too.
All right, next. Never before has a movie made me feel so indescribably big and so terrifyingly small at the same time. Thanks, Chuck.
Wow, Forrest, did you do this one?
No, I remember like as a kid that Carl Sagan thing. Like I think it blanked it out of my mind because I didn't necessarily like thinking about it, but like.
Neil deGrasse Tyson did a remake of Cosmos that is not as good, but also was good, despite Neil deGrasse Tyson being a nerd that should be put into a garbage can.
There's like this bit that like people have done about the Carl Sagan thing where it's like they do that whole thing where it's like they actually describe like the size of the universe and everything, and it's like, so what? I cheated on you. What? It's not a big deal. Like,
all right. So. Not even Luke Skywalker convinced me math is cool.
I screen grabbed it. I screen grabbed it and I have it right now as my as my like whatever, like when I turn the camera off of that, like that screen or whatever. He has the same face when he pushes Chuck out of the way of the door and he sees himself in there. He has the same face as when he goes, the sacred text.
I didn't realize that the grandpa in this and Luke Skywalker in the sequels has the same character arc. He has a pupil who he tries ways of life, who almost gets roped into the dark side, and then he in this case dancing is the dark side. Pulls him away from opening the door and looking in the room.
Oh yeah.
He pulls him away. And then he fucking dies. And then they go towards the dark side anyway. As soon as he's out of the picture.
I always felt like as a kid like I was like death is terrifying. I think now as an adult the brain tumor thing is way more fucking terrifying. But I always used to be like, what if you're like by yourself and all of a sudden you're like, oh, my arm, and it's a heart attack, and no one's around, and like so like there's I don't know, like it connected to me like that's how I assumed, like I'm like what if that happens one day, like as like a neuroses or whatever, and it's like that's literally how Mark Hamill dies in this. It's like it's completely undignified, like he's by himself for like 2 hours, like it's not like if he could have saved his life if he had come home like 2 hours later, like or 2 hours earlier, you know what I mean? Like the kid just happens to be doing band practice and dancing on stage. Dancing killed Mark Hamill.
Also, I have to say, and granted, I'm speaking as someone who hasn't had one, but looked into it a little bit. That was an incredibly, like, that to me stands up with like of all things Superman 78 as one of the most realistic movie heart attacks that I've watched.
Oh,
yeah. Where like it, you know, like I've read about like the pain. A lot of times the pain shoots up your like left arm first.
Yeah. You
tense up and you think something terrible, and then there's like a moment of like it goes out of your body, and you think, and then all of a sudden your heart just fucking, you know, does what it, and then you're on the ground. I don't see that in movies very often. I was you know, I liked the way that Mark Hamill performed that. It was really fucking harrowing. Way more harrowing than just like someone clutches their chest and collapses at the ground and stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to say when I was like, yeah, like I always remember also like as a kid like wondering like my arm would hurt really bad, like pain would shoot up, and I'd be like, that's my right arm, right? Like not my left arm. Okay, thank God. Like like I don't know. There's he has his like final heart attack. That is like kind of how it happens. Like you have that arm pain, you don't really know what's going on, and then you realize like, oh, it's the big one. But there's also smaller heart attacks, and like, you know, like it's very possible to like, there's people that have had like 3 heart attacks. It's all about luck, right? Like, is your luck good? Like, is somebody around to call 911? And it's like, yeah, well, he seems to only have them in public places.
He's had how many heart replacement surgeries? My God.
Yeah, I think he had 2 heart replacement surgeries, but he seems to only have heart attacks in a large public space.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things where think about when people die, right? Where it's like, who had it on their bingo card that Dick Cheney would outlast Ozzy Osbourne? You know, not me.
Yeah,
sorry, I know that's depressing, but
who had it on their bingo card that fucking Chuck Grassley would outlast? Ozzy Osbourne.
Don't give me a start on that.
I don't know. I
knew Mitch McConnell.
It comes in threes. Remember that?
That's what I want to know.
We lost the son from the Cosby Show. We lost Ozzy Osbourne. Who's next? Maybe a politician. I don't know, but I killed the queen. So fingers crossed.
Pick a politician then. Say a politician that you want to do. It'll work.
Dick Cheney, Chuck Grassley. We said 2. What do you want? Like a third one? What are we trying to get like a carpool together?
What about Donald Trump, man? Like, what the hell? When's it gonna happen?
What's the real benefit of Cheney croaking now? Like, what is that? Cheney croaking 20 years ago would have been great. Cheney croaking now is just like, oh well,
finally
dead. Like it just it's not
time.
There's got to be like a
thing for the better, really. Whereas, like, if someone like Grassley dies, there's a tangible positive.
We need someone who's currently in office.
There's got to be, yeah, but it's never somebody that's in office, right? Like it's always 20 years later than you need them to drop dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because some of the ones in office keep like falling down flights of stairs and shit, and then they don't die.
See, but Mark Hamill in this movie would have, if he had fallen down the stairs, he would have just died. Like that's the kind of character he was.
Guess I'll die. All right, next. My parents would definitely be sending me to school during the apocalypse. Yo.
But
that's easy to forget about. They're at school. They're like, oh, we're grading all this stuff by hand. Okay, well, you're grading.
The teacher's still trying to like give them the parent teacher conference, and everyone's like, dude, we're not focused on this.
Yeah, our children don't have futures. You know, neither do we.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Future? What's that?
I can't focus on this. Our children don't have Pornhub.
You know, like the George Bush.
Things that matter, right?
Is the Pornhub conversation, is that the first dialogue exchange in the movie?
It's not the first, but it's like the first 5 minutes for sure.
Yeah.
But it's
I mean,
it's
you can't log into Pornhub without an ID now. So I mean, hello.
It's the George
Getting
Bush.
there.
Is our children learning? But it's is our children gooning? You know, like
all right.
our
Okay.
kids do Pornhub.
Jesus.
Oh, sure. When Tom Hiddleston dances in public, people call it cinematic and life affirming. But when I do it, they call the police.
Jared.
Friend of the
You
show,
just
Jared
have to find the
Skolnick.
right
everybody.
stuff.
Well, because it's about context, right? Like dancing at a funeral, maybe you don't want to do that, but unless the person requests it, dancing when you see somebody busking their ass for you, like.
Exactly.
You also don't want to dance at a funeral if it's your mom and you're a cop. So,
that's true.
Thunder Road reference there for.
That's good. We got to cover that someday. Speaking of busking, I will definitely put money in the hat of the next busker I see.
This movie has good busker representation.
By the way, the hat is the hat from Dr. Sleep from Rebecca Ferguson's
The hat. Yeah. I thought it looked familiar. I was like, wait, I've seen this hat before.
Not in this movie, but I guess a big thing with Mike Flanagan's movies, there's this mirror that is the mirror that he used from Oculus, and he just kept putting it for like before he did the Stephen King movies, all of his original movies, he would put the mirror in the background, and like there's a whole Reddit thing of people being like, "Yo, that's the mirror."
There it is. I see it.
Also, speaking of the busking scene and like needle drops and stuff, can I just like say like fucking Taylor Gordon, who is not an actor by trade, is a professional full-time drummer. Killed that role in this movie. Like what the drumming's amazing, obviously, and it's all real and it's all in camera because she's doing it. But like
what she has to do is like large like micro expressions and stuff. Like, all right, like she does like this kind of like, huh, okay, which is literally just like a movement of the eyes, and it's like, it's so good, man, it's so good.
Fucking remake Whiplash and have Taylor Gordon play the main character. I'm serious.
There you go. Yeah,
I would watch that movie 1,000,000 times.
First of all, just learn the fact that there is a drum magazine. It's a magazine just for the drumming trade, I guess.
Oh, there's like three. There's like Modern Drummer. There's a bunch of them. Yeah.
So they wrote her up in Drum Magazine. I guess her name is the Pocket Queen. That's what they call her.
Pocket Queen.
Oh, right. Nice.
Yep. Need Nick Offerman to narrate my life too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it'd be funny. Like you realize how little you're really doing one day. He's like, he got up. And he
Force decided to doom scroll on Twitter for another 20 minutes. Okay, actually now I want to go like hire Nick Offerman to do like a cameo or something to actually do that. But
yeah,
the money.
Mm-hmm.
He got up
What
and
are you
realized
talking about?
He got up and realized it was 5 p.m. and he should probably get up. He walked and poured himself a bowl of cereal, and then walked into his room and fell back to sleep, leaving the cereal in the kitchen to get soggy. Next time he woke up, it was 8 p.m. and he realized he had the podcast.
He had a bunch of unread text messages. Yeah. A typical Stephen King story. A 5-headed, half iguana, half porcupine demonic ghost ate him. Standard stuff. The life of Chuck. Some accountants have swagger.
I really love the line though. He likes to think he speaks other languages too, even if he's forgotten some of the words or whatever. And it's like, damn, like if any of these like better described as like being creative and being shoved into a box, like.
Absolutely. I just watched a group of grown men cry together in an AMC. It was disgusting. I loved it.
Maybe this is the cure for the male loneliness epidemic.
Yeah,
this group of guys going and watching Tom Hiddleston dance.
If it wasn't for them saying the AMC, I would have thought that might have been the screening I was at.
Which this won TIFF last year, right? This was like their people's choice.
Yeah, this
award.
one TIFF 24, which made the releasing in the summer puzzling to me, because for Oscar reasons that we won't get into.
Yeah, it feels like they didn't know what to do with it, right? But What a
pretty-
shocker.
It's pretty
I
funny.
know.
So the two like the two ones that aren't the documentary ones, that won the People's Choice Award at TIFF last year. This and The Substance.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Those are Letterboxd one-liners for the life of Chuck. Please follow the show at Movie Night Extra on the popular Letterboxd format, where you can find all the shows, the episodes, the movies that we cover on these episodes, along with attendant short form content, commentary, all that good stuff. Getting caught up. Finally, getting caught up. So follow us along for there. You can follow your host there at Always Flacco, Forrest Miller, The Multitude Verse. Is
pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. He's logging all the stuff from this show and far more. Other than that, I am at Conan Neutron, who deserves to be wonderful. And you can determine that or not by visiting my letterbox at Conan Neutron, highbrow, midbrow, populous fare. Lots of good stuff. Slightly above par for, or below par, I guess, right? For Criterion Challenge. So still doing that regularly. Follow me along for that, as well as everything else going along. Again, this movie, number one right now. Yet to be dethroned. And it's like, beyond top 4, it's kind of like I'm looking, but this one's solidly number 1. At Kristina, The Life of Chris, Kristina Cosmopolitics. He's logging many of the movies that we cover here, as well as so much more. Follow her.
Wait for my Fantastic Four one.
Are you gonna go see it opening day?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're playing a show, so I'm not. So okay, I believe you.
It's gonna be a good one.
Tom Ziddleston, Zach B. Marsh on Letterboxd, one of my favorite Letterboxd dudes, without being a Letterboxd dude necessarily. Please follow him, as well as all of the feature guests and the great friends of the show. Forrest, let's hit it with the plugs.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going, since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra, where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes, indeed. Crazily enough, John Fine of the band We Contain Multitudes, which I noted earlier, was not something I had planned, but fantastic. John Fine.
Would you say his album release is large?
Yeah, exactly. He's from the band Bitch Magnet and Coptic Light, Vineland, etc. He also wrote a great book called Your Band Sucks. That is a really good music-related book, very entertaining. Super hyper-intelligent dude about music, great player. That band rules, and that record is low-key like one of my favorites of the year. So watch that episode, listen to it. It's out on the general feeds now. Patreon.com/Protonic Reversal for advanced access, $1 a month. We'll get you all that. Coming up next, Brian from Def Club. Coming up, and then we got Steve Until of Neurosis coming up, Tim from the Maishi and Hell Yeah coming up after that, Blake Fleming of Dazzling Killman. It's going to be a very packed couple months as I get back on deck with PROTONIC REVEARSAL. Those are the ones that are scheduled. There's a couple other really amazing things that I keep circling around trying to get locked down, but it's going to happen. And when it happens, it will be amazing. You can also, PROTONICREVEARSAL.com for all that. Subscribe, like, do all the things, share around episodes if you are into that kind of thing. CONAN, NEUTRON, The Secret Friends, only summertime activities as a live band happening this weekend. We're playing the Green Bay UFO Invasion Fest in Green Bay, Wisconsin, with many other bands, Borsa Sprinkler, Giants Chair, so on and so on. That's coming up this Saturday at the time of this recording, and that should be a really good time. We're doing a show with Castle Black, who are also playing Green Bay UFO Fest in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Those are going to be 2 of the 3 Wisconsin shows happening this year. The last of which is Jesus Lizard in November. So take note if you live in Wisconsin and want to see this band. We're also going to be shooting a video with Mr. Rick Valentin, Poster Children, a friend of the show. He's on for After Hours episode. So he's going to be shooting a video for us, which is going to be one of at least 2 more videos coming out this summer, which is very exciting as well. So all that's coming up. Stay tuned for all that. NeutronFriends.com. I got 2 tour announcements, but they don't have quite all the details sorted out, but they're going to be October and November, Mountain West, Northwest, and South and Midwest. No Canada, no more East Coast than what we already did so far. We'll see. But covering a lot of ground. It's been a busy year. We did.
I was going to say, for people who go to Conan shows, it's possible, not likely, but above 0 chance that I may just randomly be at the show, as happened once.
Like he was in Los Angeles. Yeah. Zach was at our show in LA, which is amazing. It was like, oh, where we played with, wait for it, Zach Dracula. The band
Right,
Zach
that's
Dracula,
right.
remember?
It was a fucking great show, by the way.
Thank you very much. It was great to see you. We'll come play Toronto. I thought it was going to be in October. It is not. We're going to probably be doing it next year. But can't wait to get back up there, man. I like it up there. It's like it's nice. It's nice, Canada. You got a nice country up there. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. Kristina, what do you got?
Well, this is my 3rd appearance on this space because syndicated Power Report, then my show, and then Movie Night Extravaganza. Went over the Paramount. It's basically Tuesday's Kristina Day at this point. We've come to the conclusion that I'm everywhere. I covered. I'm still streaming on Twitch, of course. Been covering the Paramount debacle. Bending the knee to Trump and suing Rupert Murdoch, who dedicates his entire programming to loving Trump on Fox News. But whatever. Covering more.
In his face. Everybody else's face was fine. It's just not his face.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Hello, Oppie. I'm in my Eve Teschmacher era from Superman because she's awesome and her and Crypto are the real heroes of the movie. And I'm working on a cosplay.
When's she coming on the show? That's what I want to know.
That's what I want to know too. I'm working on it. Getting Sarah on. Oh my God, this cat wants all the attention. But yeah, I might be on Power Report this Thursday. I gotta check with Dan. I was on with Ravana last week. It was so cool hanging out with her. Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Missed her both in church last Sunday and her last show.
Oh.
The Church of Rock and Roll.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's
the Saturdays.
Joke, right?
For those who are like this space, or like, what's that? Dark Shadows was a gothic soap opera in the 60s that was about to get canceled, but then they brought vampires and a supernatural involved. Does that remind you of any other?
Put a vampire in it.
It's also Tim Burton's worst movie.
Yeah.
Yes. Why did he do that?
I watched it.
And it's one of the worst episodes of Mad Men, which has to do with the soap opera. So maybe you should just not stop making things that are related to that.
The only good thing about the movie was Evergreen, and that's about it.
I remember watching it. I remember watching it as like I might have been like a teenager. I don't know. I remember watching it in the theater though and being like, what the fuck was this?
Yeah. If you just stick to if it was more of a satirical take on the soap opera, it would be fine, but it was all over the place. But we are at a point where there's a satanic cult involved, and I'm surprised there was no satanic panic happening back then because everyone was on drugs and free love and all that nonsense. But Barnabas has broken free from this satanic cult's influence because he was told that he had to kill Jillian. He couldn't do that, so hopefully he saves the day, and he's a vampire again. So there's just a lot.
When they made the Tim Burton one, I didn't know that like it was based on anything. I was just like, so
as someone who would be sick home from school watching the Sci-Fi Channel, Dark Shadows was on, and so that was like my crack. You know, like how Hunter Biden had crack cocaine. I had Dark Shadows as a kid.
It's funny that they had that.
I think he might still have crack cocaine.
Yeah.
So Dark Shadows is your crack, whereas Hunter Biden's crack is actually crack.
Yeah.
No,
I
can't smoke a little crack. That's my crack, man. I'll relapse.
But I will say this. I think the funniest thing about it is that, of course, we're nowhere near done. But the second thing is like people were like, I have your stream on for background noise while I work. I'm like, okay. And then like 3-4 hours later, they're like, I've been watching your stream the whole time because I got sucked into this old soap opera from the 60s. A lot of people are comparing it to Doctor Who in the 60s, which I can see why.
Sure.
So yeah. Yeah,
by the way, I wanted to. I didn't know whether you're going to be on or whether you're going to be dog sitting today, but I was going to say. I said I think in our chat that Karen Gillan, the first time I ever saw her, I mean she was in Doctor Who, but I remember seeing the Craig Ferguson thing where he was like nerding out over having her on because of Doctor Who.
Oh, how many times he had Matt Smith on was crazy.
Yeah, and then it's crazy because he was in a band with Peter Capaldi, who later played the Doctor.
Yep, Craig. Yeah.
I think he was also Craig Ferguson was also nerding out because I've seen those up. There's some of my favorite Craig Ferguson interviews. He was also nerding out because he had another Scottish person on the show with him.
Yeah. That's nice too. Yeah.
Hugh McGregor, Gerard Butler. He gets all excited when fellow Scottish folks come on.
Which reminds me of the Barry Lyndon scene where he can't bring himself to spy on another Irishman. He's like breaks down because there's like another Irish guy that he's like. That's like Craig Ferguson meeting any Scottish person.
All right, Zach, what do you got for plugs?
Not a whole lot. It's just been a lot of auditioning lately, and no booking because that's right. Honestly, the most exciting thing that I'm working on right now is fuck Israel and free Palestine.
Hell yeah!
No one's gonna argue what they hear.
That's my number one project right now.
I like StreamYard just takes down the stream. But it's like
first they came for Stephen Colbert, then they came for moving Extravaganza.
I'm imagining like that was
totally the same thing, by the way.
Getting his life narrated by Nick Offerman. He's like, Zach's been doing a lot of auditioning lately. He doesn't know if anything's gonna break through, but he feels pretty good about that last one.
Yeah.
You got final thoughts on the life of Chuck there, Zach B. Marsh?
With the caveat that I haven't watched as much stuff this year as I normally would have at this point, but it is my favorite film of the year. It's pretty high on my list of films of the decade so far. Anything else that's coming out has a tough fight with it, I would say.
I feel like Sinners is fighting with it. Like Sinners is up there. At least
Sinners is fighting with it, and Superman's fighting with it. But I feel like that's my 1, 2, 3, and I feel like they're actually even though they're all 5 stars for me, they're pretty secure in like being where they are. I think, and it's my biggest thing with it is I think it's actually my favorite Stephen King adaptation, and I say that like I'm completely in the camp of like I think Shawshank Redemption is a masterpiece. But I think this just edges it out. And I have seen some of the responses to it are funny because I do wonder, is this movie actually really sentimental and bad? And this is my Forrest Gump, and I'm having like my midlife reaction to it. And in 45 years, when I'm an old man, all the kids will be telling me that this movie was actually trite and shitty, and I was stupid for loving it. Maybe, but I love it.
They're like, you know what? They're like, the life of Chuck sucks.
It's really no skibbity toilet.
Yeah, they're like, what's really great is Baby Gronk versus the Rizzler 3. That's really
and a Lavadoo.
and how you say that? I'm still confused about what that is.
They're evil. They're ugly.
But Kristina, do you have final thoughts?
Yes, as someone who lost their father to lung cancer that spread to the brain, this movie hit me in a lot of places that I was not ready to feel, but I felt them, and this film made me cry more than once. Tom, it's amazing. Hopefully people realize he's a very, very talented man, and he deserves to have his flowers finally after being stuck in the MCU for a decade. Great cast all along, like, typical Mike Flanagan, collaborees, I guess. And yeah, it's really hard to explain how amazing this movie is without breaking down the tears. So I'll just say this: if you haven't seen it, please go see it.
Most people haven't.
I really want like a meta style, like Being John Malkovich movie, but it's Tom Hiddleston stuck in the MCU. Like he's trying to get out of it.
Did you say MCU?
MCU. I woke up an hour before he started shooting. Tom Hiddleston's stuck in the MCU, and he's like trying to get out, and he's like desperately trying to get, and he just keeps on, or like the Truman Show, where he keeps trying to get out, and he pops back up in the MCU again, and he like can't get himself out of it.
I also really hope that this is not the movie that breaks the streak of TIFF winners being nominated for Best Picture. That it coming out the year after its respective TIFF has really got me concerned. But it's not.
Well, it co-won with the Substance though, right? Like the Substance got nominated. At least one.
Yeah, well, that's I think because they're both neon, right? Substance was, so I think that's part. They don't want to compete against it, but I just
hopefully it gets its time in the sun.
I hope it gets a Best Picture nomination.
We're doing our part.
I don't expect it would win, but I think the Palme d'Or winner, I forget what the film's called, which is also a neon film, is the front runner right now. But I hope Life of Chuck is in the 10. It deserves to be.
Okay, Conan.
Yeah, this. I do. I'm apologies in advance, but yeah, this is a stunning, richly humanistic existential tale told asynchronously. It's a great movie to reassess life and have it affirmed with all the beautiful flaws and sinkholes along the way. And the story itself matters less than the outlining of the entire human experience. And I found it incredibly moving, spellbinding, and life affirming. With not the least bit of treacle, no cloying cliche. It's my favorite movie of the year. I really, really hope that people watch it because it's very good. And I enjoyed the discussion.
It's supposed to go on streaming pretty soon. Like I don't think it. I saw.
And next week is Jaws. Next week is Jaws with
Alex.
We'll do an after party next week for Jaws. And thanks for joining us. And hello, this space people.